Assalamu alaikum, dear brothers and sisters. Please hit the subscribe button to support our channel and help us spread beneficial knowledge. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and click the notification bell.
I'm sure by now most of you have flipped through the program and seen the topics that have been identified. I'll just run through the topics very quickly. The philosophy of religion, creed or chaos, right thinking regarding God, self-knowledge as theology, creed as experience, and finally, vicegerency, realities, and responsibilities. These topics were carefully selected, and the specific subtopics, themes, and information that will be presented have been carefully reviewed and aggregated by our scholars. This is a detailed presentation of very specific material which will, God willing, give all of us, as I said earlier, a greater appreciation of our understanding of God according to the Islamic doctrine, according to the Islamic creed. Now, why is it important to study theology? Why spend time studying theology when, as a lot of people say, we have more practical problems to worry about? And not to be dismissive, but this question reveals an inherent misunderstanding of what's wrong with the Muslim world. As our dear brother and scholar Dr. Suleiman Niang has so rightfully pointed out, ideology is the wallpaper that covers the cracks of logic. Ideology is the wallpaper that covers the cracks of logic. Meaning that people afraid to confront the logical holes in their theology will instead resort to ideology. And what we need now more than ever is a correct appreciation and a correct understanding of theology and not any more rhetoric. For indeed it is our subversion into rhetoric that has caused the Muslim decay and that has brought us to the point that the Muslim Ummah is in. So it is our hope that today, in our small way, that Nawawi Foundation and our scholars presenting to us and all of us being here together will hopefully contribute towards an appreciation of right theology. Now, on a personal note, I want to tell you that I was born into a Muslim family, and I grew up Muslim right here in Chicago. And of course, Dr. Umar and Imam Hamza both converted to Islam. And it's interesting to me that Allah Ta'ala talks about in the Quran the fact that if the Muslims don't do what they're supposed to do, Allah Ta'ala replaces them with people who will do what the Muslims are supposed to do. It's interesting to note that so many of our teachers, so many of our mashayikh, so many of our ulama to whom we turn for guidance are people that Allah Ta'ala brought into this deen. They weren't born into it. They didn't take it for granted as I did growing up. Now at the same time, let me tell you something. Growing up as a young Muslim in America with parents from the subcontinent, I always struggled with my religion as a young person. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this sitting in this room right now. Why? Well, the main reason was because whenever I'd ask questions about religion, I never seemed to get a straight answer. I never seemed to get an answer which satisfied my intellectual curiosity. I would always get a slap on the head, don't ask any more questions, and go do namaz. And this was highly unsatisfactory and highly unsatisfying. And it wasn't until I actually came in contact with people like Dr. Omar and Imam Hamza that finally my questions began to get answered. Finally, I discovered that there is a rich intellectual tradition within Islam, and there are Muslim scholars alive in humanity today who have kept that tradition alive. And they have passed it on from generation to generation, and indeed it is a tremendous honor to sit at their feet and to benefit from them. So it is with this intention that we have invited our distinguished scholars here today, and inshallah it is with this intention that all of us should be here, which is an appreciation of the fact that they are keeping alive a rich tradition from within our religion. And that said, without further ado, I would like to invite Imam Hamza Yusuf, who without a doubt, I can unabashedly say, is probably one of the singular human beings who has altered the course of my life, and I could say dozens of my close friends and associates. I think it goes without saying that among the American Muslim intelligentsia, there are few intellectuals, few Muslim scholars who can rival the contributions that Imam Hamza has made. And I'm saying this in front of him, not to embarrass him, but to put it in context. So inshallah, without further ado, I would ask Imam Hamza Yusuf, who all of you know is the director of the Zaytuna Institute based in California. He will inshallah say a few words about Dr. Omar, and then Dr. Omar will of course reintroduce him in a more detailed fashion, and then Imam Hamza will proceed with his first presentation. Imam Hamza Yusuf.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam taslima wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-ali al-azim. Alhamdulillah. First of all, I want to say that I'm very appreciative and also actually really surprised at how many people would be interested in this subject. On the other hand, I'm also surprised at how many people aren't interested in the subject, given that it's really the only interesting subject, because it's the subject of ultimate concern, as some theologians have remarked, that theology is the study of what has ultimate concern, which is God. I first met Dr. Omar over 20 years ago in Spain. We met in a madrasa there. It was a very beautiful madrasa, and it was in the city of Granada, which was a city of great Islamic learning. And there's a famous book that was written called Al-Ihata fi Akhbari Granada, encompassing all the news about Granada. And it's 3 huge volumes, which is detailed discussion about the great scholars and the history of the city. I met Dr. Omar there, and I was struck at that time because I was in a sense just starting my studies, and Dr. Omar was already deeply knowledgeable in many, many subjects. And over these last 20 years, what I have seen is just this continual commitment to discovery. The Arabs, their word for discovery is also the word for ecstasy, because the most extraordinary and delightful experience human beings can have is to find out something new, to discover something. And the greatest discovery is the discovery of God. And that's why the essential attribute that our scholars gave God was the attribute of what can be discovered, or the existent one, the one that can actually be found, that is God's essential attribute. God is not only real, but God is something that we can find in our lives. That's what I've seen in my teacher, Dr. Omar, who is somebody who's been on this path of setting out to find God. My many fortunate trips to Saudi Arabia, I would always try to visit and spend very fruitful time, not nearly as much as I would have liked to, but all of those times that I was afforded that opportunity, I benefited greatly, and that's what's called the jalis. The Prophet ﷺ said that a sound companion is like the seller of musk, that if you sit with them, they'll either give you some, or you can buy some from them, or you can at least just get a beautiful smell, the fragrance of that company. I have a friend who I've been, for probably several years, been buying perfume from in Jeddah, and he always gives me more than I ever buy. And I'm always reminded, visiting him, of that hadith. So the Prophet ﷺ, his descriptions are the most apt, and that's why we're very fortunate to have this musk seller who gives more than he sells. Jazakumullah khairan.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Like Imam Hamza, I am impressed by this turnout. And I am personally honored by the fact that so many of you have honored us with your presence today. I know that Imam Hamza will be equal to the task. I pray that I can also be equal to it. This is the most noble of all subjects. As Imam Hamza said, this is the ultimate concern of all human beings. And especially in the time that we live, a time of great knowledge, unimaginable knowledge, that knowledge has to be grounded, just like electricity is grounded, and it has to be made meaningful. This was one of the supreme legacies of Islamic civilization, and it remains our task today. And the grounding of that knowledge is in the discovery of God, and of relating all of that knowledge to the supreme cosmological truth. I am strengthened by the presence of my ally and my teacher and my guide, who is Imam Hamza. As he mentioned, we met when I was already in my 30s and he was a very young man. He was 16 years old at that time. And I have never seen Imam Hamza as anything less than a superior, even at that time. When I met him in this beautiful garden in Granada, where we had a wonderful school, I was impressed from the very beginning by the intensity of this young man and by the perception that he had. And it's said in the famous tradition which is attributed to Ibn Abbas and to others, "Man amila bima alima warathahu Allahu ilma ma lam yakun ya'lam." Whoever will put in practice what they know, God will give them as an inheritance knowledge of what they did not know. And this has always been the characteristic of my beloved brother, because of the fact that he always put into practice what he knew. And as his knowledge increased, his practice changed. But you could always know what he was learning by where he was and what he was doing. And I know that whatever Imam Hamza believes, he will do that. He will apply it. And therefore his knowledge increases. From the time that I met Imam Hamza, I saw him as a vanguard. The vanguard, of course, are the troops that go before the army and that check out the territory and that open up the ground, because this is what he always was for me. When he met me the first time, I had been given a task, which was to teach the Ajurumiyya and Arabic to that community in Spain that we had, and quite frankly, I didn't know what the Ajurumiyya was. I had studied Arabic in the Oriental fashion, but I'd never studied it in the traditional, and never been able to, because of the fact that when I opened the book of Sibawayh, which was the place to end and not begin, it was so difficult I couldn't get beyond the first chapter. So he brought to me not only the text of the Ajurumiyya, but he brought to me also a beautiful English commentary of it, which remains one of the best that is available to this day. And he brought other books as well. And as God graced us through our lives that have always intertwined, the word marriage in Latin comes from a root meaning to take two trees or two vines and to have them grow up parallel to each other and then intertwine over each other to make an arch. That's the metaphor of marriage in the Latin tradition. And it pertains to human beings as well as to spouses. So our lives have always been intermarried like that. And Imam Hamza has always been the teacher to me. He's always in the vanguard. He's always brought me new materials. He's always pointed in new directions. And sometimes I've studied him from afar, sometimes close at hand. I know that most of you know him as well as I. And I know that although your turnout today is a great honor to us, especially because it's an honor of the knowledge that we hold dear, I also know that if it were not for the presence of this luminary, that the turnout would probably be much more modest. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you for honoring Sheikh Hamza. Thank you for honoring me. I pray to God that we can fulfill our task and that we can make this a beneficial session so that we not only enjoy each other's presence, but that we also learn.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. وصلى اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. Alhamdulillah, the topic at hand of this gathering is the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And what both Dr. Omar and I decided that we would do is begin with an introduction. And this came from, in my Western studies, I had the good fortune of studying with a Western theologian. I had two courses with him. One was the philosophy of religion, another was epistemology. Very brilliant man. And the one on philosophy looked at the phenomenon of religion and how frameworks relate to religion. In other words, how we attempt to understand religion within frameworks of thought. Because religion as a phenomenon, as a human phenomenon, and it is a global and universal phenomenon. As a phenomenon, it is more related to experience in its initial stages than it is to anything intellectual. It's not initially framed in intellectual frames of reference, but rather experiential. And the first generation in every religion is always the most extraordinary. If you look at any religious tradition, you will find that the first generation had something that none of the later generations have. This is consistent in all of the world religions. Now, what's also consistent and fascinating is that all of these religions have almost identical problems, but they're problems because of the nature of the particular tradition will manifest in different ways, but essence they are very similar problems. And Islam is certainly not an anomaly in that. The problems that we as Muslims encountered early on in our tradition were encountered by other traditions before Islam. Islam has a unique vantage point in that it was the last of the great world religions. And for that reason, the Quranic text deals with previous traditions and some of their troubles. One of the things about the Jewish tradition is that the Jewish tradition does not have an understanding of the Islamic tradition within their early text. The Christian tradition has an understanding of the Jewish tradition, but not an understanding of the Islamic tradition. Whereas when you get to Islam, we have an understanding of these two Abrahamic faiths, and in that way are a completion of them and a clarification. And this is one of the beauties to me of Islam, is that when you become a Muslim, you are becoming a Jew and a Christian as well. That we, in a sense, embrace them even though both of them reject us. The Christians embrace the Jews, in essence, because they recognize the validity of Jewish tradition. But the Jews do not embrace the Christians. Whereas the Muslims embrace both. And the greatest proof of that is the fact that we are sanctioned to marry both Christian and Jewish women. I mean, I think this is a clear indication from God, is that not only is it a figurative embrace, but it can also be a literal embrace of those traditions. And it is prohibited for Muslims to prevent their wives from attending synagogue or church and completing their sacraments in their own faith. Islam does have that wonderful aspect that is absent in certainly the second other great Abrahamic tradition, which is Christianity. Judaism is a much smaller phenomenon. So what happens in religion is interesting, because what happens in religion is, in a sense, a manifestation of archetypes that are replicated in all of these different traditions. And that's why you will find, even within traditions, very similar expressions of the religious personality. That we have people in Islam that are very similar to people that are found in Christianity and in Judaism. In fact, they often will have more in common with their Christian counterparts than they have with other Muslims, or with their Jewish counterparts than they have with other Muslims, in their behavior and also in their understanding. And that is also very interesting. And one of the things that Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah said, was that when Muslims go astray, they go astray like the Jews go astray or like the Christians go astray. In other words, he was recognizing and articulating archetypal deviancy. That when you deviate as a deviation. It doesn't matter what tradition you're coming from. They are forms of deviancy. Now, the other aspect of trying to put religion into a frame of understanding is that it is a process. That when the phenomenon of religion enters into the world, either as a restorative event, which happened with the Jewish prophets who would come, like John the Baptist is within Judaic tradition, and we also recognize Jesus ﷺ as being in that tradition. But then you have radical breaks within religious tradition, and one of them obviously is Islam. Islam makes a radical departure from Judaism and Christianity in the same way that Christianity made a radical departure from Judaism. So you have a continuity, but then at certain periods in history you have these breaks. And those breaks need to be understood also. When they occur, if you asked, for instance, the Sahaba, radiallahu anhum, if you asked them what was happening to them, they would not, I don't believe that they would explain it in the way that we would explain it now. In other words, the terms, the frames of references that they would use would not be ours. And that occurs because of a distance. When you are experiencing the world without mediary, in this immediate sense, that is very different from somebody who is looking at a phenomenon from outside of it because of that historical distance. And you will have different understandings based on the time and the place that you're coming from. So we as a people now will understand the Islamic tradition in ways that are different from people 100 years ago or 200 years ago. We cannot deny the historic reality of where we were born, of the circumstances. Even factors like socioeconomic factors have influence. It's Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, the fact that he is a non-Arab will influence his madhab. And if you don't recognize that when you study it, about certain rulings that he gave, and there are rulings that I feel more comfortable, even though I'm a Maliki, I feel more comfortable with Abu Hanifa as an Ajami, as a non-Arab. And so you can deny that, and you can say that's not true, but I think that you do it to your detriment because you're not recognizing the enriching element that provides. As people have gifts, and when they come into Islam, they bring their gifts with them. Every people have gifts, and those gifts are not the same. Allah distributes His gifts differently amongst people. And one of the things Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said, he said that you have to know the wisdom of diversity. And when you go to a land, you have to understand that those people are not the same as the land that you are coming from. That they have differences, that we have universals that we share. Every human being shares them. But we also have particulars. And if you lose sight of one without the other, and this is one of the big debates in Islam between the philosophers and the theologians, because the philosophers said God only knows the universals. The philosophers said God only knows the universals. The theologians said no, God knows the universals and the particulars. If you ignore the particulars, then you do so, it will have tragic consequences. And so each people that came into Islam brought with them gifts. The Persians in particular brought extraordinary gifts into Islam. The Hellenic tradition also gave extraordinary gifts, and that came through the Byzantine influence. You can see a clear difference between scholars that are writing in the pre-Hellenistic period and the scholars that are writing in the post-Hellenistic period. You can witness the way that knowledge becomes classified, the logical structuring of their thought. All of these things you can see was a direct influence on intellectual gifts that were introduced into the community. And so these are part of the enrichment and the process of understanding who we are, what we believe, and what our religion is. And that is why the argument that there's no knowledge except the Salaf period, this argument that
We accept only this one period of time, and after that, everybody goes astray. That argument is denying something so elemental to our human experience, and that is the increase of knowledge in our own lives, our own evolution, as we grow and come to know more. And also the gifts that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given peoples and times and places. That to live in Cordoba in the 9th century must have been just an extraordinary experience. And what they knew and what they were thinking about and what they were discussing, to deny all of that as somehow being innovative or unnecessary or extraneous, is, I think, to really throw a gift of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala away. And so what I would like to look at now is, in a sense, an attempt to understand how we frame our experience and how that relates to creed. Now, every religion is founded upon direct experience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, that does not necessarily negate the mediary of the angel. But what I'm talking about, direct experience, is that it is not a rational, cognitive process. That what happens to prophets who have this direct experience of the noumenal realm, and we know that the Prophet ﷺ saw the angelic realm, and that is a direct experience. In other words, if we all went outside right now, and we could see from one horizon to the other horizon, and as far up in the sky as we could look, the angel Jibreel, and all of us saw that together, how would that affect our practice as Muslims? See, if I just told you that the Prophet ﷺ saw the entire horizon, the celestial sphere, fill up with an angelic being, and that was his experience. Now, the interesting thing about experience is not a logical proposition. You cannot prove or disprove experience. You can discuss it, you can interpret it, but you cannot say it's true or it's false. Experience is real for the one experiencing it. What then is the challenge is to determine whether or not that experience has an objective reality or a subjective reality. In other words, is that experience a true experience, or is it somehow something that's happening to this individual as a type of psychosis? Because we have people now that speak to God directly. They hear God. We have people living today that literally will tell you, and they're not lying. You can't say they're lying, because these people are in delusional states and they have auditory hallucinations, and sometimes also they actually see things. And these things are very real to them. Now, one of the interesting things about the Catholic Church, and I find this really fascinating because this is 4th century doctrine. The Catholic Church determined how to differentiate between a true divine experience, and this relates to prophets and saints, and between a demonic experience, because they too believe in the demonic realm like we do. The way they differentiate is that a demonic experience is always accompanied with an expansion of the self. In other words, it's a very exciting and joyful experience, and it is followed with despair. And a true spiritual experience is exactly the opposite. The initial experience is incredible constriction and fear and dread, and it is followed with a sense of expansion and joy. This is in their doctrine. This is actually doctrinal in Catholic tradition. Now, if we look at the experience of the Prophet ﷺ, if we look at the experience of Moses, Musa, la takhaf. Moses, when he had this experience, was filled with fear. Ibrahim, also the Prophet Muhammad. This is consistent with what we see in the Quran, and also what the Christians and the Jews understand within their traditions, is that this religious experience is overwhelming, incapacitates the self. And I personally believe that the Prophet ﷺ went into a state of shock. Because if you look at the description of his initial experience as if a physician, and I worked in a trauma center and had to study that, just how to identify people in different stages of shock, that if a physician looks at the descriptions of what happened to him, he was in a state of shock. Now, one of the most interesting things to me about his state was because of the vastness of his soul, and Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah rahimahullah said that the soul of the Prophet is bigger than this cosmos. In Kitab al-Ruh, that he actually says that the Prophet ﷺ, the magnanimity of his soul, the vastness of his soul is beyond our comprehension. That one of the things that is so extraordinary about his presence of mind is, despite the fact that he was going through the physical and autonomic nervous system's experience of shock, his mind was completely present, which is absent in a normal human being. When they go into shock, they lose the ability to think. And the proof for me in that is what he said to his wife, Zammiluni, Zammiluni. Zammiluni means wrap me up. Now we know that patients who are given shock, that one of the first things you do is you wrap them up. You're actually told to wrap them, to cover them up, to create some containment, because part of shock is a loss of self. It's when the outward and the inward crash. There's just a massive crash that occurs, and so the experience of psychic integrity, of the soul being, the self being whole, is shattered because something has forced itself in on the soul. And so the Prophet ﷺ, whatever happened to him in that cave, and one of the extraordinary things about that was the actual squeeze that Jibreel gave to the Prophet. And there were 3 squeezes. And the Prophet ﷺ, what is reported is that he used kana yatahannath. He used to go and do this thing called tahannuth. And tahannuth in the Arabic language, if you look, almost always the commentators put next to it ta'abbud. But if you look at the word hinth is actually shirk. And tahannuth is to remove oneself. Tajannub is tafa'ul form in Arabic. One of the purposes of it in morphology is to avoid something. So tahajjud is to avoid sleep. Hujud is sleep. Takalluf, tahammul, that's actually from takalluf. But tajannub is to avoid nearness to somebody, the jamb. And tahannuth is to avoid shirk. The Prophet ﷺ, at the early stage of his life, he was going to the cave in order to remove himself from the exterior world of all of these forms and go into a place at night and do what he was doing. And it was a Hanific practice. It was a practice of those people, probably akin to what we would call today meditation, that he was in a contemplative state. His desire was the desire to empty out forms, because the soul has to be emptied of forms before it can have knowledge of the one who has no form, because forms will impinge on that understanding. And so what Jibreel, according to some of our scholars like Imam al-Halabi, says that the squeezing was actually squeezing any remnant out of his soul from the world, from his historical circumstances, because he was going to be filled with 3 vessels. He was going to be filled with Iman, Islam, and Ihsan. And so there had to be a complete emptying out in order. And this is one of the things that the Sahaba said about the Prophet ﷺ, that the Prophet used to empty us of Jahiliyyah and fill us with Islam. And so Islam is an emptying before it's a filling. And this is called takhliyah. Takhliyah, the people of the science say, at-takhliyatu tasbiq at-tahliyah, that the emptying out, it must precede the ornaments. In other words, you have to be stripped of the ugly before you can be ornamented with the beautiful. And so this is at the essence of the religious experience, is this emptying out of the world and being filled with a sense of the noumenal realm. And this obviously is what occurs to the Prophet ﷺ. Now, his second of these experiences. He has many experiences, but obviously that first experience, which is Iqra, the second experience, I mean, he has the experience as a child, but we're talking now of the prophetic experience, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. The second experience is the Isra and the Mi'raj. Now, this is another deep spiritual experience, and this is the inner hijrah that is also related to the outer hijrah. And Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah wrote a book called The Two Hijrahs, because a lot of people think that hijrah is a physical movement. And the Prophet ﷺ negated that when he said that the real muhajir is the one who makes hijrah from what Allah has prohibited him. And Allah has prohibited us from everything other than Himself. So this experience that the Prophet ﷺ has, if you look at the Quranic description, it says, مَا زَاغَ الْبَصَرُ وَمَا طَغَى. His vision did not deviate. Now, we have to understand this in the context of what was happening to him. What was happening to him was he was moving through the seven heavens. And that means that he was being given unveilings of the unseen world. He was literally being given unveilings of the unseen world. Now, if we had unveilings right now, if Allah removed this veil from us, we would probably, the vast majority of us, would go into a state of insanity, quite literally, because we could not take it. We know now in our material sciences that we are seeing less than a billionth of the material stimuli at any given moment. In other words, when I look out in this room, I'm actually seeing less than a billionth of what is materially there to stimulate my senses. So my spectrum, like that extraordinary, and it's one of my favorite metaphors because it's such an extraordinary metaphor. Visible light is a very small spectrum on the electromagnetic spectrum. You have infrared and then you have the ultraviolet light. So it goes up and it goes down, and the waves get smaller and longer depending on which way you're going. Well, there's a very small spectrum within that electromagnetic continuum that we call visible light, and that is what we see. Now, that is the material world. That's what we've identified. That's not dealing yet with the ghaib. That's actually not ghaib, because the ghaib, we do not have access to it in the same way that we have access to the material world. We also know that in the sense that this is the dominant theory now, is that the overwhelming majority of the universe is dark matter. In other words, 95% of the universe, the physical universe, is actually not even perceived by us. So what we actually, when we look out there, and one of the interesting things that caused this is that when they began to look out and see stars everywhere, it just goes on and on and on. A question came, why isn't the night sky as light as the day sky? Because if light travels and all these lights are out there, the whole heavens are filled with just orbs of light, why aren't they filling up the night sky in the same way? Because we only see about 2,500 to 3,000 stars on a really clear moonless night. Why isn't it all stars? And what they realize is that only some stars are penetrating and actually going. It's a visitation, which is very interesting because the Quran says, وَالسَّمَاءِ وَالطَّارِقِ وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا الطَّارِقِ النَّجْمُ ثَاقِبٌ, the night and the night visitor. And the star is a night visitor, which indicates that the light of the star is moving. It's a journey. And when it gets here, it is like a night visitor, quite literally. So the Quran describes stars as night visitors. And then it says what will convey to you what this night visitor is. It says, An-Najmu Thaqib, the piercing star. Now, Thaqib is to put a hole through pearl. And so the stars that are actually reaching us are like that. They are the ones that penetrate all of this extraordinary celestial light. So what we know about the seen world is incredibly small. And yet the unseen world we have no knowledge of. Now I want to look other than what we've been told, and those are called the sam'iyat, what we're told. Now I want to look just at the Isra and this idea that his vision did not deviate. If you were traveling through the unseen realm, And all of this unveiling was occurring. You were seeing all of this extraordinary unveiling. Why wouldn't your vision be looking at all of that? In other words, why wouldn't you be distracted? And that again goes back to the heart of the Prophet ﷺ, who had only one concern that night, and that was to visit his Lord. He was on a journey to God. And he was not interested in the particulars, because if you know God, you know everything. Like the poet said, كُلُّ مَا تَهْوَاهُ مَوْجُودٌ فِي ذَاتِ اللَّهِ. Everything you desire exists in God. So if you have God, you have your heart's desire. And everybody else, everything that human beings are running around out there looking for is ultimately, that's what it is. It's nothing else. Everybody's looking for the same thing. They are looking for their heart's desire. And that is why Imam al-Junayd once passed by a man who was about to get he was a thief, a brigand, qati' al-tariq. He was about to get his head chopped off. And he greeted him, and one of the students with him, he said, why would you greet a man like that? And he said, any man that will give his life for his desire, I respect. In other words, that sacrifice, that's somebody that's taking life very seriously. And that's why I actually, in some ways, I have a soft spot in my heart for atheists, and I'll tell you why. I've never met an atheist that didn't take God seriously. And yet I've met so many people in my life that are not atheists that just don't take God seriously. But I've yet to meet an atheist that does not take God very seriously. They're bothered by it. They're troubled by it. They read books about it. It ends up being a topic of discussion with them because that's how serious they take it. And one of the 7 deadly sins in Christianity, and they're certainly deadly in Islam as well, and to me it's the most interesting one. It's called sloth, acedia in Latin. And this sin, most people think of it as laziness, but it's not laziness. In Catholic tradition, sloth was spiritual lassitude. It was that you did not take your salvation seriously. That you literally squandered your time on earth and did not take your life seriously. And that is why the vast majority of us are in a slothful state. Even if we're spending all of our time working, if we are not thinking deeply about where we're going, what happens, then we're in a slothful state. We're spiritually lazy. And lazy people are uninspiring people, they're uninspired people, and they're held in contempt by even other lazy people. So if we look at this experience of the Isra and the Mi'raj, it's an extraordinary experience because this is direct witnessing. But look at the preparation that took place before that. That is not how Islam began, is it? It began with Jibreel. It began with the intermediary. And then it was 13 years of persecution. And Thaqif is the experience that precedes the Isra, which is the lowest point of the Prophet's life on earth. According to the Prophet ﷺ, he said to Aisha, the worst time I had was at the hands of your people, Thaqif. That was the worst experience that he'd had. Total state of humiliation. The children threw rocks at him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then he was offered this opportunity for revenge, and he didn't take it. And his reason was the children. So he expressed not only his ultimate humanity, but just his extraordinary magnanimity in a moment when many, many people would have, in fact, most people, and certainly most males, would have wanted revenge. And he did not. And so he's followed on the way back, and then the jinn is another element because they become Muslims. So introduction also into this other world, and then ultimately the Isra and the Mi'raj. When he comes back from that experience, the Prophet ﷺ now is ready to move to the next phase, which is to be in the world. Because the world is no longer a threat to him. as a distraction. He now sees reality as it is. And this is what his prayer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was, show me things as they truly are. Show me things as they are. So he was given this extraordinary gift of seeing things as they truly are. And when he comes back to the world, he is able to be in the world in a way in which the world is no longer going to be not only a distraction to him, between him and his Lord. He will not misperceive the world. And this is called right understanding. And this is also in all of the world religions. There's an understanding or a first principle that everything begins with right understanding. That we must perceive the world correctly, because our lack of perception, our misperception of the world is what causes us pain. I mean, this is very interesting, and it's a motif that's very dominant in the Buddhist tradition, is this idea of your suffering comes from a lack of understanding of the nature of the world, because suffering is related to desire, at what we call in Arabic, what the Quran calls baghi. And baghi, which means desire, also means oppression, which is so, to me, that is so fascinating. The word for desire and the word for oppression are the same in Arabic. So freedom from desire, bughya, the freedom from desire is when you make your desire right desire. In other words, you have a right understanding of what you should want. Then the challenge is to make what you should want what you want. Because it's one thing to know what you should want. It's another thing to want that thing. Because there are plenty of people that are smoking that want good health. They know, I should want to stop smoking. And they will also say, I want to stop smoking. But really what they're saying is, I should want to stop smoking. And then they get to a point where they do want to stop smoking, and then the struggle begins. Knowing what you should want and knowing what you want are not the same. And most of us don't even know what we should want. And that is a big problem. Once we know what we should want, then it's how do we get to wanting what we should want. And once you want that thing, and want comes from a word which means to be impoverished, which is related to this idea of iftiqar, which is the definition of humanity. Creation in Arabic is al-muftaqiru ilallah. It is the one that wants, is in want of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is the definition of creation. The definition of the Creator is the one free of want. Al-mustaghni an al-kull. Free of want. Has no want. Has no need. And so this idea of knowing what we should want and then wanting that thing. The Prophet ﷺ, when he comes back, he goes to Medina, and then the experience is translated into practice. And this is the next phase, is how do we translate our experience of the divine, a direct experience, into the world. And this is how he becomes the model for humanity, because he ta'akhlaqa bi akhlaqillah. He took on the divine qualities of these ethical qualities that God, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described himself with. So if you look now, just in terms of what happens, this experience happens. And there's a story of the devil was walking with one of his disciples. And there was a man in front of him who stumbles on something, and he picks it up, and suddenly you see this illumination around this person. The disciple asked the devil, what just happened? He said, he just stumbled onto the truth. And he says, well, aren't you bothered? And he says, I'll get him to organize it tomorrow. So this is where we move now into the realm of how do we organize the experience? How do we schematize it? How do we put it into a creed? There is an incredible danger in that. And it's, in a sense, it's the decline of religion. And yet, at the same time, there's an absolute necessity for it. And that's why our scholars had to do it. I think they realized its danger, and that's where you get their great hesitation with this process, because I really believe, and I want to show you historically what happens and why it came to this extraordinary culmination that I don't see in any other religious tradition. None. I really don't. I'm not an expert on comparative religions or religious. That was my university major, but I can't say that I'm an expert by any means. I don't know the languages that are necessary, look at the primary sources. But in the overall presentations and educated summaries of the religions that I've looked at, I've never seen anything that comes close to this, and that's why I want to look at it. When you look at religion, ultimately religion is experience, and then that experience enters into propositions. The experiences become propositions. I believe that Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, one of the beauties for me of our creedal formula is that it is not just a testimony, because shahada means to testify, it also means witness. And that's why I believe that the beauty of Islam is that it has enabled the proposition to be experience also. It will not be experience for everybody, but we can say the shahada in two ways. We can say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. In other words, I see that there is no God but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Or we can say, I testify. That Arabic word holds both those meanings. So it's not just experience, experience is there, but there's also the creedal formula. Now, I personally believe that the Sahaba, and certainly the Messenger of Allah, were in that first understanding. Not all of them. That's what I believe. I believe that they were not saying, I testify. They were saying, I see. I am witnessing. I am experiencing the truth of La ilaha illallah. And that is the difference between them and the vast majority of the rest of us. And that is why they're such an extraordinary community. And I think Abu Bakr is, after the Prophet ﷺ, the greatest witness. He has the greatest experience of that, and that's why he never falters. He never wavers. He never has any hesitation, because he was in a state of witnessing. And Haritha is probably another excellent example of that. كيف أصبحت يا حارثة أصبحت مؤمنا حقا. He said, how have you woken up? It's a Hasan Hadith. How have you woken up? He said, I've woken up a true believer. In other words, something happened to him in which he went from a mu'min to a mu'min haqqan. He's qualifying his state of iman, that there is a qualitative difference between my state of iman this morning than other mornings. And the Prophet ﷺ said, think about what you're saying, because every reality has a proof. What is the proof of your reality? And then he gives the description that I am experiencing Jannah as if it's right here, and I can hear people moaning from the agony of hell. He was in a state of experience. And the Prophet ﷺ said, Arafta falzam. You have ma'rifah. You have true knowledge now. So hold tight to it, because you can lose that. Hold tight to it. Now, if you look at what happens, one of the extraordinary things about our tradition is always in the time of greatest need, you can see providence, the providential care that has been in this religion. And providence, it comes from, similar to provide. It's that God gives you what you need when you need it. That is providence. And we can see providence in our tradition if you look at it. I'll give you an example. At the point in which it was absolutely necessary to codify the sacred law, these four imams emerged. Same time. The basic same time. One didn't come 100 years after the others. They were students of each other, with the exception of Ahmad ibn Hanbal. They were benefiting from each other. Ahmad ibn Hanbal is a student of Imam Shafi'i, and Imam Shafi'i takes from Ahmad. Obviously, he then is a student of Abu Hanifa and Malik through that, because the chain is there. So these men all appear at this same time. Now, the other extraordinary period is the time of the creedal formation and the time also of the spiritual knowledge. And I want to show how all of these three come together in a unique and extraordinary human being, and why that, to me, is one of the proofs of Islam. The three men who give us a creedal understanding, and I'm not going to go into, and it's interesting, it's fascinating to go into a lot of the historical, the Mu'tazilite, and what happens with Wasil ibn Ata and Nizam and all these different, and also the Khawarij. I mean, there's some really interesting characters that show up and cause a lot of trouble. But generally, one of the most common problems in religious tradition is what is known as the reason-tradition dichotomy. We call it aql wa naql, the aql and naql dichotomy. That most religious traditions, in fact all of the world traditions, have a problem in resolving this essential split, which is how do we get tradition to conform to reason, or reason to conform to tradition. Now in Islam there's an early split, which is the Mu'tazila, who are the rationalists. They take this Hellenistic tradition, and this is essentially what philosophy is, because theology is divided into two broad demarcations. Natural theology, which is the theology of reason, and revealed theology, which is the theology of tradition. These are two, within systematized religion, these are the two ways of looking at it. The philosophers are the people that are interested in natural philosophy. They're not interested in revealed philosophy. Now, the first two early philosophers in the 3rd century are Al-Kindi and Al-Farabi. And both of them attempted to create a rational basis for tradition. And this is a deep-seated interest in the West, and something that the Muslims abandoned largely, with the exception of the Shia tradition. The Sunni Muslims abandoned this pursuit. The Christians did not. And it led to real problems later on for Christians, especially the Catholic Church, because of St. Thomas Aquinas. When the Hellenistic ideas about God and about the idea of the cosmos being eternal, coexistent with God, and that what God was the cybernetic force in the universe. He was the unifying factor. He was the one that molded chaos. So the Greeks had this idea of cosmos and chaos, that the Hayula or the Hela was this eternal substance, and what happens is that there's an unmoved mover that's affecting all of this. And these ideas came into Islam and caused a lot of problems early on in the 3rd century. Well, they move on. They have their own strain, and those are called Muslim philosophers. And they're an interesting lot, and they're brilliant, and they have a massive impact on the West. They have a much greater impact on the West than they do on the Muslims. I mean, really, they alter the Western civilization completely. I mean, Western civilization takes a sharp turn as a result, particularly of Averroes or Ibn Rushd, who is ultimately a student of Ibn Sina, who's a student of Al-Farabi, who's a student of Al-Kindi in thought. So what you have that strain. Those are the natural theologians. And the 5 proofs of the existence of God that are so famous in the West from St. Thomas Aquinas are, and I've seen Edgar Myers shows exactly where he got them from Al-Farabi, and he puts side by side St. Thomas's Latin version and the Arabic version, and then the translation, and you can see that it's literally a direct translation from Al-Farabi. So, the Christians were using Muslim proofs. Now, that strain, don't think that this idea of proving the existence of God has anything to do with doubt about God. Doubt about God is a modern concept. There are very few ancients who had any doubts about God. And the people trying to prove the existence of God were largely deeply religious people. They were deeply devout people. So why do you think they would try to prove the existence of God? Because they felt that faith should be based in reason. They felt that in order for faith to be on firm foundation, it should have the foundation of reason. And that's why they attempted, to the best of their ability, to create a rational foundation for belief. And this again gets to reason and tradition, this problem. So they were trying to synthesize the essential problem of aql and naql. How do we get naql to correspond with aql, or vice versa? And they made many, many attempts. At a certain point, because of massive confusion that was beginning to reign in the Islamic lands, a group of people show up. One was in Egypt, Abu Ja'far al-Tahawi, and he dies in 321, which is 933 of the Christian era. The second is from Basra and teaches in Baghdad, two cities that are in the news a lot. And in those days, the wars were with sandals in the mosques, throwing shoes at each other when they disagreed. Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, now they're using them to hit statues and things like that. So, tradition's hard to get rid of. Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, who dies in 324, and that's 935. And then Abu Mansur al-Maturidi, who is he's born in Maturid and dies in Samarkand, in what's called traditionally Khorasan, the land where the sun rises. Khorasan, sun is sun, Khora. So it's Khorasan, the land where the sun comes up, which is the East or Asia. We would call it now Central Asia. And he comes from that place. Now, what's interesting about Central Asia is he came from a place that was a center of Buddhist learning. And I find this deeply significant. I actually wrote a paper called How the Buddha Saved Islam. It's a paper in which I tried, and I've never seen this anywhere, but I really tried to show that the paradoxical formulas that are introduced by the Maturidis and the Ash'aris were actually coming out of Buddhist logic. And the Buddhists had a massive impact. A lot of people don't know this, but they actually had a massive impact. The tolerance of the Abbasid period, I believe, is largely due to the influence of Buddhism, because the Barmekkids, who were the great ministers of the Abbasids, were from Afghanistan. And that family was a famous Buddhist priest family. They're very tolerant, deeply tolerant people. And they introduced a lot of this extraordinary tolerance during the Abbasid period into the Islamic tradition and removed a lot of the very harsh interpretations. And they textually justified it, which is what's so beautiful. And that's why the danger of religion is that it is open to multiple textual interpretations. And it's which one are you going to choose? And in a sense, that is revealing something about your essential nature. What are you attracted to? Because you can find harshness, you can find cruelty in all the religion. And then you can find all these other qualities. And I feel that the other qualities are the dominant qualities. It's almost like those harsh and cruel aspects. It's like a shadow, a Jungian shadow religion that exists alongside the true religion to almost separate people and to reveal themselves. Because hypocrisy is the worst type of personality, the one who's hiding his true nature. So these three men all are existing. I mean, look at that. 333, 321, 324, and 333. I mean, this is their death dates. So these three men are all living at the same time, and they formulate these creeds that basically save Islam. Now, Imam al-Tahawi is more of a naql. He's not interested in aql. And he has very few, if any, he has a few, but he has very few what is mistermed speculative theological formulas. It's mistermed. I would say more rational. The Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari is, in a sense, a bridge between aql and naql. But Imam Abu Ja'far al-Maturidi takes it to a much deeper level, the three, in terms of this fundamental problem. And what's interesting is the great creedal formula of the Muslims becomes the formula of Imam al-Nasafi, who was a Maturidi, with the commentary of Taftazani, who was an Ash'ari. And this is what was taught in our madrasas for centuries. I mean, these are the two great texts. One is a commentary by an Ash'ari, but the other is a creed by a Maturidi. And these three men represent what comes to be known as Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. They basically create creeds. They produce creeds. And credo in Latin means I believe. So a creed is what you believe. You say credo, I believe. And that's why in the beginnings of these creeds they always say aqulu mu'taqidan. I say believing. So the aqeedah is what you're bound to. It's what you have conviction about. You know, it's aqadtu. You know, it's what you're knotted, it's what you've bound to, it's what you believe and have conviction about. And this becomes the Aqeedah. This is the word that's used in ours for the creed. So they call it the Aqeedah al-Nasafiyya, the Aqeedah al-Tahawiyya, the Aqeedah al-Ash'ariyya, like that. And then each one of these, Imam Abu Ja'far al-Tahawi and Imam al-Maturidi are the two Hanafis. And Imam al-Ash'ari, there's a debate. The Malikis claim him as a Maliki, and the Shafi'is claim him as a Shafi'i. So, and I think probably the stronger argument is that he was a Shafi'i, but his greatest student by one, there is a mediary between the two. His greatest student is Abu Bakr al-Baqallani, who was a Maliki scholar who develops what's known as the atomic theory in Islam, and it's probably the most sophisticated pre-modern theory. And there's a book called The History of the Atom, and there is a chapter on the Muslim atomic theory, and they do admit that. The scientist that wrote that book said that this is clearly the most sophisticated pre-modern atomic theory that we have. And he also says that he doesn't really understand how they got it, the Muslims. And so they were thinking very deeply about that. Now, I believe also there's a connection between the Buddhist atomic theory and Abu Bakr al-Baqallani's theory, because there's a lot of similarities. And that is obviously deep speculation, and there's Muslims that did not like that at all. And that tended to be, within the Hanbali tradition, you have a fourth strain. From these three men, you have a fourth strain, which is the Hanbali strain. The Hanbalis tended to be, although Abu Hasan al-Ash'ari would use Imam Ahmad as his foundation, in a sense, because Imam Ahmad was considered the Imam of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. It's his laqab, because he had such an important role to play in protecting Islam from the Mu'tazilites. He was honored with that. And so, in that sense, now Imam of the four Imams, the three Imams, Abu Hanifa, Malik, and Shafi'i, have more room for aql, and the most is Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu. He is the most rational. He is a legal philosopher in a way. I mean, Imam Shafi'i is also, but Abu Hanifa will use aql more than any of the other Imams. Ahmad ibn Hanbal is the least inclined to do that. He will prefer a weak hadith over analogical reasoning, and that is in his madhab, which gives total lie to this idiotic idea that weak hadiths have no place in Islam. I mean, if Ahmad ibn Hanbal uses weak hadiths before he uses qiyas in his usul, I mean, I think that exposes the ignorance of people who claim that weak hadiths are worthless. On the contrary, they've been used for centuries by our greatest scholars. So, of those three, of the four strains, the Hanbali strain will be the least inclined to any type of rational approach to creed. And it will get to the point where the anthropomorphists, who are a problem in all religions, not just the Muslims, this phenomenon is a phenomenon within religion, are people that take things literally. In other words, believe in the literal meaning of everything that is said. And that is absolutely impossible to do with any text of Revelation, because the nature of language is that there is always analogy and metaphor, always. You cannot get out of it. It's impossible. It is simply impossible. And it leads to very difficult, even the literalists who deal with the Quran, they get into big problems in interpreting certain verses in the Quran and create very clever rhetorical devices to deal with those problematic verses for them. Like ask the town, فَسَلَ الْقَرْيَةِ. You know, ask the town. How do you ask a town? I mean, what's a town? What do you mean ask the town? Do you mean ask the people of the town? Do you mean ask, I mean, if it's literally the town. Town, can I ask you a question? Chicago, I'd like to ask you. Well, I can say that. You know, I want to hear what Chicago has to think about all this. Now, obviously, I mean you people here from Chicago. Well, that's metaphor. And that's in language. It's just the way it is. The White House announced today. I mean, nobody saw these bricks that are painted white saying something, right? At least as far as I know. Announced things. So this aql and naql is what Abu al-Mansur al-Maturidi is trying to bring together, this understanding. Now, the third formulation is amongst the people who deal with ihsan, or the spiritual science of Islam. So the providential care that we see in this community is during the period we see Al-Harith al-Muhasibi, who's 243, Imam al-Junayd, who is probably the great formulator of the tradition, in 297, and then Ash-Shibli, his student, 334, Abu Talib al-Makki, 386, and then I would add Rabi' al-Adawiyya to that, because she introduced the idea. She really is credited with the introduction of the idea of love of God being higher than fear of God. And it's a very important introduction into the Islamic tradition. The Bakka'un, who were these men that literally became so enveloped with fear of God that they stopped eating, they'd cry all the time. They were basically dysfunctional from this immense fear. And she introduces this idea that love is such a higher concept when dealing with the divine. And that becomes very strong within that tradition. Now, that Islam, the four Imams, Iman, these four traditions, and then ihsan, these four imams, and adding Rabi'ah as the fifth in that science. They basically formulate Iman, Islam, and ihsan. It becomes a religion in the sense that we can study it in an organized, schematized way. That was not true in the first community. It just wasn't, because much of it was experiential. And you could ask the Sahaba, they knew all these things. They had immense knowledge of all three subjects, but they did not have Bab al-Wudu, or Bab al-Tahara, or Bab al-Nikah, and dividing Nikah into different types, and having different types, Salih and Fasid, or the 5 formulations. So here you have the philosophers that are pure rationalists. You have the traditionalists, which were the Muhaddithun, who are pure traditionalists. They're not interested in aql, they're interested in naql. And that's why the fuqaha say the muhaddith is a pharmacist. He's not a doctor. So never get a prescription from a pharmacist. All the pharmacist knows is naql. See, what the doctor has is aql. He knows how to apply, he knows how to put things together, he knows how to, we hope. Right? But that's what the physician, he learns how to discern between signs and symptoms, what if you have jaundice, what that means, and then what is the prognosis, where it's going, all these things. So that's the faqih. And rarely do you get the two together. Now the same is true about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's these creedal formulations. You have the creed, which is naql, but then you have to have an understanding of it. This is aql. And so bringing these two together, this is what Fakhruddin al-Razi says is the meaning of nurun ala nur. That light upon light is revelation on intellect. And Raghib al-Isfahani said, never be impressed with a person's Islam until you've tested their intellect. Because the most dangerous thing that you can have is intellect without religion, or religion without intellect. It's a disaster. Both are disasters. Intellect without religion leads to concentration camps, gas chambers. We've got a problem. It's called the Jewish problem. And what's the most efficient way to deal with this problem? This is pure reason. There's people that could argue against that, but ultimately, this is how they perceive the world. This is how Nazi Germany perceived the world. Efficiency. And we were the Obermensch. We're the people beyond good and evil. We're not, because in the Kantian moral argument for the existence of God, what Kant says is the understanding of good and evil is the greatest proof for the existence of God. Because without God, you could have no understanding of good and evil. And this is what happens when revelation is removed from intellect, because intellect can be evil. And this is what, in the golden mean, intellect is a mean between craftiness and between stupidity. So the intellect can be used for evil. And religion without intellect leads also to gas chambers. They might be metaphorical ones, but again, we have a problem. the Americans are our problem. Well, let's just kill them all. I mean, that's a great solution. Because God said, kill them wherever you find them. So let's just do that. I mean, this is what happens when you divorce one from the other. You end up with the same result, which is brutality, a loss of your humanity. It's really extraordinary. And this is why bringing these two together is so difficult, and yet our religion has been so brilliant at doing it. And the man that did it is called the proof of Islam, Hujjatullah al-Ghazali. He is the man that brought it all together. He brought the fiqh, the usul. He was a master. He's one of the greatest usuli scholars in history. He brought the Aqeedah. He brought the philosophical tradition, and he brought the spiritual tradition, and he synthesized it into this extraordinary exposition of Islam where he said, don't fight each other. These are not mutually exclusive meanings. Can't you see you're all looking at things from a different perspective, and what you need to recognize is this is a diamond that has different facets. And it is the divine light that comes into that diamond that refracts it into this extraordinary rainbow of colors that yasurra nadirin, delight those who look at it.
This session continues on the following CD. This begins CD number 2.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I'd like to make a few comments, and then I'd like to ask a question for Imam Hamza. First of all, this was a beautiful introduction and extremely beneficial. One of the points that we want to make in beginning this exposure to the Islamic theological tradition is the fact that in the things that we discuss, there are certain aspects of it that were regarded to be obligatory. And as we go through the theological discussions in the upcoming sessions, we'll try to make that clear, that certain things that we declare and witness and see about God are obligatory for Muslims to believe, and other things are not. So it's important to know that just as in law, you have the obligatory and the prohibited, and you have the recommended and the disliked, and you have the neutral. So also in theological discussion, you have that which is obligatory, that which is forbidden. You have that which is recommended, that which is disliked, and you have that which is neutral. And a lot of the abstruse points of theology we've tried to leave out because they're not obligatory. However, the obligatory aspects of theology, such as knowing the 13 attributes that we'll discuss today, this is obligatory. And every Muslim is supposed to know that. And this is the first obligation of Islam, to know this knowledge. It's a very precious knowledge, a very valuable knowledge. But the first obligation that you have, even before you learn to make ablution and prayer, is to know what is required of you about your Creator. Now, having said that, when I went to one of the great teachers that I was blessed to be with for many years, the first requirement that he made of me was to learn theology. And as I began to study the text that he gave me, I encountered the necessary, the possible, and the impossible. The traditional theologians, like traditional Islamic thinkers, most of their reason is based on the belief that in the logical world, in the realm of reason, there is a necessary dimension, such as a triangle must have 3 angles, and the sum of those is 180. And then there is the impossible, which can never exist, and then there is the possible. And as an American with a Western background, I didn't really understand even what that meant. And when it said that these are the 3 categories, there is no fourth, I had to ask, why is there no fourth? So today, in the age of quantum physics and curved space, when we ask about a triangle, we think about, well, what would a triangle be in curved space? These traditional categories, which are very strong, because if you know the necessary, the possible, and the impossible, you can prove God just from existence. and non-existence. You just need to have two absolute opposites, and you can work out incredible arguments from that. But it's not very meaningful for us today. So my question to Sheikh Hamza is, these proofs of God, which were such an important part of our intellectual legacy, and which affected the Europeans also, as he said, how can we make these meaningful for us today in an age where proofs about God are not just intellectual exercises, but where they're actually necessary for a people who live in doubt, and many of whom, or most of whom, don't even believe?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's interesting because to me that was one of the most interesting things when I was studying that, and that was explained to me. And Imam As-Sanusi, who's one of the great formulators of creeds in Islamic tradition, he actually said that the difference between a rational person and an irrational person was an irrational person could not distinguish between the three different types of propositions, which are the rational propositions, the empirical propositions, and the revelatory propositions. He said if you couldn't do that, he couldn't consider you a aql, like an intelligent person or a rational person. And traditionally that was what people learned. We learned, the Muslims generally relied on what's called in the West a cosmological argument for the existence of God. The arguments for the existence of God fall into three categories in the West generally. Arguments from reason, which are called ontological arguments, and there's a few different versions of that. The most famous is Saint Anselm, who was the Archbishop of Canterbury from the 13th century. And then the second most famous is Descartes, which is a slightly modified version of that. And that's still an interesting, it's also a modern, that's probably the one that's had the most lasting power because it's the most difficult to deal with. And then the second is those arguments from the world, that argue from the world, the existence of the world, and those are cosmological arguments. And the most famous, and even the Western formulation of the cosmological argument is St. Thomas Aquinas, who got it from the Muslims, because it is a Muslim argument. And there is a version of that now in Western philosophy because of Watt's contribution, called the Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God, which is now in textbooks in philosophy. They're beginning to have chapters on that, because they recognize that the Muslim contribution was a unique contribution. And then the third category is what are called teleological, which are arguments for the existence of God from particulars in the world. There's a fourth, which is Kant's, because Kant, when he wrote the Critique of Pure Reason, which he basically gave very powerful arguments against all three of those. And since then, since Kant, they haven't been, you can't take them seriously, as they say in philosophy. But he did it in order to introduce his proof. So he wasn't trying to destroy those proofs. What he was trying to do is put it on a stronger foundation, and he introduced the moral argument for the existence of God. And there is a fifth argument, which is really the true Muslim argument for the existence of God, which is called the fitra argument. And there is a version of that in the West, which is called the common sense argument for the existence of God, which is that the majority of human beings do believe in the noumenal realm. They believe that there is intelligent power behind the universe. And that's the overwhelming majority of human beings. And that is the fitrah. And we believe that. You can have misunderstandings of that, like in animism, naturalism, pantheism, but there's still a basic understanding. Atheism is actually a small minority, and it's an anti-fitrah group, because they're always people, you'll never get children that are atheists. It's extremely rare. I know of somebody, a German Jewish philosopher, that did say that he was an atheist by 8, which I find really, that would be hard to believe. Although Muslims do believe that you can have aql before puberty. So you can be rational before puberty. And 7 is what's called sinnu tamyiz. So from that point of view, it might be. But children that are still in a fitra state will not. We don't believe that. And that's what the Prophet ﷺ said, that children are born on fitra. And children are deeply spiritual. And there's very little, there's only one book that I know of, which was published in Harvard on the spirituality of children. Most children have no problem understanding God. And one of the interesting things about children is that they do not question the will of God. A child will never say, why is this happening to me? I don't deserve this. Like if a child gets cancer, they won't get angry that they've got cancer. And anybody that's ever worked in cancer wards, pediatric cancer wards, will testify to this. They're very accepting of what happens to them. And I read a book by a man who lost his eyesight when he was a young boy, and he said he was so happy that it was when he was a child, because had he been an adult, he probably would have gotten angry at God. But because he was a child, he just accepted it. What I find personally for myself is I find whenever I read the Quran with tadabbur, I get increase in my iman. I mean, I have found that in my own personal life. And I know a son of a scholar who's also a scholar who told me that he went through a period of a lot of doubt in his life. And his father, who was a great commentator of the Quran, told him to read the Quran and ponder its meanings. And he said that that was a healing for him. And I personally believe that our greatest proof is the Quran, but the Quran's a very difficult book. It's easy from one perspective, but it's very difficult from another perspective. And I think anybody that says otherwise is just doing a disservice to Revelation. That's why it's always talking about ulul albab, people of innermost pith, people of intellect. So in terms of proofs, I'm interested. The thing about the West is that they're still thinking about this stuff very seriously. And they do take God seriously at one level. They're on both sides. People like Dawkins, Richard Dawkins, who's an evolutionist, just really wants to prove that God doesn't exist. Stephen Hawking is another one. His goal in life is to prove that the universe does not need a God. I mean, he's actually stated that. And his wife left him because she was a devout Christian. And she actually got to the point where she just could not live with him. So there are people that, that's how serious. And that's why I'm saying they take it very serious. And I would say that for us, there are really interesting developments, what they call the anthropic principle, the strong and weak anthropic principle. One of the things that there's a lot of evidence that there is not life in other parts of the universe, because all of the necessary things that would have to come together in order for life to exist are just, it's mind-boggling. And they've studied this. Just the resonance of atoms, what they're resonating at. The solar system, the actual distance we are from the sun, the biosphere, the gases, the coming together of all the gases. It just goes on and on and on. That's very interesting. The teleological proof for the existence of God, which is what they sometimes call the design proof, is also having a revival. People like, I think it's called Behe or Behe or B, I don't know, Behe, who wrote Darwin's Black Box. He's a chemist from University of Pennsylvania, I think. And in that book, he argues that the cell is far too complicated to be explained by evolution. There's just not enough time, because we have reasonable estimates of how long our solar system has been here. And he says statistically it's just not possible. There has to be design behind the cell, because Darwin made the assumption that the protoplasma was a simple substance. He did not think that it would get more complicated as you went into the cell. He thought it would get more simple. And his idea being that evolution comes from simplicity, it moves into complexity. What they're finding is it gets more complex the more you go down. And so these people are they're making interesting arguments. There's also been some really interesting moral arguments that have been developed. There's a book called Evidence for God that was written by a lawyer. He was a Reagan, he was in the Reagan administration, and he argues that, he said, for years I was just a Machiavellian nihilistic politician, and he said, I don't care what you say, if you don't have a foundation for morality based in the transcendent, there is no foundation. It doesn't matter. You can argue rational, secular, humanist principles all you want. In the end of the day, if you choose to be a moral person because you think somehow there's a rational basis for it, there's 100 million other people out there that can say, well, I choose not to be moral because I don't find a rational basis for it. So I don't like you, I can kill you. And unfortunately, there's people like that. I mean, literally, people like that just have no qualms about killing people. So I think that we as Muslims have a lot of work to do. We need to study our texts. I mean, we can laugh at our scholars in some clever way. I mean, I would never do that, but I'm just saying people that get very clever can think, oh, well, those proofs aren't really, all those proofs are still problems. These things have not been resolved. And so we need to look deeply at our scholars. I mean, we need to assess. A lot of these books have not been read for centuries. And I'm not joking. A lot of our books have not been read for centuries. So we don't know what we even have. And I would really encourage, I would not go into theology without a grounding in our tradition, personally. I think it's a very dangerous thing to do. And I think that if you go into philosophy, it's very dangerous. I personally would warn against that. And it's a fard kifaya to know what's out there. I mean, that is a fard kifaya. Radd al-shubuhat, what's called Refutation of Obfuscations, is a fard kifaya. It's a collective obligation upon the ummah. And we have to have people that study. And the thing about Imam al-Ghazali is he learned the entire philosophical tradition of his age. I mean, he learned it. Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi said he swallowed it whole. And when he wanted to vomit it up, he couldn't. In other words, it became part of his discourse and his understanding, and you see it in his writings. He was absolute genius. But we have people scoff at evolution who've never studied biology. And I'm sorry, that is just not an argument. That's called taqleed, where you just argue because, well, it doesn't agree with the Quran, therefore it's wrong. Why? Because the Quran's from God. Well, why is the Quran from God? Because God said so. Where did God say so? In the Quran. And this is the type of circular reasoning that drives scientific people insane about religious people, because what they say basically then is that your religion is not based on foundation. It's based on basic beliefs that have no foundation. And a basic belief is a belief without foundation, right? A basic belief, if I say, why do you believe that? I don't need to tell you why. I just believe it. And our ulama accept that as a belief in God, and I respect that. I don't disrespect that at all. But our scholars cannot be like that. The people that debate, the people that write books, the people they can't be like that, because then you have no proofs. I mean, that's what the hujjah is. That's why Imam al-Ghazali was hujjat al-Islam, because he could sit down with anybody and stand firm in his faith, not just with naql, but with aql as well, with both.
We have about 15 minutes, so I'd like to do some rapid-fire questions that I think Imam Hamza could very quickly answer. Some of them were just factual in nature. Imam Hamza, could you just please list the names of the three central scholars to the development of the creed? I think a lot of people miss that, because I think if you could just restate them in the dates.
The earliest is Imam Abu Ja'far al-Tahawi, who was a Hanafi scholar from Egypt. He's also considered one of the greatest Hanafi fuqaha, and has a book in which he argues for the strength of that madhab over the other madhabs. That's still very well respected. And he dies in 321. And then he wrote, his famous creed is Al-Aqeedah al-Tahawiyah. And then the next one is Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, who's 333. And he was born in Basra and studied the rationalists for many, many years, and was considered to be he was going to be the inheritor of that. And then finally Abu Mansur al-Maturidi, who is the theologian of the Hanafi school generally. I mean, the Hanafis have a traditional school of naql through the Tahawi, but generally most Hanafis traditionally follow the Maturidi school. And obviously the Hanafis take 80% of the ummah with them. because they are the dominant school, both in Aqeedah and in fiqh. I think that I really believe that Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, in many ways, his understanding of the Sharia is probably the most congruous with the modern world, I think. That's my personal... I don't know enough about... I'm speaking as a generalist in that area, because I'm not a specialist in... I barely know... What I know in the Maliki madhab is limited, so I don't want to go into the other schools and speak for them. But that in basically studying usul and in seeing the differences that he had in the other imams, and I use a lot of his, when I'm asked questions, I'll give a Hanafi answer to non-Muslims because it's just easier to swallow for a lot of modern people. So,
Imam Hamza, could you also recommend a book or a short list of books on the specific subject of these philosophers, these theologians? A lot of people have been writing in for...
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of good material that I've seen. Montgomery Watt has done, I think, reasonably good work. He wrote a book on Islamic philosophy and theology, and he does cover the schools reasonably well. He's an Orientalist, and he has his perspectives, but he's fair-minded. He's not... I don't think he's a bad person. You get some people that definitely have an axe to grind, but we need good material on this stuff. There's Hodgson's in The Venture of Islam. He has a section on Kalam, which is also quite good. And then there's a good book on synthetic theology that was written by I think he's Bosnian, that was published by the Malaysian university there for International Islamic University in Malaysia. And I can't remember what his... I think it's Celic, C-E-L-I-C. I think that's what it is. So, and that's on the Maturidi philosophy or Kalam, but he does go into he does talk about the differences. And that's quite good. That's Zu's PhD thesis.
Imam Hamza, can you also restate the names of Imam al-Muhasibi, and then you mentioned several others in that category?
Yeah, the famous ones, Imam al-Muhasibi is probably the earliest formulator. And then Imam al-Junayd is, in a sense, if Imam al-Muhasibi is the Abu Hanifa of that science, Imam Shafi'i Imam al-Junayd is like the Shafi'i. He gives it a schema, and he develops the doctrine of fana and baqa, which are very important. And I want to say something about Shibli and Abu Talib al-Makki, who wrote Qut al-Qulub, very early, respected by all the ulama. And Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, quotes extensively from Abu Talib al-Makki. Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah does. Imam Junayd was an imam by consensus. He's mujma' ala imamatihi. And anybody that says he wasn't an imam is just ignoring what the ummah agreed on, the Sunni tradition. There's no doubt about Imam al-Junayd. There are Sufis that are considered wayward and off the path and deviant. There are. But you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You can't just say all tasawwuf is deviant, because it's not true, and it's not the normative practice of the tradition. Sheikhs and tariqah is another thing, and people conflate the tariqah and shuyukh and pirs and bay'ah. They conflate that with this tasawwuf, and that is a false... You cannot put them together. Tasawwuf is a science. It has its teachers, and traditionally many of those teachers they also created a certain type of systematization, and in it they had this idea of suhbah. The Turks called it suhbat, where you sat and spent time, and some had a formalized practice of bay'ah, where you took bay'ah, but it's not a legally binding bay'ah like the khilaf al-kubra or something like that, and it was something that people could get out of and things like that. So that does exist in the tradition. There is an idea, and many of our great scholars did have tariqah, and many of them were actually shuyukh of tariqah. But there's been a lot of abuse of tariqah as well. And a lot of people have, because they've seen a lot of wrongs done in the name of Sufism, they end up attacking tasawwuf. And it's not. It is a science. And it's considered one of the things about true science, according to modern philosophers of science like Karl Popper, is that science is falsifiable. In other words, if you can't falsify it, it's not valid. So if you have water and you want to prove whether or not the freezing point is indeed 32 degrees Fahrenheit, well, what you do is you create several experiments where you freeze it and determine, because you have to allow for maybe the thermometer didn't work and other things. You don't just do it once. You do it again and again. And if it keeps coming up, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, that's when it freezes, then you can falsify it. Because if I could prove that it freezes at 34 or 28, I falsified the claim that it freezes at 32. If I can't do that, then it's considered valid science. Now, there's obviously anomalous things that can come in later on, and that happens. Like quantum mechanics throws a spanner in Newtonian physics, but that's another problem. Now, in Tasawwuf, there is this exact same idea. It is falsifiable. That there are states and stations that happen to people in suluk that are identical states and stations. And they've been described, and people that have been through them know whether or not it's a valid experience or whether or not it's not. And Imam al-Muhasibi divided it into Rabbani, Malakani, Nafsani, and Shaitani. That those are the different types of impulses that occur to the soul. Lordly, angelic, selfish, and satanic. And he gave very specific signs for each one of those, so that you could know if a thought came to you, you can know if it came from Allah, if it came from an angel, if it came from the selfish nature, or if it came from the devil based on this. And his point was it could be replicated in all human beings. And therefore it had a validity because you could falsify it.
I'd just like to add that in light of what Imam Hamza just said, that talking about Karl Popper and the fact that science, any valid scientific theory must offer itself for disproof. And with regard to the proofs of God, that there would be another category which is default proof, because of the fact that there is no proof for his non-existence. And the ancient Chinese, the ancient Indians, the ancient Greeks, among them were skeptics and disbelievers who attempted to disprove the existence of God. Just as today we have Hawkings and others who attempt to do that. But probably in comparison with other arguments, their arguments would be regarded to be no better in any way. In fact, to have a lot of presumptions in them that make them defective. So there's also the default argument, which is that you cannot disprove God's existence. And that would be a scientific proof.
Dr. Omar, you mentioned this idea of the required beliefs, the forbidden beliefs, the permissible beliefs, the disliked beliefs. So there seems to be some confusion. Could you perhaps give an example of each?
Yes. For example, to believe that God exists is obligatory. To believe that God has omniscience is obligatory. To believe that God has omnipotence, power over all things, is obligatory. To believe, however, in things like what the theologians called relationships or relations, namely that power relates to all things over which God has power in various ways. Some are sufficient, some are efficient. Some are sufficient pre-existent, some are sufficient temporal. That's not required. There are in theology very important discourses that are essentially philosophical, and that often pertain to things like how does the one relate to the many? How do the many relate to the one? Very important, but they're also somewhat abstruse, and therefore they're not obligatory beliefs. You don't have to understand, and you don't have to believe in the relations. And
prohibited belief.
I'm sorry?
An example of a prohibited belief, forbidden belief.
Well, a prohibited...
Prohibited?
Like the eternity of the world,
right,
for example.
Well, also an example that Imam al-Ghazali gives is astrology. I mean, the dominant opinion amongst the ulama is that astrology is invalid. I mean, that's the majority of ulama said that. Some ulama actually did not, and they practiced it. But they're all in agreement that if you believe that there's celestial influence, that's a prohibited belief. Whereas if you believe that there was a correlation between what happens on earth and celestial formations, they said that was not a prohibited belief. In other words, that if the moon is in Mars and certain things occur at the same time on Earth, but you don't believe that they do so because of the moon being in Mars, but that God has set them up to happen at the same time, then they said that that was not kufr.
There's something that's also very important in this, and that's an excellent question, by the way, but that what is it obligatory to believe? Why are certain things obligatory and others are not? And here, one of the great credits of Islam and civilization is the fact that obligatory beliefs must be muhkam. They must be utterly definitive, categorical. They must be qat'i. They cannot be conjectural. They cannot be sectarian. They cannot be matters that are beyond consensus. Things that are beyond consensus, particular views about, for example, attributes of creation or attributes of sensation, those cannot be obligatory because of the fact that they are not categorical. This is a great credit to us, and this is also very important for us as Muslims because of the fact that there is a basis to the faith which is absolutely indicated in the Quran and the Sunnah and reason, and that all Muslims are supposed to believe. That's a matter of consensus. And then there are tangents off of that, some of which may be as precious as diamonds, but they are not required, they're not categorical. And to introduce anything into the category of belief, of obligatory belief, which is not qat'i, which is not definitive, that is a major innovation. And often you will see that the issues that divide Muslims most bitterly are exactly of that nature. For example, anthropomorphic verses. The most merciful assumed the throne. So here we have different positions we take about that. Some literal interpretations would be out of the picture. But if you want to hold that as it is and not interpret it, that's all right. And if you want to interpret it validly, that's all right. But to insist on any of those positions would be innovation. To say that you cannot interpret this in any way, that would be an innovation. So I think that I've made myself clear. And that, as a principle of conduct for us, is very, very important because always in Islam there are certain things that are the basis of the faith that we all agree upon, and that must always be the basis upon which we function. I'd just like to say in ending that Arius of Alexandria, the great Christian theologian in our view, the great Christian theologian of the 3rd century and 4th century of the Christian period, his approach to the Bible was essentially Islamic, in that he believed in the Bible very much like the Bible we have today, but he insisted that belief in the church be only things that are definitive, and that anything that lends itself to interpretation regarding the sonship of Christ, for example, must be interpreted in a way that is valid with those principles. And in the Quran, when it says minhu ayatun muhkamatun hunna ummul kitab, of the book there are verses that are definitive. They are the foundation of the book. This, according to some scholars, was revealed about Trinitarian Christians who visited the Prophet in Medina from Najran, who were arguing for Trinitarian theology on the basis of the ambiguous verses of the Quran. And in fact, Arius of Alexandria, in his arguments with Athanasius and others, the proponents of the Trinity, this was his position always. The Bible is very clear that God is one, that He is pre-existent, that He has no likeness. And that's also our basis in the faith.
This concludes the session.
So without further ado, right thinking regarding God, Dr. Omar Farouk Abdullah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. اللهم افتح علينا بحكمتك وانشر علينا برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. O God, give us wisdom and shower us with your mercy. This session and the next are the most academic of the 5. And here we talk about the core issues of Islamic theology. Islamic belief is more than theology. theology is the study of God. And that is the beginning, and that is the primary focus of Islamic belief. Then, in addition to that, there is belief about the prophets, and next to that, there is belief about the last days and the various things that the prophets have taught us about judgment and the world, resurrection of the dead, and so forth. In this conference, we are only dealing with the first, which is theology. So we're not going to deal with the other issues. And when we talk about theology and the attributes of God in particular, which are essential to that, they were broken down into three categories. The first is what is called the self-attribute, the attribute of self, or the essential attribute. And it is one, and it is existence, which I'll speak about a little bit before Imam Hamza speaks. The second category of beliefs are called the negating attributes, as-sifat was-salbiyah, the negating attributes, which are 5, and Imam Hamza will speak about those. And if you don't get them now, you'll get them later, because we'll repeat them all. But they are pre-existence, eternity or sempiternity, eternity in all future time, incomparability, that God is different from everything, and self-sufficiency, that He needs nothing, and oneness, that He is one God, in essence, in attributes, in act. Then we have another category of attributes which are called the qualities or the qualitative attributes. And these are 7. They're called also the lordly attributes, the attributes of adornment. And we'll talk about those this evening, inshallah. Those are life and knowledge, speech, will, power, seeing, and hearing. These 13 attributes are obligatory in the belief of every Muslim. Every Muslim needs to know about this regarding God, and they need to have a correct understanding of it. So this was always the core of Islamic theology. And we'll talk about it, inshallah, as best we can. But this is very important. Now, we begin with an introduction about God, and then to talk about the first category of belief, which is the essential attribute, the attribute of existence. Before then, we talk about the other attributes. And I'd like to begin by speaking a little bit about the names of God. This is an issue that we'll talk about from time to time, especially tomorrow. It's something that we'll talk about in much more detail. And I'd like to begin with the name Allah. This is the greatest name of God. This is, for us, the supreme name. It is the name that includes all other names, that refers to all attributions, all qualities, all negating attributes. It is the best name. And the honor in which this name is held, not only by Muslims but by Arabs from ancient time, is indicated by the fact that it is pronounced in a unique way. It is given tafkhim, which means emphasis. So that if we were to pronounce the word according to standard modes of Arabic pronunciation, we would say Allah, Allahu. But instead we say Allah, Allahu. And that change in diction is tafkhim, emphasis for the sake of reverence, emphasis to indicate the dignity of the being who is spoken about. The scholars of Islam, especially grammarians, differ about this beautiful name in terms of whether it is derivative or not. Many of them said that it was derivative. It comes from El-Ilah, the God. Sibawayh, who is the greatest of the grammarians, was of that opinion. Others held, and they had their arguments, that it is not derivative at all. It is directly posited in the Arabic language as the name of the necessary being, the creator of the world. However, when we look at the word Allah in terms of its being a Semitic word in Arabic, which is one of the prime Semitic languages, then it has great similarity to the words that most of the Semites used for thousands of years to speak about the Creator and to speak about God. In Hebrew, its parallel is the word Eloh, Eloh, which means God. And in Hebrew, it's often said Ha-Eloh, the God, meaning El-Ilah. One of the most common words for God in the Bible is Elohim, which is a plural, but it's a plural of majesty, not of number. And it corresponds to Allah. In old dictionaries of Syriac and Arabic and so forth, then Elohim was translated as Allah. They're related to each other. In Chaldean, in Syriac, in Aramaic, which are all similar tongues of the ancient Middle East, the word is Allah, 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 almost the same. And the word for God in Syriac is Allah, Allah. Jesus, peace be upon him, who spoke the Syriac language, Aramaic, the Semitic words of the gospel are in Aramaic, he would have called God Allah. So he used a word for God that is very similar to the word Allah that we use. So this word has a deep root in the Semitic heritage. It is a precious word, and it's very much like the words that the Jews and the Christians, the Hebrews and others used in their Semitic tongues. Those who hold that the word Allah is derivative and has a meaning, namely that it's El-Ilah, they say that what the word means is he who is worshipped. Eliha, meaning to worship. Ilah, meaning the worshipped one, like the word kitab means the written thing, maktub. Or like the word bisat means a carpet that is spread out. So it has a passive sense of being the object of worship, and it has that in the form ilah, fi'al, as they would say in Arabic morphology. Going on from that, however, in Islam, there are many words for God. All of you know that. And the names of God are infinite, as his attributes also are infinite. The attributes that we must know are 13, but the attributes that he has are infinite, many of them beyond our knowledge in this world and the next world. His names also are infinite in number, and they're also in many languages. In the Quran and in the authentic sayings of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there are more than 150 names of God. The famous Hadith of Abu Hurairah that God has 99 names, which if anyone preserves them, keeps them, or memorizes them, embodies them, he enters or she paradise. This hadith does not mean that God has only 99 names. But what it means is that there are 99 special names, which, if you learn those and keep them, keep the trust that regards them, as some people say, or embody them in your belief and conduct, then you go to paradise. But God, Allah, has many more than 99 names, even in the Quran and the Hadith themselves. Over 150 authentic names. One of the distinctive signs of the greatness of our religion, in the view of many of the greatest Islamic scholars, is the fact that our Prophet, peace be upon him, gave us so many names of God, all of which are with prophetic authority, so that we are able to understand the Creator, whose names manifest his acts and his dealing with the cosmos better than any other people. But the names of God, just like belief in God, are a universal legacy. All the children of Adam, all human beings in all time, have this natural disposition that we have, which has in it the inherent knowledge of God, of good and evil, and many other things. They are born believers, as our Prophet said, peace be upon him, and prophets were sent to all people. So that the names of God are a universal legacy. Wilhelm Schmidt, a German anthropologist who was very famous in the 20th century and wrote a huge study of primitive religion, which today we call micro-religion, the religions of little people. We don't say primitive anymore. It's not politically correct, and it's also not anthropologically accurate. But he showed in this huge work of his that the micro-peoples all over the world, from the Eskimos to the Pygmies to the Aleuts and other people, they all know the Supreme Being. And their religions are very similar to the religion of pre-Islamic Arabia. The type of associations they do are like those of the pre-Islamic Arabs. They regard him as one, and they have many names for him. And these names, as he shows in his voluminous work, usually are remarkably beautiful. They express the attributes of oneness, uniqueness, pre-existence, that he existed before all creation, sempiternity, that he lasts forever, omnipotence, justice, and so forth. The ancient Egyptians worshipped many gods. Most of their gods were creator gods, originally, who were then joined together in a pantheon because of political conquest. So when people were conquered, their creator god was made another god next to the others. But in the Egyptian tongue, as we know it today, the ancient Egyptian tongue, there are over 120 names for the divine power. And this is not for gods like Ra or Amun. These are for the God, the Creator God. They have words like the Creator, the Giver of Forms, the Merciful as an exclusively divine attribute, God of Truth, God of universal harmony, Ma'at, God of mankind, Lord, divinity of pre-existence, divinity from pre-existence, creation's God, and so forth. Ancient China, Vedic India, we find this phenomenon wherever we go. In Vedic India, ancient India, not Hindu India, pre-Hindu India, you have Prajpati, Lord of the Creator, of the creatures. You have Datar, the Creator, Vidatar, the regulator of things, Dartar, the manifest one, Tratar, the protector, Netar, the guide. You have the giver of forms, the animator, the reviver, the maker of all things. You have Ka, meaning who, meaning that he is unlike anything. He's not like anyone. And you have other names as well. I want to end this discursion by coming to the most beautiful word for God in the English language, which is the word God. And I want to emphasize the fact that the Anglo-Saxon word, God, is the most beautiful word in the English language. And this is a word which, among all Indo-European words for God, has the purest genealogy, has the highest descent. The word God in Indo-European, which is the ancient language from which Persian and Urdu and English and Greek and German and these other languages came, the word God in ancient Indo-European means he who is supplicated in prayer. He who is called upon in prayer. So that in terms of the semantics of the word God, it is as close to Allah, He who is worshipped by right, as any word. And I emphasize this because of the fact that we need to, I believe, we need to use the word God and we need to use the word Allah, both, and in proper context. Allah is the greatest name, but God is also a beautiful name, and it has no relationship with Trinity or incarnation or anything like that, although later on Trinitarian Christians used it for their triune God. It had no meaning like that initially, nor did it ever keep a meaning like that outside of the circles of the theologians. And the word Allah is the same way. The Jews, the Christians, the Sabaeans, they understood it in their own way. So it's very important for us when we speak in English, and especially when we speak in audiences with Jews and Christians, that we use the word God so that they know that this is a primordial faith, we are talking about the same being, and that we are heirs of that legacy in which they believe. We believe in God, and we should not feel that there's anything incorrect about that. Now, one of the great treasures of the English language is the poem Beowulf, which is the oldest Indo-European poem in Northern Europe, outside the Greeks and the Latins. This poem is one of the proofs of the verse in the Quran, وَأَمَّا مَا يَنْفَعُ النَّاسَ فَيَمْكُثُ فِي الْأَرْضِ, that as for that which benefits mankind, it will remain in the earth forever. Beowulf was hidden for over 1,000 years, and then it was discovered. And this is a poem that has in it remnants of the primordial religion, the oneness of God. In it, there are over 30 different names of God. God is in the poem over 32 times. They call him God. King, Lord of Majesty, Measurer of Fate, Absolute Ruler, Giver of the Decree, All-Powerful Lord, Owner, Lord of Mankind, Lord of Victories, King of Wonders, King of Glory, True King, Father, All-Powerful Father. Father is a universal word which in our tradition was abrogated. But our scholars admit that it was used by other peoples, and it wasn't meant as a genetic father. All-powerful, creator of all, protector of mankind, guardian of wonders and glory, almighty, the judge of deeds, heaven's holder, ruler of the heavens, creator, giver of forms, king of life. This is in the order of the numbers of occurrence in the poem. And the word God comes out of this tradition, he who is supplicated by right. Now, in Beowulf, you see the religion of the oneness of God quite clearly. There's no idolatry in the poem. It's not Christian, and it's not Jewish. And in my belief, it's primordial. It's the old primordial faith of the Indo-Europeans. In one place, Beowulf says, from time to time, the pagans, the people who worship idols, would make vows at heathen shrines of idol sacrifices, pressing hard with words to relieve the people's distress. Such was their custom, the solace of heathens, intent upon hell, hell being an Indo-European word, in their hearts' minds. They knew not the measurer, they knew not the judge of deeds. They held no hopes for the Lord God. In no way, heaven's protector, knew they how to praise the Lord of Majesty. Woe be to that human being who shall, through death's terrible affliction, thrust his soul into the fire's embrace, expecting no solace, however much he change. Well be for that one who may, after death's day, go to visit the Lord and enter the Father's embrace, asking peace. So this is the tradition out of which our word for God in the English language comes, and we need to respect that word. I will conclude now by referring to the first attribute of God, which is the attribute of existence. There are many words that indicate the attribute of existence. One of them is al-haq, the absolute, the ultimate, if you will, the necessary being. He whose being is firmly established above and before all things. Al-Haqqul Mubin in the Quran, the manifestly real. An-Nur, the light. This is also one of the words, the names of God that expresses existence. It also means the guide, because the light guides to the path. But also it means He who is the light, He who is the existent being, whose existence is principial. Al-Zahir, the evident, the apparent, the immanent, the manifestly real. Al-Batin, the hidden, the transcendent, the intrinsic, He whose being is hidden, just as it is also manifest. In Islamic theology, the theologians held that with regard to God, there could be no distinction between essence and existence. Existence and essence. His existence is principial. It is necessary. All that exists in the world is temporal, whether it's the sun or the moon or the stars, whether it's the plant or the animal. All of these things begin in time. And temporal things are, in Arabic, hadith, huduth. Temporal things are those which do not exist and then they come into being. Temporality, which means to be in time, to exist in time. God does not exist in time. He is the Lord of time. He is the Lord of space. Those things that exist in time, which are all of the things that we know, they have a time when they do not exist. Then they have a time when they exist. Temporality is existence after nothingness. And in a world where all things are temporal, where nothing is eternal, nothing that we can touch or see, nothing that we can perceive, the existence of those things as a whole is impossible without the existence of one whose being has no beginning, who is al-awwal, the first, who is al-haq, the manifestly real. And this existence, which is the existence of God, is called necessary existence. So God was referred to in the Islamic theological tradition as the necessary being, He who principially must exist. The existence of the creation being impossible without His existence. And existence was designated as the very special attribute of that God with which it all begins. An attribute all by itself, an attribute that was alone, and one that when we think of God, we cannot conceive of Him except through that attribute. So the first attribute then is the attribute of existence. After that come the negative attributes or the negating attributes about which Imam Hamza will speak. Having run out of my time, I'll turn the podium over to him. Thank you very much.
This completes CD number 2. This begins CD number 3.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam taslima wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-ali al-azim. Before I go into just the brief overview of those attributes that are known as the sifat al-salbiya, or the negating attributes, because they negate things about God that are considered inconceivable, and I prefer that word to impossible in terms of the subject matter of this science is what is wajib lillah, which is necessary or a necessity in our understanding. what is wajib lillah, what is jaiz lillah, which is sometimes translated as possible, but I think a better word is conceivable, and what is mustahil, which is translated as impossible, but I think better inconceivable, because the way that it's explained is ma la yutasawwaru fil aqli khilafuhu, what the intellect cannot conceive of. So, seen in some of the books in English, this is impossible for God, and I just felt that that word does not sound right, because huwa qadirun ala kulli shay, He has power over all things. And impossible literally in English means not without passe, without power. So I think it's better to say inconceivable about God. So in terms of the negating attributes, this in Christian theology, Catholic theology, they called it the via negativa, which is negating path to understanding God. And the idea behind this is that we, in a sense, cannot know what God is more than we can know what God isn't. And the reason for that, when we speak of God, we are speaking of the infinite creator of the heavens and the earth. And just the fact that we understand that God is infinite, the word infinite means without limit. Imam al-Tahawi says, La hududa. God has no had. Now the word in Arabic for definition is the same word that we use, is had. Like in Arabic, when they tell you what a word means, they say hadduhu. It's definition, because a definition is what defines or gives finiteness to a concept. It limits it, it demarcates it, it puts it into perspective. So when we talk about God, we cannot define God, because to define God would to give God a had, a limit. And for that reason, it's better to understand what God is not. And that is why the ulama say all of Aqeedah can be reduced to two statements. Laysa kamithlihi shay, He's not like anything. وَلَا لَا يُشْبِهُ لَا تُشْبِهُ ذَاتُهُ الذَّوَاتِ, that His essence is not like any other essence. وَلَا مُتَعَتِّرَ لِلصِّفَاتِ, and His attributes are not in any way metaphorical, or in other words, without real import or meaning, because metaphor, when it breaks down, and that has to do with the Mu'tazilite who denied certain attributes of Allah. They said that God was qadir, but He didn't have qudra, so they negated qudra, power, for Allah, even though they said Allah was all powerful. And that's a semantic problem that now is really a waste of time to even go in, because it's not a problem for us. But this idea of not having a definition for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in that way, and that's why all of our definitions about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are in fact things that negate. So if we say, they say the definition in the books of Aqeedah of Allah is Al-Ghaniyu an al-Jami' wal-Jami'u muftaqirun ilay. He has no need of anyone, and everyone is in need of Him. And so if you look at that, essentially what it is, again, is it's negating. It negates for Allah need, and it negates for us independence. So all of our real essential understandings about our Lord are negating. They are negating. Now, here's where we get into another central problem to religion, and that is the problem of transcendence and immanence. Transcendence is when we speak about God without anything in the world that can guide us to God. There's nothing in the world that we can say that is God. Ta'ala Allah amma yasifun. Allah is above and beyond anything they ascribe to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when we speak about transcendence, we're speaking about the above and the beyondness. Subhanaka, which is called tanzih in Arabic. Tanzih means transcendence. The other problem, and pure transcendence has a lot of problems. It becomes the God of the scientists. Like Einstein believed in God, but he did not believe in a personal God. He believed in a transcendent God. The God he believed in was the God of the deists, who has nothing to do with his creation. And that's a problem. The other problem is what's called tashbih, or immanence.
the idea of God being in the world. And this, obviously, in the Hindu tradition, because Hindus, a lot of people don't know, the Hindus are actually, the Brahmin class don't really believe in idols. But it's kind of a little trick to help all the stupid people out there that need to still evolve. Literally, I mean, there's an understanding in their tradition that lower classes or caste systems, what they call the Varna, if you're in a lesser Varna, you can't understand the Brahma because he's gone through several lifetimes to get to the ability to perceive what he can perceive. And he understands the Godhead, what they call the Brahma. He understands the God that has no attribute, and they call that the Nirguna. And then they have this idea, but people need to see something. And so they give them all these idols that they really know are not God, but it helps the common people understand. Well, this is the transcendent immanent problem in religion. The way that Christianity deals with that, obviously, is through Jesus, because Jesus becomes the incarnation of God. God enters into the flesh. And this is what we call in our tradition Ittihad or Hulul, where God comes in. And some of the deviant Sufis claimed this state. I mean, this is what Ibn Mashish in his famous prayer says, وَانْشِلْنِي مِنْ أَوْحَادِ التَّوْحِيدِ, save me from the dangers of Tawhid. And one of the dangers of Tawhid is losing sight of creation, of diversity, and denying truths. So within that tradition, the immanence within our tradition, how do we understand the immanence of God? In other words, what is the tashbih in relation to tanzih and tashbih? Because you have to have access to your Lord. If you have a transcendent God, it becomes a cold, distant, uncaring, unloving God. On the other hand, if you give God attributes of creation, you have a whole other problem. And that's what we call anthropomorphism, and falling into the idea that God is petulant, that God has emotions, that God has anger, that He has pleasure in any anthropomorphic terms. And this is a problem within some of the Muslim understandings. There are Muslims that think that when these words are used in Hadith or in the Quran, فَبَأُوا بِغَضْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ, they return with the ghadab of Allah, or maghdubi alayhim. They think somehow that this anger is like our anger, that God becomes angry in an emotional sense, and that ta'ala Allah amma yasifun, above and beyond Allah is Allah from anything they ascribe to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But we do believe that ghadab has a meaning. We believe that rida has a meaning. We believe that these words that Allah uses in the Quran, radiyallahu anhum wa radu anhu, they were pleased with Allah and Allah was pleased with them. But don't think that your pleasure with Allah is Allah's pleasure with you. Don't think that those two words mean the same thing in the context that they're being used. Each means a specific thing in relation to that thing that it is predicating. So when we talk about the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have to be extremely careful, because we in a sense can only say about Allah what Allah has said about Himself. And then we enter into another problem, which is the interpretive problem. Because even though Allah is telling us things about Himself, He's self-disclosing to us. He is self-disclosing through language. And language is filtered through the human mind. And the human mind has the capacity to interpret what is being said to it in many, many different ways. And so the Prophet ﷺ is the purest filter. He is still a filter. The Prophet ﷺ is a human filter, but he is the purest filter, and that's why the prophets have a capacity that other human beings do not have. And that is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has chosen them to be these filters for revelation. And that is why the best understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the understanding that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam articulates to us, and that's why he said, Allahumma لا نحسن الثناء عليك أنت كما أثنيت على نفسك. We're not able to praise you. You are as you praised yourself. In other words, I cannot truly praise you Because praise, one of the reasons that we praise is because of our knowledge of the praiseworthy. If you don't know the qualities of someone, you can't really praise them. And that's why in Allah's self-disclosure to us, He is giving us the reasons why He is the praiseworthy, Al-Hamid, because He's told us attributes that He has. And so understanding these attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enables us to know Allah. Now those attributes are known through human experience. And this is where you get into the tashbih, that there has to be some correlation between what we understand about Allah and what we understand about ourselves or what's in the world, or we could not know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's not possible. And so in dealing with the negating attributes, you're still working with things in the world. So when we say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is qadim, and qadim is a problematic word in that it is a technical word. It's not found in the Quran. It's not a name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It was used as a technical term. Qidam is the attribute, and this is a salbi attribute because it negates hadath. It negates occurrence. It negates the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala hadatha, He came into existence. No. The idea of qidam is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is as He was and will always be without any time factor. And this is where pre-eternity is the best we can do in English. And I've racked my mind for a better word. Old in Old English is very similar to qidam and was an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But we don't really have, when we say pre-eternity, I don't even know what that means. And that's why when I tell you, well, Allah has pre-eternity, that's an attribute, I don't know what that means. I really don't. It's a word that is the best that we have come up with as a way of describing al-awwaliyya bila ibtida, firstness without beginning. So Allah was before everything. But that was before everything. We're in language, and language is problematic when you speak about what is beyond comprehension. And that's why the word aliha in Arabic means to bewilder. The root word for God in Arabic means to bewilder. And the wallaha, is when somebody falls madly in love and becomes a complete blithering idiot. He is in a state of wala. The Arabs knew that they had that understanding, that when we are speaking about Allah, we're entering into the realm of hayra, which is a type of ha'irun fima huwa ha'irun. Like one of the poets said, وَالْمَرْءُ فِي الْمِحْنَةِ عَيْ. A man is bewildered in his fima huwa ha'irun. Ha'ir also means sa'ir, to be what he's doing or what he's... That we're in a state of this bewilderment, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed Himself in the Quran with these attributes. That is one revelation. The other revelation is the world itself. Revelation in our understanding are two. The ayats in ourselves and on the horizon, and the ayats in the Quran. The ayat in the Quran tell us that وَهُوَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ حَيٌّ لَا يَمُوتُ يُحْيِي وَيُمِيتُ الْمُحْيِي وَالْمُمِيتُ. He's al-Wajid, He's al-Qawi al-Mateen, Dhul Quwwat al-Mateen, al-Razzaq, Qahirun fawqa ibadihi. He gives us all these attributes in the Quran in which He tells us about Himself, and we relate those attributes to what we know in the world. When you say Qahir, you have to have some understanding of Qahr, of what it means to overpower something. Right? You have to have some understanding of that. Somebody was fleeing from Egypt and asking for asylum in the U.S. The translator at the State Department, the letter said, أنا مضطر أن أخرج من تحت ظروف قاهرة. I have to leave under excruciating circumstances. Qahira means overwhelming, overpowering. But the interpreter said, I have to leave in an envelope made in Cairo. So you have to understand language in order for it to be meaningful, because if you don't know what the words mean, you cannot understand what's being said to you. Now how, when Allah tells us He's qahirun fawqa ibadihi, you have to know what qahirun is, you have to know what fawq is, you have to know what ibad is, and you have to know what a damir, a pronoun, a referent that goes back to something else. You have to know what that is as well. And that's in any analytical statement. You have to be able to determine the terms that are being used and define them, and that enables you to understand the statement. Because if you don't know Arabic and I say, Allah is qahirun fawqa ibadihi, you don't know what that means. But if you're an Arab, you know what qahir means, you know what fawq means, al-kitab fawqa tawila, the book is on top of the table. Now, is that literal? Because this is the prepositions. I mean, we're dealing with on, and what does that mean? Because when you say He's qahirun fawqa ibadihi, on means on top of. Ibad means His servants, His abid, His slaves. Is He qahirun fawqa ibadihi? Literally, we can't say that, no. This is a metaphorical usage of the word. When I say that al-ustad qahirun fawqa qudrati, my teacher, he's overwhelmed. I can't do anything. Fawqa qudrati. I'm not saying he's literally on top of me or over me. I'm using it figuratively. And this is the problem with language, of determining exactly what's being said to us. So this interpretive faculty that human beings have, which is very profound, is also very dangerous because things can be so easily misinterpreted. So when we speak about these attributes, we have to understand we're in the realm of language, and language it limits us. Because language by its nature is definitions. It is defining, it's limiting, and you cannot limit Allah. So when we speak with language, and that's why one of the Persian poets has a beautiful poem just about how he was listening to this theologian, and he just thought he sounded so ridiculous when he was talking about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because it's like somebody who is madly in love and he hears somebody describing his beloved who's not in love with the beloved. You cannot describe to me what has intoxicated me. It just doesn't work. So if we look at qidam, that is what qidam means. It means that Allah was and nothing was with Him. This enters into the idea of time and the createdness of time. Muslims believe that time is created. And this is where the atomic theory comes in, because the Muslims actually, at Baqallani, actually believe that time was made up, that it was substantial. So he actually, in what we now call the time-space continuum, this idea of time and space being inextricably bound together, which is a very modern concept. This was also the understanding of Abu Bakr al-Baqallani, that you couldn't separate time from substance, and that's why, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not a substance in that way. And this is one of the big problems in Christianity, of the idea of ousia, what they call in Greek ousia, which is substance, which was one of the 10 categories in logic, whether or not we could describe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as that. And Al-Bukhari has a chapter in the Quran, the permissibility of using the word thing, shay, to describe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But that permissibility is not that Allah is a thing, but that it is permissible to use it, because you cannot say He's not a thing, because if you say Allahu la shay'a, you see, if you say God is no thing, then you're negating His existence. But if you say He's shay, you also have a problem, because shay is the masdar of sha'a yasha'u shay'an. Shay is the thing that's willed into existence. And Allah is He is the sha'i, He is the one that creates and wills into existence. So that use of Allah, of shay with Allah, is taken from the Quran, that it is permissible, but with that understanding, that it is to avoid the danger of saying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not a thing. But we do not understand Allah, laysa kamithlihi shay'un. There is no shay that is like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so when we say He existed before time, even before time is problematic, because before is an adverb of time. And so when you say that Allah existed before time, you're using an adverb of time to describe something that has nothing to do with time. And that is why it's just a dead-end road, and you will become perplexed. So the best thing to understand is, one, that we are in time, that God did not this is one of the things that people who write books about why God doesn't exist will say things like that. Why didn't he create, the universe was created 15 billion years ago. Why didn't he do it 20 billion years ago? Or 50 billion years ago? And that type of reasoning is inconceivable for us. We would say that yastahiru. That is not conceivable, that time is Allah's creation, and it's part of the secret of existence. And we know that to prove that the ancients understood this, the ancients differentiate between, in our language, English, between eternal and everlasting. Eternal is outside of time. Everlasting is in time. And so we would say the soul is everlasting, whereas God is eternal. And those are very different concepts. But obviously the first one we don't, because even infinity is a very problematic understanding. Now, so qidam is that. And then baqa is the next negating attribute. Al-baqi. كل ما عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذو الجلال والإكرام. Everything is in a state of annihilation, fan. It is going into annihilation. And Allah yabqa. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, yabqa. And obviously, these type of verses are verses that, for people that take these things completely literally, that's a good example of why you can't take things literally, because it says, yabqa wajhu rabbika. The wajh is what remains in that ayah. So if you're trying to say that Allah, there's other parts to Allah that don't go on or something like that, it's insane. And that's why we negate, but that's the last attribute of the unity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, His wahda or wahdaniyah. So baqa is sempiternity, that it is the eternal quality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, when we say qidam, we're looking one way, which the Arabs call azal. And then the other way is called abad. The Arabs actually have two words. One goes backward to the azal, kana mawjudan fil azal. It's looking in the past. And then abad is looking in the future. Now, the interesting thing about the Arabs have another word which is called dahar. And dahar is the continuum. And this is in Fairuz Abadi's dictionary, in Al-Muhit. Dahar is the continuum of azal and abad. So dahar is time-space. Now there is a hadith in which says, لا تسب الدهر فإنني أنا الدهر. Do not curse time because I am time. But that word dahar, Allah didn't use zaman, He used dahar. But then it's explained, بيدي الليل والنهار. I possess time, and therefore I am time. Allah is not literally time, but time is in the hand of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this gets to the transcendent immanent issue as well, because one of the problems of that is obviously pantheism, which is people who think that all of this is Allah, that this is God, the universe. And then you have panentheism, which was the reason why Ibn Taymiyyah negated the idea of God being infinite and said that He had limits, but they were known only to Himself, because he had the problem of panentheism. When you said la hudud, if you said God has no limits, in his mind he thought that that would lead to people thinking that He permeated His creation. And this is where you get into contingent and necessary existence, which is a problem also. The idea of what is this? Where did it come from? How is it existing? And we say it exists in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is contingent upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's existence. هو موجود في علم الله. In the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah has the highest analogies. We can use an analogy of a unicorn, which philosophers for some reason love the idea of unicorns, because unicorns are imaginary creatures. And the philosophical question is, do they exist? The fact that we've imagined them, do they have an existence? Because they definitely exist in a mind. Because if I say unicorn, and if you know the English language well enough, you have an image of a horse that has a horn. Well, we don't find it in nature, but we have an image of it. So where does that exist? Does it have substantial existence? No, it has contingent existence. Its existence is contingent upon my thought. And if I remove it from my thought, it no longer exists. And we believe this about the creation itself, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's creation is contingent upon His qayyumiyyah, His sustaining reality. And if Allah removes His qayyumiyyah from existence, existence disappears. So we're not like Hindus. We don't say that existence doesn't exist, that it's maya, that it's like an illusion. We don't believe that. But it is dreamlike in that way that its existence is contingent, and it's also, once you die, this will seem like a complete dream to you in relation to the next world. And that's why people feel like they woke up from a deep sleep. I mean, that's literally the experience that we're told in the Quran and in the Hadith. And the athar of Imam Ali, which is strong, is النَّاسُ نِيَّامٌ فَإِذَا مَاتُوا انْتَبَهُوا. People are asleep, and when they die, he didn't say استيقظوا. They wake up. He said انتبهوا. And that's because it's intabah means to come to attention. So it's like you're daydreaming. So life is like a daydream. You're not really asleep. It's not a complete dream, but you're not fully awake. And when people die, they come to this full awakening. And that's why the Akhirah is described as al-hayawan, the true life, as opposed to this world. And so that is the idea of baqa. I mean, I really feel so inadequate talking about these things. And as I get older, it feels more absurd almost. Language just limits us, and that's why some of our greatest, like Imam al-Ghazali, he got to the point where it was difficult for him to even talk because of his realization about what he was speaking about. We're doing such a grave injustice. And the Prophet, he heard the Jewish man came and he told him about God wrapping up all the cosmos in his hands. And the Prophet laughed when he said it. And he said, مَا قَدْرُ اللَّهَ حَقَّ قَدْرِهِ. They haven't understood Allah. They have not given Allah any true estimation of Allah. And that's somehow, to me, that is whatever we say about Allah other than what Allah has said about Himself, I really feel that we almost have to laugh. That the Prophet ﷺ, the fact that it's a sunnah to see as humorous how inadequate our words are in describing Allah is very refreshing for me. I feel very comforted by that. The next quality is mukharifun li nafsihi, bila mithal. Mukharifun is incomparability or dissimilarity, and again, this is the problem of tanzih and tashbih, that while we have an understanding that Allah is absolutely dissimilar, we also have to use similarities to speak about Allah. If I say Allah is a sami', He is the all-hearing, you have to have some concept of what hearing is in order for you to understand in any way what I'm talking about. And the only way you know about what hearing is because you can hear. You know what ears are. You know what sound is. And yet our understanding is that Allah yasma'u bila jariha, that Allah, there's no means by which Allah hears. That Allah does not, sound waves do not reach Him in that way. He is the creator of sound waves. He does not need sound waves to hear. He does not need an 8th cranial nerve to hear. God is ta'ala Allah amma yasifun. He has no need of this organ of hearing that we have and this hess that we have. So when we speak about Allah, we have to recognize that when we say He's mukharifun li khalqihi, He's incomparable, it means in reality. So while we have to compare when we speak about Allah to things we know, we have to also retain in our understanding that laysa kamithlihi shay'. And that's why that ayah is so perfect, because it says laysa kamithlihi shay' wa huwa sami' al-basir. Nothing is like Him. And then He tells us, and He can hear, just to really send it home to us. Nothing is like Him. And having said that, by the way, I can hear and I can see. But don't think that hearing and sight is anything to do with your hearing and sight. And that's what we have to keep in mind when we say mukharifun li khalqihi. Right? That's what we have to keep in mind. That we do need the mushabaha, but we have to understand the mushabaha. And I know this is kind of a debatable mathematical understanding, but the way that I like to understand this is there's a concept, an Indian mathematician, that put forward the idea that any number over infinity is 0. And that is how I like to look at this, is that any quality that Allah describes Himself with that has any similarity to creation, when we recognize that His is infinite and ours is finite, it cancels out ours. In other words, there is no comparability. We cannot compare our hearing to Allah's hearing. We can't compare our knowledge to Allah's knowledge, because our knowledge is ignorance. Like Ibn Atta'illah said, Ilahi, ana jahilun fi ilmi, fakayfa la akunu jahilan fi jahli. Oh my God, I am ignorant in what I know. So how could I not be ignorant in what I'm ignorant of? And that's a deep knowledge. Ana jahilun fi ilmi. I am ignorant in my knowledge. In other words, in relation to your knowledge, I am jahil. I know nothing. I know nothing. And so that is, I think, a good way to look at that. Mukharifun li khalqihi, is that those things that Allah has given us in order to approximate some kind of understanding of our Lord, those things in reality have nothing to do with our Lord. The next one is qa'imun bi nafsihi. Qa'imun bi nafsihi, in classical Western theology, they called it aseity, which is self-sufficiency. It is the idea that it's esse, of the essence. It doesn't need anything to exist. And this is where we get into contingent and necessary existence. When we speak about human beings, we're speaking about contingent creatures. I cannot exist without space. And if I move from here to here, at each step that I went, I filled space. At each step. I need this space. When I move back here, there's an empty, it's filled with oxygen, but because gas is dense, I can move and actually the gas dissipates for me to be in that place. So when I move back here, I have space again. Now, if I was in cement, I couldn't move because the cement is more dense, right, or of equal density to me, and so I can't move. And that space, but I still need that space, not for long if I was in cement, but I still need it, right? I need that space. Now, obviously, when I die, because the body's constituents, you can't create or destroy energy, right? Energy is everything that exists. It will just transfer into something else. So everything in the world, we're in this enclosed system. And everything just moves to something else. And that's one of the proofs, according to the ulama, of the existence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is the corruptibility of the world. The fact that it is changing. So I'm contingent being. I cannot exist by myself. I have to have space to exist in. I have to have air to breathe. I'm contingent. One of the beautiful statements, Imam Ali radiallahu anhu was asked once about the qadr. And he said, are human beings, do they have free will or do they have absolute determination? Right? Are they determined creatures? And he said, lift up your right leg. And the man lifted up his right leg and he said, now, without putting down your right leg, lift up your left leg. And he said, I can't. And he said, you're between that state. In other words, there's certain things you can do, but there's things you can't do. And so human beings, Allah has limited us in order to emphasize our ubudiyah, our iftiqar. There's a poet who said, an Arabic poet who said that, oh Allah, I'm at your door with nothing to give you but my impoverishment. That's the only gift that I have to give you, is that I have nothing to give you. And that state that Allah has put us in, a contingent being, is to in order that we come to know who we are. And by knowing who we are, we then know by the negation of those things for Allah, we know who Allah is. So if I am hadith, I'm not qadim, by knowing that I'm hadith, I can understand something about Allah, because Allah is not hadith. So what I affirm for myself, I end up negating for Allah. By knowing that I am fani, I know Allah is baqi. By knowing that I am ushabihul khalq, I am like creation. I had an exercise once that I had to do in creative thinking, was to describe all of the things that were similar between a frog and a spaceship. And I came up with so many things. and a lot more than other people could do in that exercise. And the only reason was because I was trained in Islamic theology. And I understood. There's a lot of people that got that and they just couldn't think of anything that a frog had in common with a ship. And there were plenty of things, right? 3-dimensional, in time space, created to move from one place to another, able to leap tall buildings with a single bound. So, by knowing these qualities that I have as a human being, I understand that these are the things I have to negate for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And also self-sufficiency. And I want to just show you something really interesting here. I think it's interesting. This is a book called Jewish Theology. It was used at the Hebrew Union College in Boston, printed 1918 by Dr. K. Kohler. He was a rabbi and a professor of theology. And he has a chapter on Mohammedanism. Now this, I just really like this. Listen to this. He says here that the Mohammedan religion is an agency of divine providence entrusted with the historical mission of cooperating in the building up of the Messianic kingdom, thus preparing for the ultimate triumph of pure monotheism in the hearts and lives of all men and nations of the world. These views, voiced by Yehuda HaLevi, Maimonides, and Nehemides, were reiterated by many enlightened rabbis of later times. These point out that both the Christian and Mohammedan nations believe in the same God and His revelation to man, in the unity of the human race and in the future life, that they have spread the knowledge of God by sacred literature based upon our scripture, that they have retained the divine commandments essentially as they are phrased in our Decalogue, and have practically taught men to fulfill the Noahidic laws of humanity. There are 7 Noahidic laws. There are the laws of Noah, and that the Jews believe that a non-Jew has an easier time. That's why they discourage conversion. In fact, a rabbi is supposed to refuse conversion to you 7 times. And it's not because they actually feel you're safer as a Noahide in salvation than you are as a Jew. That it's harder to be a Jew. I mean, this is traditional, real Jewish theology. Because they have 613 laws that they have to follow. So Noahides only have 7. Now here's the real important point here. On account of the last fact, the medieval Jewish authorities considered Christians to be half proselytes, while the Mohammedans, being pure monotheists, were always still closer to Judaism. In other words, they traditionally considered us to be closer to the true understanding than the Christians because of the problem of the Trinity. Now the Trinity, to be fair to the Christians, and I think this is important because there are a lot of Muslims that think that Christians are mushrikun, and there are statements. I mean, Ibn Umar radiallahu anhu said that I can't imagine anything more associative than to say that Allah had a son, and that's a statement by Ibn Umar. But it's not possible that Allah would permit Muslims to marry Jews and Christians if they were considered to be mushrik, because we know in mushrikun najis that there's a najasa ma'nawiyah, and the fact that you can love and have conjugal relation and those things. And this is where you get into ta'alaw ila kalimatin sawa'in baynana wa baynakum. Come to a word that we share together. Allah na'budu illa Allah, that we only worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلَا نَتَّخِذَ بَعْضَنَا أَرْبَابًا مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ. You know, that we, بَعْضُنَا بَعْضًا أَرْبَابًا مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ. That we should not, some of us should not take others as arbab. Now, I want to stress the point, because if you look in the commentary, when Adi ibn Hatim came to the Prophet, and he was a Najranite Christian, he came and he said, Ya Rasulullah, we didn't take each other as lords beside God. And he said, did you make halal what they said was halal, and haram what they said haram? And he said, yes. And he said, then you took them as lords beside Allah, because we believe a tashri' is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's alone. And that's a tashri' al-mutlaq. I mean, that doesn't mean like living traffic laws. I mean, that's not what the Prophet ﷺ was talking about. He was talking about laws related to God and religion. That if a Jew or a Christian rabbi says this is halal or this is haram, and you believe it from that point of view. So the Prophet negated that. And the Christians, they do have an understanding of monotheism. And if you get into Catholic doctrine, the Catholics do not believe in anthropomorphism. They actually negate it, and they believe that Allah is infinite and has pure, is a simple substance, which is unity. And this gets into composite or compound, which is one of the things we negate. La a'da. Imam al-Tahawi says that Allah is not compounded of parts. And they believe the same thing about God. But their problem is the incarnation, and that is, they term that a mystery. I mean, they do, and they talk about the personas of God and the oneness of the Godhead. And that's where, I mean, we definitely differ with them on that point. But it's important for us to recognize that we cannot fall into the same trinity of acts, attributes, and essence. And this is where when we talk about wahdaniyah, we're talking about the oneness of Allah in His acts, attributes, and essence. And even those three qualities, the that of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is mentioned in the hadith, the attributes are mentioned in the hadith, and the actions of Allah are obvious and mentioned in the Quran. فَعَالُ لِمَا يُرِيد. He does a fi'l that He wants. He does whatever act He wants. So the oneness of Allah is an understanding that whenever our understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is that He does not direct His energy to any one place. So for instance, when we say in the Quran there are verses that indicate that He did certain things at certain times, that does not mean that other things were not in Allah's awareness and concern at that time. No, Allah has absolute knowledge of everything at every given time without any differentiation. Nothing occupies Him. لا يشغله شيء. Nothing occupies Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nothing. Allah is absolutely one in everything that He manifests Himself to us. In His acts, attributes, and His essence remains hidden to us, but we believe that the essential nature of it is its existence, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists. And so, I mean, this is it's a difficult topic, but at the same time it's not. And so I'll just finish it by saying قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. Say that Allah is ahad. And one of the things about the Arabs, that one is not a number. Two is the first number in Arabic. So we don't consider one as an adad. And so قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ is a negation of adad and kathra. It negates number, that He's not 1, 2, or 3. He's not 2 or 3, He's 1. So that's a negation of adad, nafyu al-adad. And kathra is that He is not a composite. So Allah has no composite parts. Allah has no, we can't think of Him as having a face and a hands that are like our face and hands, that there's some kind of jariha, ears, eyes, mouth, those type things. All that stuff has to be dispelled from the mind. Laysa kamithlihi shay. Nothing is like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And yet we affirm that He has described Himself with a wajh, with a yadain. We confirm those and we don't negate those, and we believe that, but we do not believe in any way that it has to do with anything like what we have. And that's why there's two interpretations, tafsili and ijmali. The later ulama went into detailed interpretation, which they were great scholars, and we don't consider them mubtadi'ah like some people do. But the preferred position has always been the early community's position of bila kayf that Imam Malik gave us. We don't go into details about any of this. We just believe in it ala muradillah. Whatever Allah meant by it, we believe it and we don't negate it. So qul huwa Allahu ahad is negation of adad and kathra. Allahu samad is a negation of that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has any deficiency, any want, any need. So it's deficiency of naqs and qillah, that Allah is in want or that He's deficient. Allahu samad. These are the 8 kufriyat that are mentioned, and it's negated in Surah Al-Ikhlas. There's only 8 possible ways that you can misconceive Allah, and all of them are negated in Ikhlas, which is why it's a summation of 1/3 of the Quran, because 1/3 of the Quran is on the subject of Tawhid, and it is a perfect summation of it. Lam yalid wa lam yulad, al-illa wal-ma'luliyya, it negates cause and effect. So Allah has no sufficient cause, He has no formal cause, He has no material cause, and He certainly doesn't have what's called the illa al-gha'iyya, or the teleological cause. So we negate all of those causes for Allah. We also negate that anything lam yalid, that Allah does not produce anything that is independent of Him. And this is really important. It doesn't just mean son. It negates the creation of an independent creation, which is what wilada is. Once a mother gives birth to the child is independent of the mother, because the mother, she can die in childbirth and the child lives. So Allah, lam yalid, His creation, we're not deists. He didn't just create it and now it's separate and not in need of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it negates that as well. So it's not just He's not a parent, didn't give birth, nor was He born. No, it negates illa wal ma'luliyya. And then the last one, وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. There's nothing like Allah. He has no shabih and no nadhir. He has no likeness nor any opposite. أقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله.
In the few minutes we have, I'd just like to pose a couple of quick questions to the panelists. One of them, Dr. Omar, perhaps if you can address this. Actually, it's a 2-part question. Number one is, somebody writes, a Christian fundamentalist told me, or said, that someone made the claim the word Allah was the name of a pre-Islamic moon god. I think this may be referring to the Allat theory. And so could you address that? And the second part of the question is, could you also talk about the use of the male referent he and him in reference to God?
The first question about Allah referring to the moon god, Allah is the ancient Semitic deity, and the moon god I don't think was ever called Allah. The moon god was called Seen, and also by other names than that, by Seen, the letter Seen, I think. And there was a trinity in Yemen, which was the trinity of Venus, the sun, and the moon. And that became a Babylonian trinity, because the Babylonians had 2 trinities. And it's interesting that in the Quran, Abraham is first called upon to worship what? Venus. That's the Kawkab. And then the moon, and then the star. That is the ancient Babylonian trinity. But the moon god, who was very important for the Semites and for the Yemenis, who are the ancient Babylonians, they probably come from Yemen, I don't think it was ever called Allah. It's called Seen, and by other names to my knowledge. Allat is a feminization of Al-Ilaha. And that you find it in the grammarians, in the books of language, the dictionaries of the Muslims. Some of the great grammarians, they say that in the Semitic languages, well, they don't say it like that, they say in Arabic. But this would apply for the Semitic languages, because they all come from the same root. They say that Allah and Ilah also were only singular, and that they did not have any other forms. They didn't have a plural form, and that the plural forms were introduced later on. Allat is one of them. It's a feminization. It was a feminine form of Allah. Allat is an ancient goddess. We find her in ancient Petra. We find her in the ancient Semitic tribes in the north. She's not just Arabian, but insofar as the use of the gender is concerned, one of the principles of Arabic language is, especially with regard to plurals, that the masculine gender includes all. And therefore it is sort of the gender without gender. Sometimes the feminine is used for emphasis and things of that nature.
This begins CD number 4.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. What we want to talk about today What we want to talk about in this session are the adornments, the qualitative attributes of God, which were called in Arabic al-ma'ani, the qualities, or the meanings, the attributes. We said that traditional Islamic theology regarded it an obligation that Muslims understand about their Lord 13 attributes. Let's just review that before we start. The self attribute is existence, necessary existence, not possible existence, necessary existence, existence which is utterly different from the existence of anything in creation, which is the root of all existence. All other existence is impossible, inconceivable, without that pre-eternal, that pre-existent being of God. Then there are the 5 negating attributes, which, as Imam Hamza said, are called negating because they deny certain things about God. He does not have certain traits. The first of the negating attributes is pre-existence, meaning he has no beginning. So when we interpret it, it is negative, no beginning. What is the second? Sempiternity or eternity, eternal life, al-baqa in Arabic, meaning that he has no end. So that's no end, no beginning, no end. Next comes dissimilarity, which in Arabic is al-mukhalafa lil-ghayr, or they call it al-mughayara, because God is absolutely other with a capital O. He is not like anything in creation, totally other. And that, of course, denies that he has a likeness, that he is like Jesus or the sun or the moon or nature or force or anything. And the fourth of the negative negating attributes is self-subsistence. Self-subsistence, that he al-qiyamu bin-nafs, that he exists and subsists in and of himself. He needs no helper. So it negates need. He has no need. And he who has no need of anything, no need of time, no need of place, no need of a body, no need of instruments, no need of ears to hear or eyes to see, is utterly bounteous. So out of self-sufficiency, which is regarded to be the greatest of the divine attributes, because it's the most telling of the divine attributes. If you have self-sufficiency, then you can give everything. You can create in an instant. You can change creation in an instant. So many of the theologians said that that name of God, which most depicts his divinity, is Al-Ghani. Al-Ghani, which means he who is bounteous, he who has no need, and therefore he is Al-Mughni. He is the one who enriches, who can give. He is the one who says be and it is. He doesn't create with matter. He doesn't need atoms. He doesn't need instruments. He is the Lord of the angels, but he doesn't need angels. So this is self-sufficiency. He is utterly unlike bodies and all other things that have needs. And then the last of the negating attributes is oneness. Oneness, that he is one, meaning that there is no second God, there is no third God, there is no other God. But it also means that he has no multiplicity in himself. So he's not a body that is made up of parts. He is not composite. He is utterly different. He is utterly unimaginable. لا تدركه الأبصار. That eyes, the vision, can never perceive him. They can never overtake him. وهو يدرك الأبصار. And he is the one who perceives all the things that are seen. So these are the attributes we talked about before. Now we have the adorning attributes. And we've referred to this as self-knowledge as theology because of a very basic Islamic belief, which is that each of us, every human being, is created with a perfect disposition, the fitrah, the original disposition. Every human being, from the first to the last, no matter what their gender, no matter what their class, no matter what their race or ethnic group, all of them have this fitrah. And this fitrah is perfect. This fitrah is imbued with the knowledge of God. As Imam Hamza said, you do not find children who disbelieve in God. And children, as he said, they accept whatever God does. They're not like adults. They understand it and they accept it. The Prophet said, peace be upon him, in the famous Hadith, which is transmitted in every collection of Hadith practically, كُلُّ مَوْلُودٍ يُولَدُ عَلَى الْفِطْرَةِ, that every child born is born with this primordial disposition, this perfect disposition. Part of that perfect disposition is that the human being is created as the knower of God. And as the Prophet said, this is an authentic tradition in Bukhari and Muslim and other collections. خَلَقَ الرَّحْمَنُ آدَمَ عَلَى سُورَتِهِ, that the most merciful created Adam after his image. You have this same statement in the Bible, and you have it in other religious texts. It does not mean that God has an anthropomorphic body or that he is a big man in the sky. But it does have a theomorphic reality. Namely, that in us are all of the qualities that we need to understand the lordly attributes and to be the vicegerents of God on earth, to be saints, to be people given to God, to be worshipers and to be knowers. And these lordly attributes are called the lordly attributes of man and God because they are shared names. They are shared names. So now we're talking about the qualities, the third group of attributes, and these are 7 attributes. What are they? Life. We live. God lives. And knowledge. We know, and He has perfect knowledge. Speech. We speak, and speech is essential to our anthropology. And He also speaks. After speech comes will, irada, fa'alun lima yurid. He is the active doer of whatever He wills. So He has will and power, qudrah. And then we have, after that, seeing and hearing. Now, whenever we understand these 7 attributes, we must understand them within the balance of the negating attributes. That every one of them is pre-existent and eternal. That every one of them is dissimilar. So His life is not like our life. His speech is not like ours. His hearing is not like ours. He hears without organs. He hears colors. He hears tastes. He hears everything that exists. His qualities are self-sufficient. They don't need anything. They don't need instruments. He doesn't need a computer to know. They don't need time and place. And then they are one. They are one. No other being shares them. They are uniquely His own. Yet we, the vicegerents of God on earth, the sons and daughters of Adam, we are created in the image of the most merciful. And many of our great scholars said, what does this mean? It means that we have life, knowledge, speech, will, free will, power, hearing and seeing. Then we go further, because as we mentioned before, one of the great treasures of Islam is that we have over 150 authentic names of God, which are tawqifi, meaning that they are not rational names that we came up with rationally. They are prophetic names that are established by prophecy. They are God's names by which He has known Himself from pre-eternity. So this enables us to understand our Creator perfectly through worship and self-purification and activity. But also it is self-knowledge, because of the fact that to know ourselves and to perfect ourselves and to become human is also to become perfect knowers of our Lord. Let us now look at these attributes in some detail. First of all, I want to point out that in Islamic theology, when they speak about life, knowledge, speech, and the other attributes, they always point out that just as we affirm these, so also must we reject all contraries and opposites. So there's also the negative side to this. And we mentioned before that there are some things that you are obliged to believe. You have to believe. It's wajib. And there's some things that you must reject. And this is a good example. All things that are contrary to or opposite these qualities are rejected. Therefore, God does not die. He cannot be characterized by death. Knowledge, He cannot be characterized by ignorance or mistakes or forgetting. Of course, Revelation also affirms that, but always keep that in mind, that when you learn the positive attribute, you also call to mind its negative, and you reject that negative. It's very important because sometimes questions come up about little points, and this is a good reference for that. God speaks, and we'll talk a little bit about what His speech is, His pre-eternal speech. It's an important point. We may not be able to go into it in detail, but it means also that He is not dumb. He cannot. Dumbness is the inability to speak. Also, He is not speechless. And speech is the revelation of knowledge. Speech and knowledge go together in terms of what they refer to, so that His words are infinite. As the Quran says, if all the seas were ink and all the trees were pins, they would not suffice to write down the knowledge of God. That's His speech also. That is His speech. So His speech is the manifestation of His knowledge, and it's also infinite. And He doesn't forget, He doesn't err. Those are contraries. Will is an attribute, and its contraries, which would be that things happen in creation contrary to His will, that He is forced to do things that He doesn't want to do, that He has to do certain things. That's also rejected by the affirmation of will. Power, anything that would constrain His power. Impotence, inability to act, inability to do other things or create other things instead, that is negated. Hearing and seeing likewise. We can break these 7 qualities into the quality of sufficient cause, qualities of omniscience, infinite knowledge, qualities of creation, and into qualities of omnipresence, of perception of everything that exists. I'll explain more what that means as we go through it. The first of the attributes is the attribute or the quality of sufficient cause, meaning that God, Allah, is indeed the sufficient cause for all creation and for the adornment of all of his attributes. That quality is life, that he is the living God. And we say Al-Hayy, the living. And in the Bible, one of the common biblical words is Hayy Eloh, Hayy Elohim, Hayy El Shaddai, and so forth. God lives. God is all powerful. So the living God is also very common in the biblical tradition. This is regarded to be an essential quality of God, but it is one of sufficient cause because all the other attributes are incoherent without the establishment of life. That's from a rational standpoint. Of course, from the standpoint of revelation, we know that this is the way he is. Al-Hayyul Qayyum. فَتَوَكَّلَ عَلَى الْحَيِّ الَّذِي لَا يَمُوتُ. So put your reliance in the living one who never dies, God. It's important, I'd just like to note here, that the Greeks regarded immortality to be the fundamental element of divinity. In the ancient Greek conception of divinity, immortality is its essence, when things do not die. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, in Islamic theology, immortality is not regarded to be the essence of divinity. It's one of the qualities of divinity, but the essence of divinity is self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency. Al-Qiyamu bin-Nafs. So immortality is God's nature, and his life is uncreated. It is not spiritual. He is not a spirit. He doesn't live by virtue of spirit like animals or angels or human beings. But immortality is the quality of other beings as well, except that it's immortality from nothingness to eternity. And this is also your quality, because of the fact that although there was a time when you were not, and then you came into existence, and you will die, you will be resurrected, and you will live forever. You will be immortal in heaven, insha'Allah, all of us, or even in hell for a time, and then heaven. So he who is eternal and all-powerful, he can make things live forever. Therefore, immortality is not an essential attribute of divinity, but it is one of the qualities of divinity. Imam al-Ghazali refers to God as the ever-living, the supreme actor. And he points out that life is that quality which implies supreme consciousness and perception in the case of God. So therefore, all the other qualities that we will talk about, knowledge, speech, and so forth, they require this quality logically, even though all of them are independent of each other in reality. We go now to qualities of omniscience, qualities of infinite knowledge. And these are two. Again, to repeat myself from this morning, the attributes of God are infinite. They're not 13. The ones that are required of us are 13. But his attributes are infinite. As our theologians would say, لا يعلم الله إلا الله, that none knows God as he is in himself but God. He is infinite, and his greatest knowledge is his knowledge of himself. His greatest vision is his seeing of himself. His greatest hearing is his hearing of his own speech. He is the great Lord, the eternal Lord. But knowledge and speech are the two attributes of omniscience. In our theological conception, knowledge and speech are very similar. Knowledge pertains to everything that is, everything that has been, everything that will be, everything that is necessary, everything that is inconceivable, everything that is possible. It is infinite knowledge. And his knowledge of everything in creation, from the furthest galaxies to the smallest atoms, and from, as the Prophet in one of the Hadith speaks of, the crawling of the ant over the black rock in night, he knows that, he hears that, he sees it. From his seeing that and knowing that to the mysteries of the black holes of the universe, or dark matter, or whatever it is. That vast universe of you and your thoughts, your inner and your outward, he knows all of that, yet that is a drop in the ocean of his knowledge. Because for everything that exists, and every dimension of everything that exists, there is an infinite set of alternative possibilities. And so therefore, in affirming his knowledge, we also affirm that he knows all of those, which is very important when we come to talk about creation. And we'll talk about that in a moment. So infinite knowledge then takes in all of that. And there are many, many words in Arabic, that many names of knowledge. Al-Alim, the omniscient, the all-knowing. Al-Hakim, the all-wise. Alim al-Shahada, knower of the seen. Allam al-Ghuyub, the all-knower of the unseen. Al-Khabir, the all-cognizant, who knows everything in detail. Al-Shahid, the witness, the omnipresent, omniscient. Al-Latif, the subtle, the knower of subtleties, who knows, as they say when they explain this, how the fetus in the womb goes through its stages, that subtle knowledge. Who knows how the coal transforms into a diamond in the coal bed. Who knows how the piece of sand transforms into a pearl in the oyster shell, who knows how the honey is formulated in the stomach of the bee. That is Al-Latif, the knower of subtleties. Al-Hafiz, the preserver, the heedful one, and only he who knows can preserve. Al-Hafiz, the keeper. Al-Muhit, the omniscient, the encompasser, the holder of encompassing knowledge. Al-Wasi', the vast in knowledge and power. Al-Muhsi, the enumerator, and so forth. Beautiful names. And these are the names, as Allah says in the Quran, Lillahi al-asma'ul husna. God has the most beautiful names. Fad'uhu biha. So call upon him by those names, but also know him by those names. Contemplate him by those names. It's one of the greatest acts of worship. Knowledge in Islamic theology manifests. And so when you ask the theologian, well, what is knowledge for God? I know what it is for me, how hard it is to get and easy to lose. But they say that divine knowledge, of course, is not learned. You cannot increase his knowledge, it's already perfect. But his knowledge manifests. It shows things to be as they are, eternally. From beginning to end, from what will be to what will not be. What could have been, Star Wars, and never was. All of that is in his knowledge. Nothing is new to him, nothing is unknown to him. But knowledge makes it manifest. Speech, the pre-existent speech of God, the tablets, as you know, they map out everything in creation that will be, from beginning to end. That's the speech of God. It's created speech. But his uncreated speech, which is his attribute, it has that quality, and the speech speaks of everything in his knowledge. So speech is also for us an attribute of omniscience, of absolute knowledge. Except that the difference is that knowledge shows and speech points. That's the difference in theology. That knowledge shows, it manifests, And speech points, speech demonstrates, speech tells you about what is known. Again, his speech is like his knowledge. It pertains to everything that is, everything that will be, everything that has been, and then all that is necessary, all that is inconceivable, and all the possibilities of things that never will be and could have been. As we said before, that is the infinite category. That is the sea of seas. That's the ocean of knowledge. And speech speaks of that. Knowledge shows that. God has the attribute of speech because He speaks in the Quran. He speaks of Himself as speaking. He reveals His word. There is not a name of God that we know which is al-mutakallim. In other languages you do have words like this that may be divine words, but we won't go into that now because of the time. But Al-Qadi is one of the names of God in Hadith, meaning He whose judgment sticks. Al-Hasib, the judge. Al-Adl, justice. Al-Mu'min, the giver of security or peace or safety, the granter of faith. Al-Bayhaqi, who wrote one of the beautiful books of the attributes of God, he says about Al-Mu'min that he speaks the truth and fulfills the promises he makes. So Al-Mu'min implies speech. As-Sadiq is another one of the names of God, the speaker of truth. In Hadith, it's not in the Quran, but it's in Hadith. And Al-Bayhaqi says that it is taken from verses such as the verse in the Quran, who is more truthful in speech than God? He is the Lord of truth and truthfulness. He informs His servant of what will enable him to win God's pleasure and divert His wrath, and so forth. One of the questions in Islamic history, as many of you know, if not all, was the issue about the Quran being created. And I think that for most of us, including myself, when we first encounter that issue, we wonder that why in the world did they talk about this? Of all the things to discuss. Actually, it's an extremely important issue. And without going into it, the position of the theologians was that God's revelation to prophets, the Quran, the Torah, the Gospel of Jesus, the revelations of Abraham, the Psalms of David, the revelations of God to His prophet, that they were the revealed Word of God, without any question. And God has the attribute of pre-existent speech, which is uncreated. Therefore, how does that pre-existent speech relate to the speech that He revealed to His prophets, and especially to the Quran, the last revelation? And in a nutshell, the position was that the revealed words of God, the Quran and the other books in their pristine form, if they're not tampered with or changed, that their words are created. The Arabic of the Quran is created. The syntax is created. The paper of the book is obviously created. The pronounced word is created because the pre-existent speech of God, it doesn't have letters. It doesn't have parts. It's not Arabic, it's not Syriac, it's not Hebrew, it's not Sanskrit, it's not sound. It is a pre-existent speech which is unlike anything spoken, that points to realities, just like knowledge shows them for what they are. And the revealed works are created. The revelation is the creation of speech in the particular form that it will be said. But that creation is perfect, so that the letters of the Quran perfectly mirror the image of uncreated speech. And for that reason, the Sunni theologians refuse to allow it to be said that the Quran was created. even though they knew very well that it is both created and uncreated. It has a created aspect, which is its Arabic idiom, the actual words and verses, but that created speech of the Quran perfectly mirrors the uncreated speech of God. And for that reason, the meanings of the Quran are infinite. And for that reason, the words of the Quran are blessed and untranslatable. We can, of course, produce a beautiful translation, and we have to do that, but it could never substitute for the original. In the original, the words, the letters have meaning, the words have meaning, and the more that you repeat it, the more that you get. And if you read it as a whole and then read it again, you enter another world. As Sayyidina Umar used to say, that if I lose the halter of a camel, I can find it in the Quran. There's no verse in the Quran about where to find a halter to a camel. But what he meant is that this is the speech of God. And as I read it over and over again and contemplate it and use it, I will find in it everything. So the Quran reflects all divine knowledge, just as the Torah of Moses, the Gospel of Jesus, the Psalms of David, and these pristine revelations did the same. And it's sort of like maybe a metaphor you could use is the metaphor of a still crystal lake at night, or a mirror. The lake is still, the lake is limited in size, but in the lake you see the universe. All the stars, the moon, the planets, they're reflected in that mirror or in that lake. And likewise, the letters of the Quran, the verses of the Quran, they perfectly relate to the uncreated speech of God. This is what makes the Quran so remarkable. This is what makes it the book that you never tire of. This is what makes it the book that children enjoy, and women and men, educated people and uneducated people. So I just wanted to touch on that issue because it's one of the issues regarding attributes. Speech was regarded to be an attribute of God, a qualitative attribute of God. We come after that to the qualities of creation. And this means those qualities that are essential to the divine act. The divine act is creation. That Allah creates. There is no creator but He. He creates without medium. He creates without matter. He is the Lord of matter. He makes matter. And when we look at the atom, we see that its existence is miraculous itself. The two attributes of creation or of the divine act are what? Will and power. Will in Arabic is irada, and power is qudra. There are many names of will: al-muqaddim, al-muakhir, al-hadi, al-mudabbir, which is a hadith name, al-rashid, al-rahman, al-rahim, al-halim. Many of the names of God reflect the disposition of His will, the most merciful, the clement, the muqaddim, the one who puts some things first, al-muakhir, who puts other things later or last. These are all references to will and also to other qualities. Power has many names, and many of the names combine will and power. Al-Qadir, the omnipotent, the all-powerful. Al-Qadir, the powerful. Al-Muqtadir, the omnipotent. Al-Qawi, the almighty, the strong in essence. Fa'alun lima yurid. Al-Bayhaqi makes that Al-Fa'al, the efficacious doer, the active doer. Al-Khaliq, the creator. Al-Fatir, Al-Mubdi, the creator from nothing. Al-Muhyi, Al-Mumit, and so forth. What's the difference between will and power? According to our theologians, will delimits. Power brings into existence and out of existence. And although we do not speak of one attribute of God as depending on another, because they don't, logically, power goes back to will goes back to knowledge, and knowledge goes back to life. And when we speak about the perfect Adamic human being, then there is no action without knowledge. Knowledge is essential to our action, and there is no knowledge without action. We have to act also to know. And we speak about willpower, and will is also essential to our act, and power to do the act, to carry out what we will, is inevitable, or we can't act at all. The quality of will is delimitation. That in Arabic is called takhsis. Takhsis. Specification. Also, they use another word, tarjih, meaning granting preponderance. What that means is this, that if we take any thing that exists, like, let's say, a glass of water, the existence of this thing that exists in space and time is temporal. It exists in space and time. Is its existence necessary? No. If it were necessary, it would be perfect, unchanging, self-sufficient. It would be our God. Is it inconceivable or impossible? No, because here it is. So this kind of existence, which is the existence of the cup of water, we call that possible existence. Possible existence. Meaning that just as it's possible for this cup to exist, and in fact it does, by virtue of divine will and power, so it's also possible that I drop it and break it, or that it's broken and thrown out in the garbage and crushed, and ceases to exist. So existence and non-existence are both possible for this cup. And every attribute that relates to it belongs to an infinite series of alternatives. So if the water is this high, it could be this high or this high. It could overflow, it could be empty. Instead of being clear, it could be opaque. Instead of being opaque, it could be blue. So the possibilities that pertain to everything in possible being, which is creation, are what? Infinite. Infinite. They're not a billion or a trillion. They are infinite possibilities. That's very important. This is why Imam Hamza said that when they asked him to compare the frog to the spaceship, Islamic theology helps out. Because you're tuned in to these kind of things, that all things temporal, they share a lot in common. One of them is infinite possibility. So, does this cup exist by chance? Again, that's another issue. This is one of the proofs of God in Islamic theory. But if I had 10 coins in my pocket and I wanted to draw them out in a series 1 through 10, putting the coins back in the pocket every time, what is the probability that I could produce that chain, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in coins from my pocket, putting them back every time I draw? 1 over 10 billion. 1 over 10 billion, meaning that if I drew a coin every second and calculated it, and then if it doesn't work, 1, 2, 3, I don't have the series, I start over from scratch, it would take me about 327 years to ever get that possibility out of my pocket. And that's not chance. That's not cosmic chance. That is controlled chance, where I have coins and I'm drawing them out of my pocket. So what's the possibility that these perfect attributes in this cup, these beautiful attributes, just convened by chance in the world? It's impossible. It is impossible. This is one of the things that we're asked to contemplate on in the creation of heavens and the earth. Now, when God creates, it is the function of His will, His irada, that He knows all possibilities by virtue of knowledge. His infinite knowledge knows every possibility that pertains to this cup. Every possibility that pertains to you, to where you live, who you are, how you dress, how you eat, whatever is around you in the world, all of those infinite possibilities are known. And will delimits. In other words, will specifies that it will be just like this. It will be this cup, in this time, in this place, in this hand, with this much water. That is will. Will delimits. It rules out from the sea of infinite knowledge and infinite possibilities. All of those possibilities which the all-wise, al-Hakim, does not will to be. And it determines that these are the ones to be. That you will be born on such and such a date, in such and such a family, in such and such a place, that you will come to Chicago on this day and sit there and not there, and wear these clothes and not those. That's will. Will specifies, it designates, it delimits, but it doesn't create. Power then creates. Power creates. Al-Qadir, Al-Qadir, Al-Muqtadir. The all-powerful God, in His wisdom, in His knowledge, as He is proclaimed in His speech in the tablets, His created speech is in the tablets, the pre-existent speech is before that. He wills that this thing shall be this way, and power is that quality of God which brings it into existence in exactly the way that it was willed to be. So that here it is on the rostrum at this hour, this second, this time, with these qualities, everything preceding it, that preceded it, everything that follows it, follows it. Power, therefore, has the quality of bringing into existence and taking out of existence. And here, when we speak about bringing into existence and taking out of existence, we usually think of that in terms of being and nothingness of substance. So that bringing the cup into existence is to make the cup exist. And to make it not exist is to destroy it. But it also pertains to all the qualities, all the accidents, all the attributes of the cup and what's in it. Those are also created. That's also part of the divine will. So, will and power, therefore, are the attributes of creation. All creation go back to will and power. And all of that goes back to knowledge of all things possible, all things necessary, all things inconceivable, and divine wisdom that certain things will be and other things will not be. Finally, there are the qualities of omnipresence. And I use that word because it's part of the theological vocabulary of the West. And when we say that God is omnipresent, we mean by that not that He is physically in every place or that He is inside of things, but we mean by that He perceives all that exists. He sees all that exists. He hears all that exists. He knows all that exists. And often when the references to omnipresence come in the Quran, the commentators will say He is in all places in His knowledge, or they will use another expression like that. But seeing and hearing are attributes of the divine presence, and they relate to all that exists. Knowledge and speech relate to everything impossible, everything possible, everything necessary, everything that exists and does not exist. Will and power are attributes of creation. They create the possible world. In the case of hearing and seeing, they are the attributes that speak of God's perfect perception of the world that exists. the world of particulars, the world of sounds and movements and colors and tastes. And again, these are pre-existent attributes. They have no beginning. And the most beautiful and majestic of all that God sees and hears is what? His essence and his qualities. And then also his act, meaning creation. So he sees his essence, he sees his sifat, his attributes, he hears them, he perceives them, and then he also perfectly witnesses his act that brings everything into creation, from the furthest galaxy to the smallest atom, from the least of human beings to the greatest of human beings. Again, these qualities are dissimilar, and they are self-sufficient. They are not like our seeing, our hearing. We can only see very little, as Imam Hamza pointed out. As I look at you right now with relatively good senses, I can only see 5% of what is in front of me. Of all the sensations that are given, if I am attentive, I can pick up 5% of what is visible. Nothing, and if one person is in front of another, I can't see the one behind them. I can hear you if you speak loudly. I can't hear you if you speak in a hushed voice, or if you're behind the wall. I have to have ears, I have to have eyes, there has to be color, there has to be a certain type of sound wave that is made. Seeing and hearing for God are not like that. He sees everything that exists. He sees himself, his attributes, his act. He sees the angels. He sees the unseen. He sees colors, darkness and light. He sees sounds. He sees tastes. He sees everything that exists. Things that we perceive through our senses, or that other animals that have greater senses than we perceive through their senses. All of those are seen, and all of those also are heard. The difference here is, as the theologians explain, that seeing is a mode of divine perception of existence that relates to everything that hearing relates to, but it's different. Seeing and hearing are not the same, but God hears everything he sees. So he hears colors, he hears bodies, he hears shapes, he hears light and darkness, he hears sounds, all sounds, no matter how minute, no matter how mixed, far away or close. He hears tastes, he hears smells, he hears everything that exists. These then are the 13 attributes, and they constitute the definition of the God whom we worship. Islamic theology, Islamic law regarded it to be the first requirement of a Muslim to learn to know his Creator, her Creator. And many of them held that that meant that you need to understand at least these 13 attributes: necessary existence, pre-existence, sempiternity, eternity, dissimilarity, self-sufficiency, oneness, and then life, which is required for sufficient cause, knowledge and speech, which are essentially aspects of omniscience, will and power, which will delimits and focuses on and restricts, rules out certain things and affirms others, power that brings this into existence and takes it out, according to what is in the will, at the exact time and place that was determined. And then he hears and he sees. Of course, in this Islamic belief in the divine being, this theological definition of the Creator, there are many questions that arise. And Islamic theology also addresses those. Inshallah, I have concluded some time before the time that was allotted, which I think is a mercy. God prescribed mercy for all things. And this will also enable us now, in the time that remains, to entertain more questions. Thank you very much for your patience. And jazakum Allahu kulla khair. Wassalamu alaikum.
Jazakum Allahu khairan, Dr. Omar. May Allah reward you with all the best for that extremely enlightening, detailed, and very articulate presentation of material that is obviously abstract in nature. So Imam Hamza will actually share some brief comments, around 5 minutes or so, about what Dr. Omar covered, and then I'll start firing off some questions. So Imam Hamza, if you could spend about 5 minutes talking about
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Well, first of all, I wanted to just make a few comments about these 13 attributes that we've covered, which can extend to 20 if you add 7 more that just relate to al-murid for irada, qadir for qudra. That's a pretty simple thing to do. And then they move on to actually 66 of the aqeedah that are included. In 66 is obviously the number of alif lam lam ha, and that was, for some reason, a lot of the texts would have 66 points that they would make. I wanted to say just about this is probably one of the most well thought out in Islamic history, and really in theology, in the history of theology as a tradition within the Abrahamic faith. This is probably the most sophisticated creed, and if you actually get into what they call the mutawwalat, which are the books that go into great detail about this, what you realize is that this is not an arbitrary number, nor are these attributes arbitrary. All of the 99 names, for instance, can be fit into one of these attributes. In other words, Qadi Abu Bakr mentions 121 names, Dr. Omar mentions 150 confirmed names coming out of the Hadith. I think there's 121 in the Quran, and then you add to that like Hannan and Mannan. There's other ones that come out of the Ahadith, that we have 150 Tawqifiyya. All of those names can go back to one of these names. So if you have Al-Qadir, there's a whole bunch of names, like Al-Aziz is a type of Qudra. The Izzah goes back to Al-Qadir. Al-Wajid, Al-Ghani. All of these names go back to that basic attribute. So what we're being taught is what are the essential qualities that we believe are necessary, and it is inconceivable that our God would not have those qualities, and they are all taken from proofs from the Quran and from the Sunnah. In ethics, they have the 4 cardinal virtues, and those virtues, which are the moral virtues, every virtue that we can name can be identified in one of those 4 cardinal virtues. So generosity is not a primary virtue, it's actually a branch of courage, because people that are generous are courageous with their wealth, and they overcome their fear of poverty and their fear of loss by giving out. In the same way that you can do that with the cardinal virtues, you can also do these with these divine attributes, that every attribute you can think of God is subsumed in these rubrics, every single one. And so it's actually a very deep thing. I wanted to add, when Dr. Omar, it was written up there that the Quran is both created and uncreated, we do not say that except in teaching format. It is actually prohibited by the ulama, and it is lack of adab to the book of Allah, except in explaining that there is a created aspect, and that is what we recite and what we read. But we still understand that the Quran, and we say Al-Quran, Kalamullah, Ghayru Makhluq. The Quran is the word, the speech of Allah, and it is uncreated, and we believe that. This is in order to
free us from what Montgomery Watt so cleverly called imbibliation, God becoming book. And he used that as a way of approximating Muslim understanding to incarnation, God becoming flesh. So that is in order to avoid that type of misunderstanding, that the Quran, when we say it's uncreated attribute of God, that's the point. But you don't go out and go to the mosque and say, did you know the Quran was both uncreated and created? Because you might get punched. And there's no point in going into these. These are not points that we should even be talking about, other than for ta'aleem, in order that you don't get confused, because a lot of Muslims have never understood that. What do we mean by that? And so what Dr. Omar did is he clarified what the traditional position is, and that is the Sunni position that is agreed upon by the overwhelming majority of Sunni scholars.
Jazakumullah khair.
This completes CD number 4. This begins CD number 5.
Somebody writes what I think is an excellent question. Since you described hearing and seeing regarding a lot of the same examples of sounds, shapes, colors, tastes, can you distinguish the hearing from the seeing? What is the principal distinction articulated by the ulama?
I've never myself encountered any explanation of how that would be different other than to say that it was. How about you?
Well, yeah, my understanding is that these are sam'iyya attributes, unlike the other ones which are rational attributes. In other words, we believe about those other attributes that they can actually, the intellect, free of revelation, can arrive at the same understanding. But hearing, sight, and speech are attributes that could not be arrived at through rational thought, that they're arrived at through revelation. And our understanding is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, "Innani ana ma'akuma asma' wa ara." I'm with you and I hear and I see. And the fact that he's using two words that are different, it indicates that these are two different functions. And they're both related, obviously, to knowledge and awareness. So they're extensions of the attribute of ilm, which is to have ihata of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's creation. And you get into idrak, what's called idrak, and this is a khilaf amongst the theologians of whether or not that is an attribute. Allah obviously knows what taste is because He created taste. And He gave us sweet and bitter. And Allah did that. That's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He knows what humor is because He created us a risible animal. So we have a Lord that understands things like irony. These are things that Allah has put into us. And that's why comedians have to be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that people can get their jokes.
I'm just trying to get these questions organized because they're wonderful questions. Many of them that I think have already been answered, I've eliminated. If they're going to be answered in an upcoming session, I've also eliminated. And I was trying to organize them into some meaningful categories. A couple of questions have come in about paradoxes. So I was hoping either Imam Hamza or Dr. Omar could just comment on, common atheist arguments such as, can God create a stone so heavy He Himself cannot lift it? And can you just answer that conundrum?
Well, I think it was Augustine who answered that he could, but he's busy preparing hell for people that ask questions like that.
Allahu Akbar. For the record, the person who wrote the question did not ask it. They said, "How do I respond?"
No, but these are common. These are common things that you get in philosophy classes, and you do see them in books, and they are brought up. This goes under what yastahilu lillah, which means it's inconceivable. We don't say it's impossible. We say it's inconceivable. We do not conceive of a creator. The intellect rejects that. Now, obviously, within traditional theology, the problem, and this is a problem that's brought up in Greek thought as well. The problem is, did God create logic and the rules of logic, or is He Himself also subject to the rules of logic? It's the same as, are things good in and of themselves, or are they good because Allah commands to them? These are philosophical bugbears that people that spend their time thinking about these things have. But we would just say simply that هَذِي يَسْتَحِيلُ لِلَّهِ. It's not conceivable that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would do that. And I mean, Ibn Hazm has some really interesting things to say about the qudra of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the things that are possible and yet that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would not do. Ta'ala Allah, like Allah is transcendent or exalted beyond that. But we do have just a recognition that we would say هَذَا يَسْتَحِيلُ لِلَّهِ. It's inconceivable that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would do that. And the fact that He has created human beings with a capacity to think of things like that is in a sense really a proof also of His existence. One of the things that Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said, that he felt that one of the greatest proofs of God were sailors. He said you'll find the worst human beings on the planet amongst sailors. And he said, and yet, this merciful God allows them to do all these horrible things in these port cities and get on these ships and cross vast oceans without destroying them.
Several questions have rolled in about, I think that there tends to be a segment of the audience that might be a little bit overwhelmed with the level of detail and the specificity of these different attributes and the particularity with which each one needs to be understood. And there seems to be a concern of to what extent are Muslims really responsible to know all this material, and if they just feel like they can't handle it or it's beyond them, what is a basic minimal level that they should feel comfortable with?
I think what's really important is that, as Imam Hamza said, that the theology that we have is a very sophisticated one that has been worked on with great diligence. And in all the Abrahamic faiths, it stands out as one of the most coherent and comprehensive theologies of all. Although in Islamic civilization, our preoccupation was not theology, it was sacred law and Sufism. These were the two areas that produced a huge volume of civilized production. Yet theology is always at the basis of that. Therefore, if you want to understand the classical law, especially legal theory, you have to go through the theology, because that's where the fundamental logic comes from, the terminology, the way of thinking and proof. And also, in many of the traditional theological texts, they will end with ihsan, they will end with perfect service to God. So that now that you know your Lord, come to know Him in practice and approach Him by repentance and by thankfulness and by patience and by fear and hope and love and so forth. So when you go through these 13 attributes, which, as Imam Hamza said, are not arbitrary, and they are a matter of consensus among the majority of Sunni ulama, then you have a very clear picture of your Creator whom you worship. It was often required that people understood these basic attributes. To understand them with great sophistication, that was not regarded to be a requirement, simply because of the fact that it's beyond the capacity of many human beings.
This is not difficult at a very basic level. Those 13 attributes can be learned by any child, matter of minutes, 10, 15 minutes. And a basic understanding of their semantic meaning is not difficult either. We're going into, obviously, fleshing something out. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's fleshing it. It's, just adding on cartilage, really. I mean, we haven't gone into a lot of great detail in relation to what the ulama go into, to be honest with you. And that isn't to make you feel like, I mean, this stuff is pretty overwhelming. I'm overwhelmed by it. I mean, I listen to it and it makes your head spin. I mean, if you think about God, you have to start feeling like you're drowning. And if you don't, something's really wrong with you. I mean, there's nothing deeper than this subject in existence. There's nothing that we can occupy our minds with that is more profound and more vast and more deep than the subject of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it's as simple as that. I mean, that's the reality of it. So if you feel overwhelmed, I'm glad. Because I feel overwhelmed. I think Dr. Omar feels overwhelmed. And so don't see it as a negative thing. But don't also feel like I can't learn this, because that's not true either. Aristotle says that the thing that has the most just distribution in the world is intellect. That Allah has been most just in His distribution of intellect than anything else. And the overwhelming majority of human beings share similar intellectual capacities. And that's the truth. And a few are 1 or 2 standard deviants away from that norm, but those aren't, those are rare people, and they're necessary on both ends. I'm sure the vast majority of people in here are more than capable of grasping everything that's been said. I really believe that.
Imam Abdullah al-Haddad, who was one of the great teachers and Sufis of the 18th and 19th century, he said that the unbeliever is bewildered by creation, and the believer is bewildered by the Creator. So this knowledge is bewildering, but you have the perfect soul to receive it. You were helped. God prepared you. He created you with a fitrah that is perfect, a fitrah that knows Him directly. And He gave you names to call upon Him. And when you call upon Him by His names, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Malik, Al-Quddus, Al-Salam, Al-Mu'min, Al-Muhaymin, and you think about these, then you know Him. You come to know Him. And that's why there's no knowledge without practice. There's no practice without knowledge. There's no knowledge without practice. And when you get this knowledge, you have to bring it to life. You worship your Creator. You stand up in prayer at night. You mention His beautiful names, Allah, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Malik, Al-Quddus. And He comes close to you with those names. When you call upon Him, His presence is there. It's always there, but in a special way. And you are able to take that imprint. So that's why this knowledge is not for us a theoretical knowledge. It's a practical knowledge. As Imam Hamza said, religion is basically experience. And these are the guidelines so that that experience be correct. One of the great, Ibn Arabi, one of the great Muslims of all times, may his name be rehabilitated and people understand him for what he was. He said that human knowledge, when it uses horizontal causation and relates things to things and other things to other things, and not vertical causation, which roots it all in God, is metaphorical knowledge. It's not true knowledge. And it multiplies and is multiplied and is multiplied again and to infinity, but it's not rooted. And therefore it's not salvific. It doesn't take you to your Lord. It doesn't take you to salvation. It doesn't build civilization. So this knowledge, which as Imam Hamza said, is the most noble knowledge, the knowledge of the necessary being who created us in the world of possible existence. This is the supreme knowledge. And you will see that even in mastering the 13 attributes, you will now be able to relate to everything else that you study. And especially if one goes further into this, into the incredible insights of our scholars, then there is nothing in the world of mathematics or logic or biology or astronomy or quantum physics that you cannot entertain and perhaps someday solve. So this is one of the keys to our civilization. The fact that very few Muslims today know it is an indication of the great tragedy that has afflicted us. And hopefully today, with this coming together of you with such a beautiful intention to discuss this knowledge which is difficult and is bewildering, this shows your belief. The believer is bewildered by his Creator. But in that bewilderment, there are maps to follow. He is the light. He is the guide. And we are capable of this, and this is what makes us the Adamic human beings, the Muhammadan human beings, that makes us the heirs of our beautiful Prophet and the builders of civilization and humanity.
I have a quick one that I think would be very easy in literally 30 seconds. Can you give the Arabic equivalents for these terminologies. Number 1, creed. Number 2, the attributes of God. And number 3, the names of God.
Well, creed is generally Aqeedah. That's generally how, even though this science has several different names, but Aqeedah is generally creed. And then the attributes are sifat, which is the plural of sifa, which comes from wasafa, to describe in Arabic. So it's description or an attribute or a quality. What was the last one?
The names of God.
The names are the asma. Asma'ullah al-husna are the beautiful names of Allah, the asma. And that's also, the highest knowledge of Allah is His names. And these 13 are the foundations of all the names. Like if you understand these attributes, you'll have like qidam is al-awwal, baqa is al-akhir. I mean, everything has the name. The mawjood is al-zahir, wal-batin, that all the names relate to one of these attributes. And also, knowing the names according to our ulama, Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah wrote a book on the 10 qualities that will make you beloved to Allah. And one of them was knowing His name. So this is mutara'atul asma, mujarasatul quda, mujanabatul hawa, jawaribun li hubbihi. That knowing His name, sitting with the righteous people, avoiding temptation, these will draw the love of Allah to you. So this is actually one of the ways, and I'm really glad Dr. Omar said that, because I think it's important also to take it outside of just the intellectual aspect of this and recognize that it is ultimately about Iman, and it's about a receptivity that's in the hearts and the souls. And the hearts, if they're open, that Allah can, He is Al-Fattah. He's the opener and He's the enricher. He is also the teacher. Attaqullah wa yu'allimukum Allah. He is the one that really teaches us. And that's why, I was telling Dr. Omar, my favorite way of teaching is I prefer dialogue, because dialogue allows for a whole other thing to happen, even though teaching it can happen as well. And I know that my sheikh, one of the things that he taught me is that what the teacher gives is the provision of the students. In other words, just as we have arzaq al-mabani, we have arzaq al-ma'ani. Just as we have provision for our material world, we have provision for our spiritual world. And that's been decreed for you just as your material provision was decreed. And so when you come and you're ready to receive that provision, then the receptivity's there and the meeting's there and everything's, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put all of the conditions that are necessary for that event to take place. And what you might take home today, or what I might take home today, can be restorative of my relationship with Allah. It can actually have a profound impact on me. And I think we should just all be open to that, to be open to the gifts of Al-Wahhab. لا تزيغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. Don't lead us astray after you guided us to this truth, and give us from your presence as a gift, your grace, because you are the constant giver of gifts. And so if He يتجلى لنا, if He reveals Himself to us as the Wahhab, Allahu Akbar, the gifts just flow, and inshallah we'll all be open to them.
Ameen. Amen to that. I would like to ask a very practical question. A couple of these were sent in concerning children. Somebody writes, how do I explain to my 2 or 3-year-old the concept of God? Or what do I say when she asks me, what is Allah? What analogies might I use? And then on a related note, not exactly on the same point, but related to children, somebody writes, why is it that you think children are just accepting of God? I know it is fitrah, but can you please elaborate? Is it because they haven't reached the age of full intellectual development?
I would say, first of all, children have no taklif at all, none. They learn more from observing you at that age than they learn from anything that you happen to say to them, unless it's said with aggression or something like that. I mean, children are they are much more in their sensory world than they're in the world of meaning. And the ghulam, if you look at the root word of it, it means to lust, which indicates that the infant is in a sensory, they're not in a meaning experience of the world. doesn't mean that they don't have, there's meanings being imbibed as well. But their dominant mode, because they've come from the realm of meaning, and they have to deal with all this sensory stuff first. So the apparatus for the first 12 years is to actually just learn to be in the world. That's why it's grasping, putting things in their mouth and tasting and touching, and they'll look and do these things. And there's a reason why they're doing all that, because they're literally coming into the world, and you'll see them sometimes they do these amazing, like when they're like 1 or 2, they'll do these funny movements, and you realize they're literally wiring, they're programmed to, it's like when you boot up a computer. They're doing all that booting up. They're getting it all ready. The whole point is it's all preparation for what we've been talking about today. It's to become knowers of God. And that's why He's given them everything. Just let them be who they are. Let them fulfill their divine purpose. And don't get in the way too much. Because they're born already in the fitrah, and it's the parents that mess them up. Muslims have this idea like, إنما كل مولود ولد على الفطرة وإنما أبواه يهودانه أو ينصرانه أو يمجسانه. It's like we don't fall into those 3 categories. It's not true. Those are archetypes. Muslims do that as well. We turn our children into those archetypes. They might be Muslim, but they'll have those deviations. A lot of Muslims, I think, really misunderstand the meaning of that hadith. Because if you look at the Muslim world now, I don't see a fitrah condition. I really see a lot of very dysfunctional people, and I'm not saying that this society, this is a pretty dysfunctional planet right now, and it has been for some time. And we're dealing with human nature. So that's a problem, because human nature is a constant. You always have the same obstacles in every generation. But many societies, and many of the pure societies that have existed in our history of Bani Adam, people have been very successful at raising and nurturing human beings to become human beings, and we're not as good at it. So I would just say a lot of it is just really letting them just come into their bodies and become human, and they have all the tools, and they need more than anything the examples from the parents. That's what they need. At a certain age, my child asked me when he was 6 years old, and I'll never forget this, he said to me, "What's the highest number?" And I said to him, there is no highest number, because any number that you can think of, you could always add 1 to it and make it more. So the next morning, this was a day later, he said to me, "I think you're wrong." And I said, "Well, about what?" And he said, "About the numbers." He said, "There has to be a highest number, but only Allah knows it."
SubhanAllah.
And he was 6 years old, and that's a true story. That is some intuitive knowledge. Many children have intuitive knowledge about reality, and children are very in touch with the unseen world. It's much more real to them because they're not that far away from it, for one. When you see some little children go into these ecstatic states, I've seen this in many babies, usually before they're 1 year old. They go into these just states of ecstasy, and you just wonder what they're seeing. Sidi Abdul Aziz Al-Fasi, he said that children can understand the angels, and actually they hear angelic voices and things like that. Allahu Alam, I haven't seen any hadith or anything, but he was a very righteous man, and that certainly makes sense to me just in my experience, and Allah knows best. So I would just say that children are deeply spiritual, and they're also deeply bestial. They have a horrible, this is what we call childish, right? Childish and childlike. We have 2 words to describe children. Childish is very negative, and childlike is very positive. It's all the beauty of children. It's the innocence. It's the purity. It's all those wonderful things that the Prophet ﷺ, the smell of children, he said that they smelt of paradise. You take a child, and just when they're really young, they have this beautiful smell of just being in that pure state. So all of that is the beauty of but those bestial aspects need to be also dealt with, and that's part of the humanizing process of the selfishness. I, me, mine. This thing, that's mine, and hitting the and teaching them about sharing and things like that. And some children, it's unusual, but there are genuinely children that are extremely selfless from early on. They don't have that I, me, mine thing, and they actually don't have that. They share and they do that.
One of the questions was, if your 2 or 3 year old asks you, what is Allah?
Yeah.
What is a good answer?
Well, I think basically tell them the truth. He made us. Allah made us. He sees everything we do. He knows everything we do. His presence is here in His knowledge. He's present with us in His knowledge. And if they ask you where He is, we say He created place. He made place. His awareness is everywhere in His knowledge. He has no fixed place.
Last question I think we should try to get in. This I think is a good one as a high level for the whole conference. In the discussion of aql versus naql, you talked about the juxtaposition historically and methodologically of the two. My question is, which comes first? That is, which should we be grounded in before studying the other? Or is this the classic chicken and the egg dilemma, wherein both are mutually and equally important as foundations for the other? Which do we as students study first, or do we study both simultaneously?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Aql is a condition, a necessary condition for naql. It's not a sufficient condition, but it's absolutely necessary. There are other conditions that go with that. So you have to have intellect first. And that's why أَوَّلُ وَاجِبٍ عَلَى مَنْ كُلِّفَ. And taklif comes with intellect. Before intellect, there's no taklif. So intellect has to precede. The aql precedes naql. The aql also receives naql. It has to be understood. So if I'm speaking to you, you have to understand what I'm saying to you. If I say Allah has neither kathra or adad, and I explain to you that adad is number and kathra is composition, you have to understand the difference between discrete numbers like 3 pens and a pen that has 2 parts, because one is number and the other is composition. So if that's understood by the intellect, if you don't have the ability to understand that, well, you're not teachable. And that's what Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad radiallahu anhu, he said, a man once asked, he was a grammarian, but a man once asked him a question, and he took some time to answer it, and the man said, Afhamtu al-Khalil, I stumped the great Khalil. He looked up, he was in his class, which is a rude thing to say to somebody, but he was in his class, and he just said, Ya hada, what are you talking about? He said, you asked me that question, I was thinking, because these people had firasa, there's people like Imam Shafi'i could look at a person and know whether or not the question that he was asking was a question that Imam Shafi'i's answer would be appropriate for his understanding. And that's why Imam Malik would not answer everybody. And one man once asked him a question and he didn't answer. And the man said, don't you know the hadith, Man katama ilman, al-jamuhu Allahu birijamin min an-nar, whoever conceals knowledge, Allah will bridle him with a bridle of fire. And Imam Malik said to him, if somebody asked me that question who I felt was a vesicle for the answer, I wouldn't conceal it. In other words, he was saying that hadith is not mutlaq. You don't tell somebody who can't understand what you're talking about, because the Prophet ﷺ said, I was commanded to talk to people to the level of their understanding. And so not every answer or question deserves a full answer. And some, it's better just to avoid the question altogether, depending on the situation and on the audience or on the questioner. And so Al-Khalil, when he was asked that question, he told him there's 4 types of people, there's no fifth. He said people who know and know they know, and those are teachers, learn from them. People who know and don't know they know, and those are people that are like ghafil, he said, heedless of their knowledge, so remind them so that you can benefit from them. Those who don't know and know they don't know, and those are students, so teach them. And then those who don't know and think they know, and those are fools, and avoid them. and that is a problem. Jahl murakkab, which is one of the 6 foundations of kufr, kufri. That is a problem, compounded ignorance. And there's a lot of people out there, and we all suffer at some level from compounded ignorance. I mean, nobody's immune to that. We can misunderstand things and think we've understood them. But when that is your overriding problem, then you have a serious problem.
Imam Hamza, several people wrote in asking what those 6 things are. Do you think you just list them real quick? Or is that impossible?
Yeah, there's 6. أصول الكفر 6 فاحذرا وخالف بعد من بها يتعبد. فأولها ربط عاديا. The first is ربط عاديا, which is to mistake, we call it occasionalism in Western philosophy, is to mistake coincidental occurrences with cause and effect. That's called ربط عاديا. So if you put your hand in fire, you think the fire is what burnt you. That's min usul al-kufri. Because fire didn't burn you. It's Allah who burnt you. But the fire is called a sabab. If you think medicine healed you, it didn't heal you. Allah healed you, but the medicine is a sabab. So rabtu adiyan wa ijabu dhatiyan. Ijabu dhatiyan is to think that the universe created itself. لو حدثت لنفسها الأكوان لاجتمع التساوي والرجحان. If the cosmos brought itself into being, then preponderance and equality would have been joined. In other words, if something doesn't exist, then there's no mukhassis. There's no delimiter or determinant for that thing to exist. And so if it comes into existence by itself, it's impossible. It's inconceivable. So that's ijabu dhatiyan. Ghaflatun, heedlessness, which is the intellect, because of the abilities that the intellect has in its correctness about some things, it assumes that it can understand all things. And this is the problem of the Mu'tazilite. Because people have brilliant intellectual abilities in mathematics, and they think that the intellect, that what can be known through the intellect alone, so they reject the sam'iyat, revelation. And intellect is like a roof. You know, there's a certain point, you just can't go beyond it. And so what the intellect does is it assumes, if I've been in this room all my life, I just assume there's nothing above this roof, because that's all I've ever seen. And somebody comes in and says, no, there's a sky up there. And I said, what are you talking about? There's no sky, it's a roof. And no, there's a sky outside, I've seen it. They say, no, I don't believe that. Why? Because I've never seen it. My intellect hasn't perceived it. And so that's a rejection of sama'. وَكَذَلِكَ تَقْلِيدُ, blind adherence, blind imitation, believing something because كَذَلِكَ وَجَدْنَا آبَاءَنَا وَنَحْنُ عَلَى آثَارِهِمْ مُهْرَعُونَ. That we find, that's what we found our fathers doing, and we just follow them. That's taqleed, and that is a big problem. وَأَخْذٌ بِظَاهِرِ الْكِتَابِ وَالسُّنَّةِ بِلَا عِلْمٍ مَعَ جَهْلٍ لِتَرْكِيبٍ يُسْنَدُ. Those are the 6 usul al-kufri. The taking from the book and the sunnah, the outward of the book and the sunnah without correct knowledge. And one of the biggest dangers is a lack of knowledge of the Arabic language. Not understanding the subtleties of the Arabic language. And somebody told me, I was asked by this man, he said, you should follow the book and the sunnah, you're teaching all this bid'ah and this and that. And I said, so you want me just to follow the book and the sunnah? He said, yeah. And I said, Quran and Hadith? He said, yeah. And I said, and I should just read those? And he said, yeah. And not look at what the ulama. He said, well, it's taqleed, you have to. And I asked him, how many meanings does the letter in the Quran hatta have in the Arabic language? He said, I don't know. And I said, well, according to Ibn Hisham in Mughni al-Labib, it has 17. And I know 3 or 4 of them. That's it. And so you have to know when Allah says Laylatul Qadr, if you want to know what Laylatul Qadr is, hiya hatta matla'i al-fajr. Hiya hatta matla'i al-fajr. There it's a harf jar. And what does it mean? Does it mean it is up to and including dawn? Or is it just up to dawn? I mean, which one is it? Because there's different types of hatta. And if you can't answer that question, then you have no authority to be delving into the book and the sunnah without scholars. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَسَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Ask the people who know if you don't know. That is an obligation. And taqleed is a negative quality. It's not a positive quality. There's nothing good about taqleed. But if that's where you're at, then that's where you're at. If you can get out of it, good for you. But if you're stuck there, then that's where you're stuck. You're stuck in the mud. And better to be stuck in pure mud than najas mud. Jahal murakkab, that's the last reason, is knowing something incorrectly, which is not knowing it. It's because knowledge is to know something correctly. Al-ilmu yutabiq al-waqi'. It's when it corresponds with reality. If it doesn't, it's not knowledge. And so that's the 6. So those are the 6. All of kufr falls into one of those 6 primary categories. I guarantee you, there's no kufr that you can find that doesn't fall into one of those 6. And the 72 sects are all rooted in those 6. There are 12 permutations for each one of those 6.
May Allah save us from that, inshallah. Inshallah, this session, which is basically open Q&A, will consist of playing catch-up, trying to get some questions answered that we've overlooked thus far throughout the day due to the limitation on time in each individual session. So the topics that will be questioned will range from just about everything discussed today to potentially related topics that were not even directly addressed today. So I'd like to open up this session by posing a question to both panelists, which was offered by several attendees in different forms. I'll read one of them that I thought summarized the essential question the best. This person writes, considering that historical and sociological context played a part in the formation of theology, what of our current historical and sociological reality could or even should play a role in the way we view or experience creed?
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I think that's a really good question. The law changes with regard to the changing of the times. It has to be appropriate for every time. Its fundamental principles don't change, but applications do from one place to another. And theology itself, as it developed in Islamic history, reflects the changing of the times, as Imam Hamza showed in the first lecture. What was sufficient and understood in the first generation was no longer adequate in that form for the 5th generation. And when Greek philosophy and other influences came to play in Islamic society and it became a great civilization, then Islamic faith had to be articulated in such a way that it could be properly understood in that form. And I mentioned at the end of the last period that human knowledge in general, from an Islamic standpoint, should be salvific. It should be a path to salvation. And when we have knowledge in physics or botany or biology that is not properly grounded and that creates great doubts, it creates what some of our great scholars have called knots in the soul. And many of our greatest scholars and greatest men and women have felt that they must remove the knots in the souls. And they must make human knowledge, not just Islamic knowledge, meaningful. And on the basis of that, they integrated all knowledge into an Islamic synthesis. Today, we live in the age of quantum physics. And quantum physics, many of you know much better than I, overturned a lot of the ideas of mathematical certainty and prediction in the material world. There is now a Greek woman who has probably found a solution to the problems of quantum theory. This is just in the last few months, and there was an article about it in Scientific American, which is spectacular. Because Einstein said, and I remember Imam Hamza and I spoke about this in 1998, that there would be a solution to the problems in quantum theory. Einstein was convinced of that because of his own theological beliefs more than his scientific beliefs. But there is now a wonderful philosophy, a wonderful theory about that. And quantum physics, evolution, Big Bang theory, the creation of the universe, the nature of the universe, dark matter. Today we have so much information and so much knowledge and sociological and psychological and social psychological, anthropological theories that it is required of our scholars to understand that and to incorporate it into our theology. This is what the theologians were doing all the time when Islamic civilization was alive. So my answer to that question is that this is an obligation to us, and I believe that in studying what the great scholars of the past did, like al-Baqilani's atomistic theory, and others, that we really have the material with which to work. They built bridges, and it may be that those bridges, because of neglect, no longer span the river. It may be that the river has overflowed its banks, but nevertheless they built, and they built well, and we can learn from that. And I think that we do have an obligation to take this further. And as I said before, this is the supreme knowledge, the knowledge of your Lord. And as we understand it, and even though it may seem very abstruse to some, and we didn't in fact get into the really abstruse parts of it, that it enables you to understand all of the philosophical questions that are presented to you, whatever they are, scientific or metaphysical or whatever. And that is also a supreme obligation of our faith as a universal faith and a faith of civilization.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And largely I agree with everything Dr. Omar said. I would say that one of the downsides of the Sunni community is the total neglect of theology and ethics. I would add ethics to that as well. I mean, there's still some great jurisprudence scholars that we have. I've met Western Christian and Jewish scholars within their tradition that are much more knowledgeable about theology than any of the Muslims that I've met. I mean, there's still Muslims that know the basic texts of the theology, but in terms of really thinking deeply about a lot of the problems that we are confronted with today, because whether we like it or not, we have to deal with the fact that we're living in a world that has introduced ideas. Evolution is a theological problem because it's a problem that deals with cause and effect, and it deals with the origin of our species, and that is where we came from, how we were created and who created us. And it needs to be studied at a very deep level, and then it needs to be looked at. And if it has merits, then those merits need to be identified. And if it has things that are incompatible with our theology, then that needs to be pointed out in a way that can be understood. I mean, one of the things, there's one of the great scholars of the 20th century, Sheikh Muhammad Ramin al-Shinqiti, when the first news of the moon landing came, all these people went to him, scholars, and he was living in Medina at the time. They went to him and they asked him what he thought, because traditionally in all the early tafsirs, the moon is in the heavens. وَجَعَلْنَا الْقَمْرَ فِيهِنَّ. We put the moon in the heavens, and the heavens are considered to be blocked, and that Allah prevents anyone from penetrating the heavens without permission, and the Prophet ﷺ was given that permission, and the jinn were prevented even from getting outside and pelted on, according to the Quran. So he was asked about that, and he said there's two possibilities. One, they didn't get there and they're just lying. And two, we've misunderstood the Quran. That was his answer. And that's the answer of a real scholar. And so what happens is, when you get new information that is apparently not consistent with your understanding, either the information is incorrect or your understanding is incorrect. And that needs to be assessed and understood, because we shouldn't end up like these people that think the earth was created 7,000 years ago on October 17th. You know, really, I mean, that because they become the laughing stock of the modern world. Islam has never been the laughing stock of anything. That was always the power of Islam, is that it never shied away from debate and from intelligent discussion. Muslims were never fearful of Christian proselytization, because that's why the Christians could live amongst the Muslims for centuries, and they weren't threatened by them. They never felt threatened by them. And the fact that we even feel threatened by Christian proselytization now in the Muslim world is a sign of the loss of real scholarship and real deep understanding of our tradition. And Dr. Omar gave a talk in California which was called "Stop Where They Stopped and Then Proceed," which is a statement by one of the Shadri scholars. قِفْ حَيْثُ وَقَفُوا ثُمَّ سِرْ. Stop where they stop and then move on. And that's one of the things that we have to do, is we have to first find out where they stop.
and then move on. But the idea that Mark Twain said the ancients stole all their best ideas from us, and there's a lot of truth in that. I mean, this idea that there's really a lot of new issues is often very false. It's what happens is those old usul al-kufri have different permutations. That's all it is. But you're dealing with some basic fundamental problems. Most of them, in terms of philosophy, all the issues, the basic issues, were dealt with by Plato. He asked all the questions in those writings. And the same is true with theology. I mean, you can't get around dawr wa tasalsul. Those two problems, which are chicken-egg problems and infinite regress problems, you can't get around them. It doesn't matter how sophisticated the jargon becomes, you're still dealing with two essential fundamental problems when you deal with where did all this come from. It's either dawr or tasalsul, or there was a creator and originator who's not subject to the laws that this universe are subject to, like entropy and other things.
A couple of people wrote, I'll read two of them, which highlight related questions, and perhaps we can hear from both of the scholars. The first one is, if Iman and Islam are separate, can someone have Iman without Islam? If so, can people with just Iman go to Jannah? On a related note, somebody writes, how about the possibility of having intellect with morality, but without religion? That is, righteousness centered around humanity in a mortal sense, rather than God in an eternal sense.
Iman and Islam are separate and the same. And that's important, because Islam is a rubric that encompasses Iman at one level. When we talk about Islam, we're talking about, because our Deen is called Islam, and then the Deen falls into the three categories of, and really four: Iman, Islam, Ihsan, and then the signs of the end of time, which are the four dimensions. The length, which is the Islam; height, the vertical, horizontal, which is the Iman; and then depth, which is Ihsan; and then time-space, which is the historical inevitability of the end of time. So within the tradition, Islam encompasses all those things. But when we speak about Islam as being the outward manifestation of Iman, then Iman is actually the rubric under which Islam is subsumed. So it depends on which way you're looking at it. Allah says, Inna Deen 'inda Allah al-Islam. He doesn't say al-Iman, but then Ya ayyuhal ladina amanu, not Ya ayyuhal ladina aslamu. And at one level, the words are synonymous. Al-Mu'min wal-Muslim. There's a hadith, which is a very powerful hadith for me, because I thought about it quite a bit, which is Al-Muslimu man salima al-Muslimun min lisanihi wa yadihi. The Muslim is the one who Muslims are safe from. But then he says, وَالْمُؤْمِنُ مَنْ أَمِنَ النَّاسُ مِنْ بَوَائِقِهِ. But the mu'min is the one that human beings, humanity, is safe from. So that adds a dimension to Iman, that a Muslim is working at the horizontal level, whereas the mu'min is on that vertical level, which is a much deeper understanding. And that's why the Quran says, لا تقولوا آمنا ولكن قولوا أسلمنا. Don't say we believe, but say we're in Islam. وَلَمَّا يَدْخُلِ الْإِيمَانُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ. Because Iman has not entered your hearts yet. Lemma has not entered into your hearts yet. So there's an indication that you can be a Muslim and you're not a mu'min. And then when Allah says about the person that was hiding his Iman, He says, قَالَ رَجُلٌ مُؤْمِنٌ مِنْ آلِ فِرْعَوْنَ. He didn't say Muslimun. There was a believing man from Ali Fir'aun who was hiding his Iman. يَكْتُمُ إِيمَانَهُ. He didn't say يَكْتُمُ إِسْلَامَهُ. And so there's an indication that somebody who's in a state of Iman, and there's no outward signs of that Iman. And Allah described him as a mu'min. And that's why, there's a proverb the North Africans say, لا تحقروا عبدا عسى أن يكون لله وليا. Don't hold any human being in contempt, because he might be a wali of God. Don't assume that you know people's reality. And that's why it is haram to specify the hellfire for any human being. Any human, you cannot say you're going to hell. And there's a hadith that says that the people that say that, Allah will actually forgive the person that He condemns to hell in front of him and tell him to go to hell. And that's a sahih hadith. So it just depends on how you're looking at it. But generally, Islam is the overriding rubric under which Islam, Iman, and Ihsan are covered. So you can look at Islam as the Sharia, and then Iman as the haqiqah of the Sharia, which is your reality of it, and then the Ihsan as the tariqah, the path that those two move along towards their Lord. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at all of these things. And then, if so, can people with just Iman go to Jannah? I mean, the definitive verse on that is that Allah will not forgive shirk, and everything other than shirk, He can forgive. You're in the Mashi'ah. You're in the will of God, and it's only shirk. And even this is something a lot of Muslims don't even know. It's not any shirk, it's shirk once you've been given knowledge. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the first commandment in the Quran is "I'budu rabbakum," worship your Lord. The first prohibition is وَلَا تَجْعَلُوا لِلَّهِ أَنْدَادًا وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. Don't make idols وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. That's called a jumla haliyah. In other words, your state in making those idols is that you know now that your Lord is one. So the shirk that Allah doesn't forgive is shirk done with knowledge of Allah's unity, once that truth has come to you. So even the mushrik, according to the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, the dominant opinion is they are actually saved until the truth has come to them and they reject it knowing it's true. And Imam al-Ghazali, and I think, it's an amazing insight of his. He felt that if Islam came in a distorted manner, that the people were not held to account. And he felt that children that were raised believing that Islam was evil and the Prophet was a Dajjal, that they also would not be held to account. And he was recognizing the sociological reality of filters. Because we know this now, it's very difficult to free yourself from programming of childhood. And also, another really interesting proof for that is in Surah An-Nuh. You see, people, Muslims are all like, Allahumma ahlik al-kafara, Allahumma dammirhum, shatt. They go on and on about shattat shamlahum, Allahumma yattim awladuhum, wa armil nisa'ahum. And they make all these du'as against them. Well, there's a hadith, and it's a good hadith, that anyone who curses anything on the earth, that curse goes first to the heavens, and it takes permission from the Lord. The Prophet ﷺ said that the Lord looks at the person from whence the curse emanated, and if he's worthy of the curse, it goes back to him. Which is, that should really make you wary of cursing people. Just that one hadith. So, Nuh, in Surah Nuh, Nuh says, لا تذر على الأرض من الكافرين ديارا. Don't leave on this earth for the kuffar a house. But then he gives the reason why he said that, which is فإنك إن تذرهم يضلون ولا يريدون إلا كافرا إلا فاجرا كفارا. That they, if you leave them, two things happen. One, they will lead your servants astray. Two, they will not give birth except to kuffar. Now, the ulama, Ibn Taymiyyah said an amazing thing. He said, kufr, alladhi la yata'addi, we don't have anything, it's not our business. When people are in a state of kufr where their kufr is not affecting other people, it's between them and God. It's not our business. But what the kufr that we are commanded to oppose is kufr that is leading others astray. Active kufr. You can see it as passive kufr and active kufr. And this is the same if a person's sick and their illness is limited to themselves, then that's between him if he wants to go to a doctor. But when somebody is sick and he can actually pass it on to others, that's why it's a criminal act if you have AIDS and you go out and infect other people. People that have SARS now are quarantined and it's illegal. And if they know that they have it and they go and expose others, they can be why? Because it's active. You're harming other people and you have knowledge of it. The same is true with idlal. So his worry was, if you leave them, they're going to actively lead people astray. But two, there's another reason. They will only give birth to kuffar. Because one of the things why he asked for their destruction is because he gave up hope in them. Because Allah told him that no one, in another surah, Allah told them that those who have believed from your people, لَا يُؤْمِنُ مِنْ قَوْمِكَ إِلَّا مِنْ قَدْ آمَنَ. none of your people will believe except those who've already believed. So he was given wahi, that there was no use anymore, that it was over. And at that point, he realized even their children aren't going to become Muslim. And if you look at the Prophet ﷺ at Ta'if, what he did was he actually forgave the people of Ta'if for what they did. Why? Because he said, "Arju an yakhruja min aslabihim man ya'budu Allah wa la yushriku bihi shay'a." I hope they'll have children. Non-Muslims have children that won't be like them. So because he had hope still, he wouldn't ask for their destruction. He had hope. Whereas Nuh, he lost hope. But then what's Nuh say immediately after he says the dua? وَاغْفِرْ لِي. Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi says he asked forgiveness because he made the dua. So 950 years he called people to Islam, and that's after he made the dua. And people now they make the dua. Why are you making dua against it? What did they do? They did this to us and they did that to us. Well, do they know any better? What's the basis for it? I mean, have you really, and really aren't they really a mercy to you? Because have your actions warranted the things that have happened to you? Because our Prophet ﷺ said, "Innama ummati ummatun marhuma." I have an ummah that Allah has showered mercy on it. وَجُعِلَ عَذَابُهَا فِي دُنْيَاهَا. And the punishment of this ummah is in this world. So if the veils were lifted, people would see the people that were punishing them as a mercy from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because it's dunya punishment, it's not akhirah punishment. And if you get your punishment in the dunya, then you've been shown great mercy. And that's why, it's all veils. People don't see the rahmah of Allah. And one of the things that Imam Nasafi says, he says, once you realize that everything bad that has happened to you, that what you have been forgiven for is much greater than anything you've been afflicted for. He said, once you realize that, all you see is the ihsan of Allah. But he said, when you're veiled from that reality, when all you can see is what harms come to you, because Allah says, whatever ma asabatkum min musiba, famimma kasabat aydikum. Whatever afflicts you is from what your own hands have earned. وَيَعْفُوا عَنْ كَثِيرٍ. But He's forgiven much more than He's afflicted you for. But people don't like to think about that stuff because suddenly it just all becomes uncomfortable. Anyway, that was a very long...
That's a really excellent question. Can I add a word
Absolutely.
to it? I'd just like to make 2 points. First of all, I'd like to address the last part of the question. And also I'd like to go back to what Imam Hamza said about Islam, Iman, Ihsan. It's often helpful to know that in Arabic semantics, you have most what we call synonyms, mutaradifat. They are telescopic. And just like a telescope extends, so it also contracts. So one of the basic principles of Arabic semantics is that there are words like taqwa, bir, udwan, ithm, Islam, iman, ihsan. They say, إِذَا اجْتَمَعَتْ افترقت وَإِذَا افترقت اجْتَمَعَتْ. They are words that if they occur together, they separate. So each one takes on a particular meaning. And if they are used in isolation, then they have the same meanings. They bring all the meanings together. So words like Islam, Iman, Ihsan, used by themselves, they can overlap. It's one of the important rules of the Arabic language. The other part of the question, which was very intriguing, is, if I understood it correctly, is the one about morality and faith. And I'd like to address that. And as I recall from the question, it asks about a person who doesn't believe being moral and a person who believes being immoral. That's how I understood the question. And that's a very important point in itself because of the fact that human beings are created with the fitrah, with pure, natural, primordial disposition. This fitrah is everything that is human. It is belief, knowledge of the oneness of God, knowledge of judgment, knowledge of how to use our hands, how to walk on our feet, how to swallow the baby, how to take the breast of the mother and nurse. That's all fitrah. And part of that fitrah, part of that natural disposition is knowledge of good and evil. So that one of the greatest spiritual joys, spiritual ecstasies, is doing good. All of us get pleasure from good. And we also get great pain from evil. And when we look at the nature of morality and faith, and we look at the nature of immorality and disbelief, we see that the two are so close together, meaning that faith and good morals are so close together, and bad morals and disbelief are so close together that they're almost identical. Our scholars have said that good morality, speaking the truth, being generous, being courageous, being upright, being noble, so forth, forbearing, clement, patient, these are all based on a modest regard for the self, humility, and a high regard for the other. So they are essentially altruistic. And that's the reason why one of the highest states in self-purification in Islam is to overcome your selfishness so that you can become a truly moral human being, so that you can love other people. لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. None of you truly believes until he loves for his brother, his human brother or sister, what he loves for himself. This altruism, recognizing the other, recognizing that the other is valuable, as Imam Hamza said, never demeaning the other, never believing you know the reality of the other. This is essential to morality, while having a much lower estimation of yourself. And when we look at faith, faith is almost the same thing, because God is the other. And He is the other with perfection and rights, and the one who has given us everything that we have. So faith and morality are very, very close together. And on the other hand, poor character, which is the aggrandizement of the self and looking down upon others, it's very, very similar to disbelief, which is the rejection of God and of His existence and of His perfection and of His majesty and His beauty and all the good that He has done. So bad character and disbelief, they often go hand in hand. That's why sometimes when we go to certain parts of the world and we see Muslims who have very bad character, then even though we don't say they're disbelievers, we know that there's something wrong. And they are on, or we as well, on the gates of damnation or perdition. These are very close, and a person can be of the highest character and yet not believe, because they're not identical. Yet that person who does have good character is at the gate of faith. They're on the door of paradise. And that's the reason why in the da'wah, in the call, it's always wisest, and it is the way of the Prophet, to look for the best people. And you'll find them in every community, in every social class, among men and women. The people that are generous and courageous, noble, kind, because they already have in them intrinsically all of the essences of belief also. And once they are properly shown, they will enter into the gate of faith. Whereas on the other hand, bad character, it's very difficult to take a person who is in that syndrome and to bring them to faith. I just wanted to make that point. And again, in the Quran, when Allah Ta'ala, when He talks about the enemies of the Prophet, and what does He talk about? Always. Whether it's in a Meccan surah or a Medina, He talks about their bad character. How they are proud and arrogant, how they repulse the orphan, how they break their word, how they break their covenants. And why? Because of the fact that that is like the illah, the reason for their disbelief. So this connection between good character and faith is really important. And that's why also we always, when we want to measure our faith, we need to always look at our character. If our character is not good, then probably our faith also is not where it ought to be.
Thank you. Dr. Omar, a couple of very quick ones I'm hoping that you could shed some light on. One is with respect to one of the divine names, or I should say one of the names for the divine. Please comment on the Persian word Khuda in the context of the names of Allah.
The word Khuda in Persian, it's a cousin of the word God. And in terms of Indo-European linguistics, because Persian, English, German, Russian, Greek, Latin, Urdu, Pashto, Kurdish, all of these belong to one huge family. Albanian, Bosnian, they all belong to one large family, which is the Indo-European family. And a lot of study has been done on Indo-European, more than Semitic. Semitic studies also, a lot of study has been done on that. And by comparing these languages, we're able to work back to roots. Zoroaster, the great, I believe, prophet of ancient Iran, he was a special type of a priest. He was not a fire priest. He was a priest of supplication. And here the root that is used is the root hotar. And God comes from that root, just as Khuda comes from that root. And they mean he who is supplicated. Zoroaster was a priest of supplication. He called upon God. The word Khuda, therefore, is a beautiful word. Our Muslims have used it for 1,400 years. And we should have nothing against that word. When they chose to use it, they knew well what it meant. And it is one of the beautiful words, just like God, just like Deus, these other words. But Deus and those words, they come from a different linguistic background that means light.
Two questions about the Quran. The first one is, if the Quran is uncreated, and therefore outside the realm of creation, is it part of Allah Ta'ala's essence?
This is a good question, and I think it was maybe Brother Sahlul or someone who asked me about the question of speech, that why did the issue of the created nature of the Quran ever become an issue to begin with? The belief of credible historians is that the reason why that became an issue, and in fact this is mentioned in some of the texts, is because of the Christian theology of the Logos, of the Word, the pre-existent Word, and the sonship of Christ, and other issues that pertain to the Trinity. The Mu'tazila, who were rationalists, were also actively involved in the defense of Islam and the propagation of Islam and the conversion of Christians and Jews and Buddhists and others. Their belief was that to say that the speech of God is eternal is essentially the same as the Christians saying that God has an eternal word, which is the Logos that then took on flesh and is his son and is a God like him. So this is probably the context for that. Essence is all by itself. Attributes are qualities of the essence. And usually the scholars will say that essence is not attributes, and it is not other than attributes, and attributes are not the essence, and they're not others than essence. In the way that they relate to each other, they're very careful. Speech is an attribute of God, and that's based on revelation primarily, and it's also based on reason. But the basic source of that, as Imam Hamza said, is revelation. That revelation tells us that God speaks, and that this is the word of God. وَمَنْ أَصْدَقُ مِنَ اللَّهِ قِيلًا. And who is more truthful than God in speech, in what he says? The Quran itself, as it mirrors that pre-existent speech, then it mirrors that attribute of God. The Quran itself, the book, the Quran that we carry in our pockets and that we read, it is not an attribute of God.
The second question about the Quran is not exactly on point to today's discussion, but I felt it was very important, and I'm sure a lot of people would like to hear this answer. How would you suggest a non-Arabic speaking person prove to themselves that the Quran is God's word?
When I became a Muslim, which was in 1970, the impetus was the life and death of Malcolm X. May God be pleased with him. And Malcolm had a huge effect on me, and I was attracted to his faith. And when I began to read the Quran, I had difficulty with translations. So that essentially what I had to do is to find the translation that I could have some confidence in. And I looked at 3 or 4 before I finally found the Yusuf Ali translation, which was available in the Cornell library. I was in Cornell at that time. And then I took it home and I didn't stop reading it. Yusuf Ali, and this was the old 1936 translation of Yusuf Ali, which is beautiful. And these translations also are really interesting in our modern history. But those of you who've seen this, you know that he has this running poem. And the running poem probably had as much effect on me as anything else, especially because in it there was the description of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, God bless and keep him, and of his being an orphan and other qualities. And I had not really known what the Prophet was like. And I had heard many things in Sunday school that put me off. I could see that this is a prophet, that this is a prophet like the other prophets. And then as I began to read the Quran, again Yusuf Ali says in his introduction that I know I can't translate the Quran, this is not a translation, I have many shortcomings, but this is the best that I can do. And that was adequate for me. And I know that I didn't understand any of these complexities about Arabic and translation, but to me I fell in love with the book. And I remember that reading, "Praise be to God, Lord of the world," I memorized that in English, and I prayed with that in English for a long time, maybe a month or 2 months, before I ever found anybody that would teach me that in Arabic. In fact, I didn't know any Muslims or Arabs when I became a Muslim. And I just remember I would think how beautiful this is. And just as Imam Hamza said, the Quran is one of the proofs of God. And to me, all of the problems that I had with God and faith, from my own Christian background, my own Protestant background, where the Trinity had been the great stumbling block, and other things that pertain to the incarnation of God, they were resolved. And I really felt close to God. And He shows you your signs. So I think the Quran, even in poor translation, and I don't want to say that Yusuf Ali is a poor translation, but it's certainly not adequate. Later on, as the time went by, then I could see that if I didn't learn Arabic and get into the Quran, that I would probably lose my faith.
This has been asked by several people. I think it's a great question that so far I believe was not really discussed or addressed today at all. One of the attributes of God is anger, ghadab. How does this attribute fit into the context of the 13 attributes that we have discussed today? And also, are anger and justice related?
Ghadab is not an attribute of God. Attributes of God are like what we talked about: knowledge, will, power. Ghadab is a function of will and power, as mercy also is a function of will and power.
This completes CD number 5. This begins CD number 6.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ربي يسر وأعن يا كريم وافتح بالحق إنك فتاح عليم ربي يسر وأعن يا كريم وافتح بالحق إنك فتاح عليم ربي يسر وأعن يا كريم وافتح بالحق إنك فتاح عليم الحمد لله وكفى وسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى الحمد لله على نعمة الإسلام وكفى بها نعمة الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله سبحانه وتعالى الحمد لله ثم الحمد لله ثم الحمد لله والحمد لله على كل حال. We begin with the praises and thanks of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Glorious and majestic is He, perfect as we learned yesterday in every way, the master of every atom in the universe, the Lord and creator of the heavens and the earth and everything they contain. So perfect is my Lord, as Dr. Omar explained yesterday, just to ponder this fact that His knowledge encompasses not only everything that is, everything that ever was, and everything that will ever be. More marvelous in its way is that His knowledge also encompasses everything that is not, everything that was never, and everything that will never be. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. What a beautiful gathering, and what a beautiful subject matter, and inshallah, what a beautiful effect this will have on our hearts. So without further ado, inshallah, I'd like to introduce today's first session, the title of which is Creed as Experience. This session focuses on the divine names and the attribute of divine speech and the correspondence theory of Islamic theology. So keep in mind this idea of a correspondence theory, which is partly what will be explained. It illustrates how the divine names are reflected in the universal cosmos and the microcosm of Adamic humanity. It treats the issue of how the one relates to the many and how multiplicity relates to unicity. It also looks at the issue of divine speech and its special relation to the divine essence and what that means about the Quran as a source of ultimate grace, knowledge, and illumination. This last clause is very important because several people wrote in yesterday asking about the uncreated nature of the Quran, uncreated speech, what is the reality of uncreated speech, how does it relate to the essence of God, etc. So this hopefully will be explored partially in this presentation. So please keep that in mind. Finally, the questions, can we justify the way of God to man? Why is there evil in the world? Will also be addressed at the conclusion of this session. Again, a lot of people wrote about that as well. How do you explain, free will, predetermination, bad things happening in the world? So inshallah, some of those questions will be addressed. Without further ado, Imam Hamza Yusuf.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam taslima. Allahumma la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka anta al-alim al-hakim. Allahumma 'allimna ma yanfa'una wa anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa zidna 'ilma. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Alhamdulillah, in this session I do want to talk about how what we learned yesterday relates to our experience in the world and in relation to the names and how those names reflect in the world. And also I would like to talk about the idea of what the Arabs call ikhtiyar, which is free will or choice. And finally about shar, khair and shar in the world, good and evil, and how that relates to what in the West is termed theodicy, which is justifying the ways of God to man, and whether or not we can even do that in the Islamic tradition, and how I feel that Islam in many ways solves what's known in the West, and it's probably the greatest religious problem in the West, which is known as the problem of evil, in terms of how one can square the existence of, in Christianity, of a benevolent and an omniscient God with the fact that evil exists in the world. And that, I think, is also the foundation of a lot of the arguments against the existence of at least a personal God or a God that's concerned with human affairs. So, beginning with creed as experience, I mentioned yesterday that religion begins with experience, that the shahada itself, the Arabic word shahada, means a witnessing. And we know that the world is divided into two worlds. The created world, the entire universe is divided into two worlds. Alam al-ghaybi wa shahada. The world that is seen and the world that is unseen. Alam al-shahada is what we witness. It is the witnessed world, so it is the experienced world. So the ghayb is the world that we do not experience, and yet we do experience its effects in the alam al-shahada. And that's why, in the same way that when we see a tree, if I've never seen the roots of a tree,
I could deny those roots' existence. And yet if I plant a seed and I see the tree growing up and coming into the world, I recognize that it needs water, and I put water into the soil. I don't water the tree. So from that, I gain some understanding about the nature of the tree that's emerging into the world and the nature of the soil from which it's coming. So there's a relation to what I see in the world and what I don't see in the world. And the people that begin to discern these meanings are called ulil albab, ulil absar. And it's interesting that the word lub in Arabic is seed. It means a pith or a seed or the essence or the gist of something. And lub is the word in Arabic for the mind or for the vehicle of understanding. And so in the seed is an extraordinary metaphor. We come from a seed, but we come from a seed that's nurtured in the soil of a womb. And we don't see it. It's really an unseen experience. I mean, now we have extraordinary technology that enables us through mediation to see it. We still don't actually see it. We don't witness it. So don't think when you're looking in a scope at what's going on in the womb that you're seeing what's going on in the womb. No, you're seeing what's going on in the womb through the mediation of lenses and tools, which will always have some distortion. So actually what's going on and what we're witnessing is very difficult to have absolute certainty. So when we look out there in the world, there is an idea that everything in the world is testifying or witnessing itself. Everything is in a state of witnessing. And not only that, the world itself is in a state of being witnessed. So you have the seer and the seen both in the world and as a phenomenon that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes is at the essence of the existence of the world. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, سَنُرِيهِمْ آيَاتِنَا فِي الْآفَاقِ وَفِي أَنفُسِهِمْ حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَهُمْ أَنَّهُ الْحَقِّ أَوَلَمْ يَكْفِي بِرَبِّكَ أَنَّهُ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ شَهِيدٍ. That we will show them our signs, ayat. And a sign, an ayah is an alama. It is something that indicates something else. That is the nature of a sign. It indicates something else. A sign is a signifier of something else. And what's so interesting about the Quran in relation to the modern world is philosophy, the project of philosophy has largely been abandoned except for the area of signs. There is still an immense interest in the philosophical pursuits that are going on in the universities in the West, in semiotics and in signs and in language and the nature of language and how language corresponds to reality. So the fact that our tradition is rooted in a linguistic phenomenon before anything else, and at the root of the linguistic phenomenon is the phenomenon of signs and what they signify, and the fact that what's left for human beings to really discuss and attempt to understand is this very thing that we're being told is at the essence of our being, which is language. I mean, it's interesting that the Arabs, in their logic, they did not call the human being the hayawan al-aqil. They called the human being al-hayawan al-natiq, the speaking animal, which to them meant the rational animal. Mantiq is the science of logic, and so it's reason. But nataqa means to speak. And so at the root of our reasoning powers is language. And there was a recognition of that. And we as human beings are designed to interpret. And the highest form of interpretation that we've been given is the ability to interpret language. And that's why language is such a mysterious event in the world. Where does it come from? How do we obtain it? And how do we have this seemingly infinite capacity to use 28 letters, 30 letters, 42 letters? I mean, all languages basically share less than 50 symbols. And yet within those symbols we have this capacity for seemingly infinite meanings can be generated. Not only that, we recognize that children are able to learn syntactical structures that are understood to be innate because they're able to produce language that they've never heard. And this creates a problem in terms of where language comes from. And that's why you get the LAD theory in linguistics of the language acquisition device, that there's some innate capacity for language that, because obviously prior to this, there was an understanding that everything comes from outside. I mean, this was the empiricist model that comes out of the Enlightenment philosophers, that everything comes outside, that we're a tabula rasa, we're a blank slate, and everything comes out from outside. So language is something that we acquire from outside. That becomes very problematic when we begin to understand that language, in fact, is something that we have an inherent capacity for. And although an aspect of language is necessary from outside of ourselves, which is why if you put a Chinese child into an Anglo-Saxon family in England, that Chinese child will learn English unless those parents are speaking Chinese to it. That if you grow up in an Arabic family, you will develop sounds that for most Western people, they are almost impossible to acquire after a certain age. Letters like Dad and Ain. And so you'll find people that grew up here that learn Arabic after their adult onset, and they're unable to speak and use that Ain and Ghain. And I've met many people like that speak Arabic very fluently, but they're not able to say, they'll say Ya'aini instead of Ya'aini, because they can't get that Ain. And when I was a little boy, my brother used to listen to Middle Eastern music. He actually liked Kulthum, and he listened to a really strange group called the Devil's Anvil, hard rock from the Middle East. And I remember when I was a little kid, I used to listen to these sounds, and my brother and I would actually make jokes about it, saying, Habibi, Habibi. You know, and we would do this thing and make these sounds that we heard. And I realized, you know, at a later age, I realized I was acquiring these letters when I was 7, 8 years old from listening to these funny Middle Eastern. And they use all those letters in there, especially in like Kulthum, she's always using Aini and Habibi and the difficult ones. So it's very difficult to acquire. Even like Chinese has these tones. If you don't get those as a young child, it's difficult later. But the point is that every one of us has a capacity to acquire any of those languages if from an early age we live with those languages. But that is not what's so interesting about language. What is more interesting is syntax. It is how we produce meaning from those sounds. And this comes from, in linguistics, the doubling phenomenon, which we are the only creatures on this planet, as far as we know. I mean, the jinn, we don't have access to studying their linguistics. But as far as all of these creatures out there, we have this ability for doubling, and so we're able to make seemingly infinite numbers of meanings with this joining of syllables and doubling sounds together. So we can say, the Arabs say zur, they say zawr, they say zir, and these are all from the same root, but each one has a different meaning. Qawl, qeel, qayl. And this is what produces all of these sounds. That's why the monkey, I think the animal that after us has the largest capacity for language, has only about 40 or 50 sounds that it can make. And it's only because it cannot double its consonants. That's the only reason. If it had the capacity to do what we can do, then at least aqlan or theoretically we could envision the possibility of again, an extraordinary number of sounds. But it can't. So we learn language, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, Ar-Rahman, Allama al-Quran, Khalaqa al-Insana, Allamahu al-Bayan. And so the human being who is created is between two things. Ilm al-Quran wa ilm al-Bayan. He resides between these two things that Allah is telling us about our nature. Allama in Arabic is an extraordinary word because it means to imprint. It means to make an impression. Now, if you look at the first tools of writing, they were clay. And the way that impressions were made was literally pushing in and making an alama or an imprint, like in the Babylonian and these early clay, the Assyrian clay tablets. You'll see that they're imprinted into them. Well, that is what allama means. It means to imprint. Language was imprinted in us. Allamahu al-bayan. Language was imprinted in us. In another ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us that وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ خَلْقُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. From amongst His signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth. وَاخْتِلَافُ أَلْسِنَتِكُمْ وَأَلْوَانِكُمْ. And the differences in your languages and your complexions. Surely in that is a sign for people who know, for people who have this ilm. Now, in rhetoric, in Arabic rhetoric, there is a concept called tibaq, which is where you use opposites like layl wa nahar. It's a very common motif in the Quran to use these opposites, ad-dunya wal akhirah, dhakar wal untha, that Allah uses these, and there's always a reason why they're being used. In this verse, Allah tells us from amongst His signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth. And then He tells us, and the difference of your languages and your complexions. What is the relationship between the heavens and the earth, languages and complexions? If you look at the word in Arabic for what Adam was taught, he was taught the asma. And the asma comes from a root word which is samu. Some say it comes from wasama, but they're still related. Samu is what comes from the heavens. And so the sama is the heaven. Language is celestial. Complexions are terrestrial because they come from our mud. So what we're being told here is that the human being is a meeting place between the heavens and the earth. What represents our celestial nature is our language, and what represents our terrestrial nature is our complexions and our diversity in our appearances. One is inward, one is outward. Language comes from inside and emanates out. Complexions are zahir. And this is why language is ultimately, it is what determines our humanity, not our complexions, because complexions do not go from in out. They don't have the same capacity. The language is a much deeper reality in our human essence. And that is why we are hayawan natiq. That is, if you want to get the definition of a human being, it is the speaking animal. That is at the root of it. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is showing us these signs in ourselves and on our horizon, and He's telling us that isn't it enough that your Lord is witnessing all of this? So just as you are witnessing the world, the alam al-shahada, your world is being witnessed, and without that witnessing, it disappears. In other words, it doesn't exist. And so if you look, and this is the out of sight, out of mind, that things have reality for you as a subjective human being when you are perceiving them. When they are no longer in your perception, either your literal perception of witnessing or hearing, or your intellectual perception through thinking about them. If either of those are gone, then that thing for your subjective reality is gone. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us these tools, made us creatures that interpret the world. We are interpreters of the world, and then has given us signs in order for us to understand something very important, and that is that all of this is indicating one truth. All of this, everything that you are seeing is indicating one truth, and that is that behind all of this, not in any literal way, behind all of this, at the root of existence, is the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is its creator and sustainer. At the root of all of this. And that is why those who look only at the tree and can't even comprehend the existence of the root structure only know half of the story. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يَعْلَمُونَ ظَاهِرًا مِنَ الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا. They know the outward of the world. وَهُمْ عَنِ الْآخِرَةِ غَافِلُونَ. But they are heedless about the other half. So their knowledge is not sufficient knowledge because they only have half of even the created reality. We haven't even gotten into what is behind it, which is the Creator. But from that perspective, they only see and believe in what they see. So in terms of creed and in terms of making this real for ourselves, one of the most important things is to have access to the names, because we believe that the names are manifesting themselves in the world. And in that way, the world is a mirror of the divine attributes. What that means is, when the mystery of the mirror is when you look into the mirror, it is a reflection that needs light. If there's no light, you can't see the reflection. And that is why the same is true with the eye. When you look into the world to see the mirror of the divine attributes, you need light. And that light is called basira. It's the inner sight that enables people to penetrate what is beyond this and see what is being reflected to them. And that is these divine attributes that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described Himself with. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He is those 7 attributes, that He is Al-Hayy, that He is Al-Murid, that He is the Basir, the Seer, the Mutakallim, that He is the Sami'. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes all of these qualities that He has described Himself with, what He is also telling us, وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبْصِرُونَ. In your own selves, don't you see these signs? Don't you see that your speech is a tajalli of the mutakallim? That your sight is a manifestation of the basir, that your hearing is a manifestation of the sami', that your willing, your volition is a manifestation of the murid. All of these attributes that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described Himself with. And that's why the names are divided into the names that are mushtaraka and the names that are ghayru mushtaraka. There are names that we have no ishtirak with Allah in those names. And it's prohibited to name children those names. But there are other names that we do have, we share, not in a shirk way, even though that word is used, ishtarak. What it means is that it is a majaz, and a majaz is, it's a metaphor, it's not literal, because what we have is contingent and what Allah has is absolute. And so it is an approximation of the meanings. And this is why the Prophet was called Ra'ufun Rahim. Those are 2 attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He used to describe His Lord. Ismail alayhi salam was described as Halim. That is an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam was described as Al-Kareem. That's one of His names. It is an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the names that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described Himself with, He has also revealed them to us in the creation. So while a person can be Rahim, he cannot be Rahman. We cannot call somebody Rahman. Both are from Rahmah. But Rahman is an aspect of the Rahmah that human beings do not have. Because even though they both have mubalagha in them, which is hyperbolic meaning, nonetheless, Rahman is an attribute that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to Himself alone. Ra'uf is the same thing, Ra'fa, which is a type of compassion. So one of the greatest ways of making this creed become real is to begin to see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's attributes and actions in the world. And this is very difficult because the first stage of it is an understanding. This is right thinking. It's changing the way we perceive the world. And it's actually, it's effort. This is mujahada. Obviously, the desired stage is to move beyond right thinking and to enter into an experiential state which is called mushahada. And this is actually where it is a true witnessing. It's not a testifying. we can testify to that truth. We can testify to the truth that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is qahirun fawqa ibadihi. But to actually see that in the world is something that becomes very difficult. And this is mujahada. And obviously one of the most powerful means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us for that is tadabbur and tafakkur. And the reason why tafakkur is so exalted in Islam, to the point that we have hadith indicating that a moment's reflection is greater than 60 years of devotional practice. Because you were created to worship with understanding. There is a hadith, and even though the chain has some problems, it's understood to be a sound hadith in its meaning, which is لَيْسَ لِلْمَرْءِ مِنْ صَلَاتِهِ إِلَّا مَا عَقَلْ, that a man does not have anything of his devotional practice except what he is consciously aware of. And this is one of the reasons why we do nawafil. Nawafil is meant to redress the shortcomings of our devotional practice. That is what the point of nawafil is. One, it's a sign of extra devotion and extra love, but it's also, from a more practical perspective, it is to redress the shortcomings of the prayer. And this is why our ulama say that because heedlessness is the overwhelming state of the majority of humankind, that at least a moment's presence in the prayer is necessary for the prayer to be valid. There has to be lahza min al-khushu'. And in the books of prayer, in the books of fiqh, they remind people to attempt that at least at the beginning of the prayer, because they're in a more conscious state. But there are people that literally can go through the prayer in a completely somnambulant state. And I really believe that it is a miracle of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we actually remember the number of rakats. I mean, I think that is aqam al-ibad fima arad. I mean, that in itself to me is a sign of God. The fact that we can be in this somnambulant state and yet be able to perform at least outwardly. And the Arabs differentiate between the ashbah and the arwah, the outward form and the inward reality of the human being. And this is why Ibn Ata'illah radiyallahu anhu, he said, al-a'malu suwarun qa'imatun, that actions are forms. And then he said, wal arwahu sirrul ikhlas, wa arwahuha sirrul ikhlasi fiha. And this animating force of the forms is the secret of ikhlas, of sincerity in the actions. This is what brings the action to life. It makes it meaningful. And one of the poets said, إِنَّمَا الْكَوْنُ مَعَانِي قَائِمَةٌ بِالصُّوَرِ, that the cosmos is actually meaning set up in images. كُلُّ مَنْ يُدْرِكُ هَذَا كَانَ مِنْ أَهْلِ الْعِبَرِ. Whoever understands this is among the people of discernment. That if you miss this experience of the world, that the world is ibra, is an abara. Abara is an amazing word because it relates also to ta'bir, to speaking, to meaning, to significance. So ibra is what is signified, but it also means to move across, because again, meanings are metaphors. All of language in reality is metaphorical in that it is a abara. Metaphor means to jump over something, and that is what abara means. A ma'bara is a bridge, and that is what language does. So the world is like that itself. It's to take you, it's a bridge to take you to a much higher understanding of what you're experiencing. And that is what Sayyidina Isa told one of his disciples in an Islamic hadith, that never allow a breath to come out without an ibrah, without some understanding, some meaning. And it's everywhere. Sayyidina Isa was walking by and there was a dead carcass, and his hawariyun, the disciples, said, Ma antana, how foul and fetid it is. And he said, Wa ma abyada asnana, and how white its teeth are. He was taking another ibrah. He was seeing the beauty in the ugliness. وَمَا أَبْيَضَ أَسْنَانَ. And that you can go on and on about just the meanings of that statement in relation to the dead carcass. You can go on and on just about that. That is ibrah. That is taking meaning. And that is ultimately what we were sent here to do. I would like to move now to the idea of ikhtiyar. And this is one of my favorite words in the Arabic language. And the Arabic language, every once in a while I get these glimpses of this vast ocean that the Arabic language is. Robert Frost has a poem about people that sit and look out at the ocean on the shore, and he says that what's behind them is land, which is so much more varied, and from that point of view should be more interesting, and yet we don't look at the land behind us, we look out at this ocean. And what in essence we're doing is we're recognizing there's so much we don't know. There's so much hidden and inaccessible to us. And that, to me, is the nature of this language. The Arabs call their dictionaries the qamus and muhit, the engulfing ocean. And those words are, فَهَلْ سَأَلُوا الْغَوَّاصَ عَنْ صَدَفَاتِهَا. Did they ask, one of the poets said about, as if he was the Arabic language, أَنَا دُرُّ الْكَامِنُ فِي أَحْشَائِهِ كَامِنٌ. You know, I'm a hidden pearl in the midst of this ocean. Have you asked the divers about all these jewels that I have in me? In other words, the people that ghasa, that they dived into this ocean of the Arabic language. If we look at the word in Arabic for free will, it's a beautiful word because the root word is khayara, khara yakhiru, which means to choose or to prefer. But the masdar is khayr, which means good. And what that indicates is that the only thing that you can choose is good. That is in essence what free will is. That your bad actions are not free will. You don't choose to do bad. What you do is you capitulate the gift of free will. And that is why sin is such a wretched thing. Because you are, in essence, you are throwing this gift back to the one who gave it to you. And it's such an affront to the waqar, to the dignity that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is owed. That is at essence what free will is in Islam. It is to choose the good. And that is mujahada. One of the things about struggle in the world that's so fascinating is to master anything is a very arduous process. But the fruit of mastery is the most joyful thing that we have been provided with in the world. The fruits of mastery. That those people who never master anything, and one of the poets said, مَا رَأَيْتُ عَيْبًا مِنْ عُيُوبَ النَّاسِ كَنَقْصِ الْقَادِرِينَ عَلَى الْكَمَالِ. I never saw a fault among people's faults as bad as the inability of one to achieve perfection who doesn't do so. He couldn't imagine a fault greater than, or a deficiency or a blemish greater than one who has the ability to achieve kamal, human perfection, and yet doesn't do so. And one of the beauties of our Islamic tradition is the pursuit of something is the fulfillment of that thing. The Prophet ﷺ told us, نِيَّةُ الْمُؤْمِنِ أَبْلَغُ مِنْ عَمَلِهِ. The intention of a believer will take him further than his actions. And we are told in the Athar that people who set out to memorize the Quran will have that teaching completed for them in their grave if they don't finish it before they die. People that set out to learn knowledge will have that completed by the angels for them. And so the pursuit of perfection is perfection itself. This is at the essence of what we have been given. Because we are all falling short of the glory of God. That is our nature. And there's a reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us like that. And that's why the Arabs say, Al-Kamalu lillah. Perfection in reality belongs only to God. But even human perfection is lillah. Because you cannot perfect yourself unless it was for God. Al-kamalu lillah. That even your human perfection must in reality be for the sake of God. Because if you do anything other than for the sake of God, then it is not perfection, it is quite the opposite. It is not only imperfection, it is a blemish on your soul. Now the word in Arabic for doing right is asaba. That's one of the words. Asabta sawaba. You did right. Well, what that word means is to strike the arrow. The Arabs say, asabta al-marma. You hit the bullseye, meaning that you got it right. The word for sin in Arabic is akhta'a, which means to miss the mark. In Old English, the word for sin means to miss the mark. So this was an understanding that what we are meant to be doing is aiming for the good, and that is what choice is. And if you fall short, if you transgress, if you go to the right or to the left, that the way you rectify that is tawbah, to go back, to reset your aim and to start again. Redress your wrong. I read this famous basketball player who always got his shots usually. They asked him, what do you think about when you miss a shot? And he said, too far, too short, too much to the right, too much to the left. That's what he thought. And that is how you should be living your life. I should be living my life. In any action we do, was it too far, too short, too much to the right, too much to the left? Why didn't I hit the mark? And Imam al-Bukhari, one of the reasons why Ramaya is to be taught to children is because there's a great secret in archery. Imam al-Bukhari was a master archer. One of his companions said, I spent 20 years with this man and he shot arrows every morning and I never saw him miss the bullseye except one time. Now there is a relationship to Imam al-Bukhari's martial arts and to his hadith science. Because he was not only a master of hitting the mark with an arrow, but he was a master of hitting the mark in the hadith. And that's why his ma akhta'a fil hadith. He didn't make those mistakes in the hadith. That's why his book is Asahu Kitab Ba'da Kitabillah. But there's a relationship to his practice, that spiritual practice of martial arts. And when the Prophet ﷺ, when it said, أَعِدُّ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُ مِنْ قُوَّةٍ, the Prophet said in the hadith, أَلَا وَهِيَ الرِّمَايَةِ أَلَا وَهِيَ الرِّمَايَةِ أَلَا وَهِيَ الرِّمَايَةِ, that power is in archery, power is in archery, power is in archery. Now, interesting, a story, Sayyidina Umar once saw a group of tabi'een, they were practicing archery in Medina, and they used to practice between Asr and Maghrib. One of them, he said to him, أَخْطَأْتَ, you missed the mark. And he said, نَحْنُ مُبْتَدِئِينَ Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. We're beginners. But he made a grammatical mistake, because nahnu is the mubtadi is the khabar, it should have been marfu', so he should have said nahnu mubtadi'un. He said nahnu mubtadi'in. We're beginners. He said, Wallahi, inna khata'ak fi lahnik ashadda alayhi min khata'ika fi rimay. Your mistake in your grammar is harder on me than you're missing the mark with that arrow. So he was indicating a relationship between one's practice in the world and also one's internal, what's coming out of oneself and what one is doing. There's a relationship between the inside and the outside. So this idea of free will, we believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us and given us this ability to act in the world. We have this ability. We, on the other hand, believe, because of very deep philosophical deliberations by our ulama, not only on the Quran, but on the implications of any other position. We also believe that our actions are created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We do not create our actions. The position of the Mu'tazila was that we create our actions, and the reason they did that was because obviously they had a belief about as-salah wal-aslah, that it was an obligation for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to do what was good for his creation. And so this brought in the problem of theodicy, of how evil fits in the world. And if we say that God creates our actions, then our evil actions become creations of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And therefore, how do we square our understanding of a benevolent Lord with the creation of evil? This becomes a problem. So I'm going to get to that, but before I do that, I want to talk about how the free will is resolved, because it's related to the problem of evil in a very profound and deep way. The free will was understood to be acquisitional. And this is what our scholars called kisb, which is لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ وَعَلَيْهَا مَكْتَسَبَتْ. Laha means it is for it what it earns, and it is against it what it has wrought from wrong actions. So in this ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala clearly states that we earned something. وَمَا أَصَابَكَ مِنْ حَسَنَةٍ فَمِنَ اللَّهِ وَمَا أَصَابَكَ مِنْ سَيِّئَةٍ فَمِنْ نَفْسِكَ. Whatever afflicts you from good is from Allah, and whatever afflicts you from wrong is from your own self. In other words, what you earned. Now the word in Arabic for calamity is what? Musibah. إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّ لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. What does musibah mean? To hit the mark. It's a calamity that hits the bullseye. It's not called a makhta'a. A musibah is what hit the mark. It reached the proper target. And that's why you cannot be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Poor guy, he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was in the right place at the right time, but the question for us is, was he in the right state and the right mind? That's the question. Because the readiness is all. It's not whether death is coming or not. Death is coming, and that is an inevitability, but it's whether we are prepared for what is coming or not. So what afflicts us is destined to afflict us, and it cannot miss us. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, what was decreed to hit you cannot miss the mark, even if the whole world tried to prevent it. And what was decreed to miss you cannot hit the mark, even if the whole world tried to make that happen. It's as simple as that. So, in this position that the Mu'tazila took, they used certain verses, and there was a debate early on between two groups called the Qadariyah and the Jabariyah. The Qadariyah are the people of the Mu'tazilite who viewed that what happens in the world is human doing, that human beings create what they do. The Jabariyah position was the human being was completely determined, that he had no ability to do anything. One group took the verse, وَمَا رَمَيْتْ إِذْ رَمَيْتْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ رَمَى, that you didn't throw when you threw, but Allah threw. The other one took the verse, لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ وَعَلَيْهَا مَا اكْتَسَبَتْ. The Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah took both. And one of the things that Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah says is that every innovative group has proved their innovations by the book and the sunnah, but they do so always by taking certain verses and neglecting other verses. And Allah asks the question, أَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ. Do you believe in some of the book and reject other parts of the book? That's always what the people of innovation do. So how do we then square the fact that everything is decreed, the ajal, all of these things? These are long theological debates about aforeknowledge, that God knows things before they happen, and how do you accept the idea of free will if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows them before they happen. And basically how the Muslim scholars understood this was two things. One, that human beings are musayyar in large aspects of their life. In other words, there is a determination. We are determined in physical space. We are determined in the limitations that we've been given from our birth. We know now that genetics determines many things, not all things. I mean, we're moving to a synthesis of the nature-nurture debate, because these are two debates now in biology, but traditionally in psychology and in philosophy, of whether people are more affected by their surroundings or by their nature, the human nature. So we have human nature that Allah has given us. There are three natures within the human being. There are three powers. what is called the Quwwa al-Ghadabiyya, or the Quwwa al-Aqliyya, the rational power, the Quwwa al-Ghadabiyya, the irascible power, or the emotional power, and the Quwwa al-Shahwaniyya, the appetitive power. These are the three powers. Now this is a traditional schema that you find in many traditions, but you certainly find it in the Islamic tradition. It corresponds with modern neurological research to an extraordinary degree. We now recognize that our brain is triune. It's divided into three types of brain. We have the neocortex, which is the rational brain. We have the midbrain, which is the emotional brain. And then we have the R-stem, or the reptilian brain, which is the brain of appetites. And each one of these has an important function. And it's not for nothing that the appetitive is the base of the brain. The emotions are in the center of the brain, but the highest is the rational brain, the neocortex. Now, the way that we were designed and commanded by our Lord was to live in harmony with these three spheres within us. We were designed to live in harmony with them. But Allah has given us the aql, and the word in Arabic, aqala, means to constrain. Another word in Arabic for the intellect is tamur, the commander. Another word in the Arabic language for intellect is nuha, which is from naha, to forbid, to prohibit. So the rational mind is the prohibitive, the constraining aspect of the human being. It is meant to rein in. An iqal is a hobbling cord. It is meant to rein in the midbrain, the Quwwa al-Ghadabiyya, and the Quwwa al-Aqliyya, the Quwwa al-Shahwaniyya, these two lower brains, to hold them in constraint, but to use them as vehicles, in the same way that a wild horse is of no benefit to the rider, but a horse that is saddled and bridled and fed only what it needs so that it doesn't grow fat and become useless. That is the nature of these two lower aspects of the human being. If they are bridled and controlled, they serve us. If they become unbridled, without restraint, they lord over us, and they take us, innal hawama tawalla yusmi aw yasimi, like Imam al-Busiri says. When passion takes control, it either destroys or defiles. Now the Quran sums up these three in an extraordinary verse. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَدْعُونَ مَعَ اللَّهِ إِلَهًا آخَرَ. Those who do not call upon Allah another God. This is the worst thing that you can do with your rational mind. There's no higher wrong than to misunderstand your Lord. وَلَا يَقْتُلُونَ النَّفْسَ الَّتِي حَرَّمَ اللَّهُ إِلَّا بِالْحَقِّ. And they do not kill another soul that Allah has sanctified, except with just right from Allah. The worst thing that your irascible soul or your Quwwa al-Ghadabiyya can do is to kill a human being out of anger. وَلَا يَزْنُونَ. And they do not fornicate. The worst thing that your appetitive soul can do is fahisha, is sexual foulness. So these people that Allah is describing are people who never allow their rational soul to go astray, their irascible soul to go astray, or their appetitive soul to go astray. And this is ikhtiyar. This is where choosing the good comes in. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us always two choices in the Quran. The Hasan and the Ahsan. The good and the better. And He gave us a Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam who always chose the better. Always. And the one time that he chose the Hasan over the Ahsan, he was rebuked in the Quran. Abasa wa tawalla. The only time he chose the Hasan over the Ahsan, he was rebuked in the Quran and reminded that for him to choose a virtue in neglect of a greater virtue is the worst thing that you can do, Habibullah. Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives you permission to, if you want to have retribution, an-nafsu bin-nafs, wal-aynu bil-ayn, if you want that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that وَإِذَا أَصَابُهُمَ الْبَغْيُ وَالَّذِينَ أَصَابُهُمَ الْبَغْيُ هُمْ يَنْتَصِرُونَ. When oppression afflicts them, they defend themselves, protect themselves. But then, وَمَنْ عَفَى وَأَصْلَحَ فَأَجْرُهُ عَلَى اللَّهِ. But those who forgive, those who redress, reconcile, their reward is with Allah. Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anhu said on the Yawm al-Qiyamah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يُنَادِي أَيْنَ الَّذِينَ لَهُمْ أَجْرُ اللَّهِ. Where are those who have the reward of Allah? And only those who afa wa aslaha can answer that call. Only those who forgave and pardoned and didn't demand their redress of their wrong. And that's why for the personal soul, the high path is to forgive. But for other people, the high path is to want their wrongs redressed. But for your personal soul, the high path is to forgive. That is why the Prophet ﷺ always forgave for himself. But for others, he demanded the redressing of wrongs. When hakamta fahkum bil adli, if you judge between people, judge with adl. He didn't say forgive them and reconcile, because his haqq is not involved. Now he has two people who have brought their complaints to him, and he's commanded to judge. And in that case, he does not judge by pardoning. He judges by justice. And this is one of the things that many Muslims don't know about the Sharia is, unfortunately, is that this idea of hudud, there is shafa'ah in hudud as long as it hasn't reached the sovereign state. If somebody steals from you, his father can come and pay you money or ask you to not take it to the court so that his hand's not severed. I mean, the Sharia is merciful. Even people don't realize that adultery, fornication, these things are best veiled. I mean, if somebody's daughter, la qadar Allah, if that happens to them, like this society, women used to disappear in college or high school. They'd say, oh, she's visiting her aunt, which happened to be a 9-month visit. And then when she got back, she had a new sister. And that's the way people did that, because there was a recognition of blame and a recognition that these things are wrong and they destroy society. Well, the same is true within the Islamic ethos, that people wanted to veil other people. This idea of taking people, and it's really alien to the spirit. But once it gets to the sovereign state, then the state has no authority, has no other choice but to implement a had. No other choice. Basically, evil, and the proof about actions being created, He created you and what you do. And what that means, and just to explain that so people understand a little better, what that means is if I pick up this, I did that volitionally. In other words, I willed something. Now obviously there's new arguments emerging because we have determinists. There's a lot of determinists in this culture, in the scientific field, that are now trying to argue about neurological impulses for volitional acts that occur before the actual will to do something. But that does not negate the Islamic understanding, because it's only if you don't believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is that problematic. If you understand that Allah exists, it actually makes perfect sense that you would have neurological reactions even before you willed, because that's part of the provision that you need in order to fulfill what you're willing. So that still does not change our understanding of this. The kisp, the acquisition, is done that I move to do this. Now, in my mind, I wanted to demonstrate something to you, which is my volition to lift this up. Everything that happened in that process was created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In other words, all of the strength, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, all of the strength was given to me to do that by Allah. That everything, all of the atoms, all of the movement, all of the space, all of this is a constant creational activity of our Lord, and therefore He is facilitating this. Now where this becomes a problem is in evil. Because if somebody lifts their hand to kill an innocent person or a child, then there's some problems with that. And within this, the Western tradition, the argument goes that if God is all-loving or benevolent, and God is omnipotent, all-powerful, and there is suffering in the world are evil, then two problems arise. If he was all good or benevolent, and yet he wasn't all powerful, then that's why he couldn't stop the evil. But if he was omnipotent and all good, then he could stop the evil, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would obviously see and know that a crime or some evil was going to happen. And if he didn't stop it, well, if I was a person who was about to witness a child being killed and I had the power to stop it and I didn't stop it, I would be called evil in my complicity. And in Islamic law, you are criminally liable for ta'zir, because we have what's known as haqq al-is'af or haqq al-nusra, which is the right that people have to be protected by those who are witnessing their oppression if they're able to prevent it. That's a human right in Islam. So how then, because the people that argue against a merciful God and an omnipotent God say that, I'm sorry, I cannot believe that a God that would allow all this suffering in the world, that he is all good. Now, for us, the traditional response to this is لا يسأل عما يفعل وهم يسألون. That's the traditional response, and that is directly from the Quran. He is not asked about what he does, but you will be asked about what you do. And that, for a believer, I think is adequate. That's the Jewish response. The Jews and the Muslims share a creedal aspect of our religion that the Christians do not share with us, and that is that we do not have a problem with evil. The Christians have a problem with it because they do believe that God is all good, benevolent, loving God, and they do believe He's omnipotent, and therefore they struggle with evil. And there are many, many arguments for it. Like Augustine has that evil is the absence of good. In other words, evil doesn't exist. It's only that the good is absent. So he sees evil as a vacuum. That is an interesting argument, and it's similar to an Islamic understanding in that shar in the Arabic language is not evil per se. Shar is also want or deprivation. So we call poverty shar and we call wealth khair. I mean, that's in the Arabic language. So you can say about somebody, asabahu shar, and you don't mean evil afflicted him, you just mean deprivation. And you could say asabahu khair, and you don't mean good afflicted him, you mean wealth. It could be evil for him, it could be bad for him. So for instance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَإِنَّهُ عَلَى حُبِّ الْخَيْرِ لَشَدِيدٌ. He loves good. That ayah does not mean good, it means he loves wealth. But Allah uses the word khair to mean wealth. Why? Because khara yakhiru means to choose or to prefer, and human beings prefer wealth over poverty, and they're right to do so because wealth is an attribute of God and poverty is an attribute of the servant. So to choose what is God's attribute over what is humiliation and servitude is obviously a divine choice. So you are choosing good. There is ikhtiyar in that. So when that's his answer. There's another, Irenaeus was a bishop, a Christian bishop, early, who had the idea that there was a divine wisdom in evil. And we share this also, in that it is through evil that the soul is improved. Now from our perspective, we would not call that evil, because anything that improves us is khair. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith that Suhaib al-Rumi relates in Sahih Muslim, عَجَبًا لِأَمْرِ الْمُؤْمِنِ فَإِنَّ أَمْرَهُ لَهُ كُلُّهُ خَيْرٌ. Because his affair is all khair. And that's why you often, what he said, ذَلِكَ لِأَحَدٍ سِوَى الْمُؤْمِنِ, and that is only the mu'min's right. That's only for the believer. And that's why good that afflicts somebody in a state of ingratitude is bad. So that hadith indicates that the Prophet ﷺ, and that's why it indicates that the Prophet ﷺ was telling us that what you perceive as shar is khair when you're a mu'min. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, this is why I'll get back to that in a second, but this is why I like the boohoo and the rah-rah theory. Because I think there's a lot of truth in that. Is that what people deem good and what people deem evil is usually what their likes and dislikes relate to. And that's why one of the ways of getting out of emotional thinking and into rational thinking is to look at what's good in what you deem bad. To look at what is good in what you deem bad. That is one of the ways of freeing yourself from this type of thought that constrains or delimits your ability to perceive good in the world. So for instance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْقِتَالِ وَهُوَ كُرْهٌ لَكُمْ. Fighting has been prescribed for you. And qital means martial fighting, but it also means struggle, according to Ibn Mandur and Lisan al-Arab. But here, obviously the dominant meaning and the first and foremost meaning, it is incumbent upon you, if you're able, to defend yourself against aggression or transgression, or defend others who are being oppressed or transgressed upon. Allah has deemed that. We are not pacifists. We actually believe in the right of self-defense. And Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, said that there are only two justifications in the Quran for fighting. Those who persecute you religiously, and those who drive you from your homes or threaten your land or your well-being. Those are the only two reasons that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives in the Quran. And Allah loves not the transgressors. And Allah la yuhibbu al-mu'tadeen. وَلَا عُدْوَانَ إِلَّا عَلَى الظَّالِمِينَ. There's no oppression, there's no transgression except against transgressors. And that's not real udwan, because the Arabs say al-jaza min jins al-amal. The requite of something is in the nature of that thing being requited. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, جَزَاءُ السَّيَّةٍ سَيَّةٌ مِثْلُهَا. The reward of a wrong is a wrong like it. Well, that doesn't mean a wrong like it. It means that it's redressing the wrong, and it's a sayyah in that the person that's getting his wrong redressed doesn't like it. The evil is that fighting is kurhun lakum. Kurh means detestable to you. And that's why people that love to fight are pathologically unwell. They're sick people. And there are people like that. They buy magazines called, what's that, Soldier of Fortune. And if you look in the back of that magazine, it's got all these really weird things that you can buy to learn how to maim and kill better. And this is a disease. People are not well. They're not well. You should not desire to kill people. And human beings are actually designed not to like that. And if you do like it, it's pathological. You've deviated from a state of health. And that can be redressed, and it should be. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ in Sahih al-Bukhari said, "La tatamannaw liqa al-adu." Don't desire to meet your enemy. What I can say, Allah al-afiyah, but ask Allah for well-being and peace and security. فَإِن لَقِيتُمُوهُمْ فَاثْبُتُوا. But if you're forced to meet them, be brave, be courageous. Allah says after that, وَعَسَىٰ أَن تَكْرَهُ شَيْئًا وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. And maybe you hate a thing and in it is much good for you. And there's another verse similar to that relating to husbands and wives having marital problems. That maybe you dislike a thing and Allah puts in it much good. And the ulama differ about that. Some say reward for being patient with difficult character. Some people say a child that comes out of the marriage, because sometimes when children come, the relationship changes because it's a much deeper relationship. There are many verses, but sometimes you dislike a thing and in it is much good for you, and sometimes you love a thing. And maybe you love a thing and it is wrong or evil for you, and Allah knows you don't know. You don't know what's good or what's bad for you. That is, in essence, I think, how Muslims have understood tribulations, calamities in the world, is that we don't know what is good for us. Now, obviously, another aspect of this is, and there are many reasons for this, and I want to just go through a few because I think this is very helpful. The Arabs have a proverb that says, بِضِدِّهَا تَتَمَيَّزُ الْأَشْيَاءُ. By its opposites, things are understood or known. And if there was no opposite to khayr, there would be no understanding of khayr. We would not understand it. And that's why the world is opposites, in that we can understand it. One of the things about evil in the world for the Muslims is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala first and foremost has informed us that He created the world a belwa, a test. And He said in the Quran, إِنَّ الْمَوْتَ وَالْحَيَاةَ هُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ الْمَوْتَ وَالْحَيَاةَ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ. He created death and life. And it's interesting that He mentions death before life in that, because that is an ibtila in and of itself. It's also the purpose of this world is that it terminates, and the purpose of death is that there's new life. And this is why one of the Persian poets said, you came into the world crying, and everybody around you was weeping. And you leave the world laughing, and everyone around you is crying. Because once you move to the next world, it's like somebody who was, you know, these Indian trains where they have like the people riding up on the top in the wind and everything, and then they're offered to come up to first class. I mean, how many of them would say, no, I'm fine here, really enjoying the weather. In essence, is what moving from this world to the next world is infinitely greater than moving from economy class to first class for a believer. It's not something that you would turn down. And this is why, you know, Hamlet's famous soliloquy is that he's asking about what happens after death, and because he doesn't know, he's saying, you know, we patiently bear the tribulations of the world because we don't really know what's coming, and it might be worse. By the end of that play, when his friend Horatio asks him, you know, I'm worried about you in this fight, do you want me to cancel the tournament? He says, if death's coming to you, you can't avoid it. If it's not coming, you can't make it come. And then he says, the readiness is all. And so he's already, by the end of that play, he's in a state of submission. And this is the nature of the world, is to get you to that state where you are ready. And that's why there's something very redeeming about all the tribulations of Hamlet, because by the end of the play, in essence, from a sacred perspective of looking at that play, he is not a tragic figure, but in fact is redeemed. So this is from a small essay that Izz ibn Abd Salam, one of our great Sultan al-Ulama, the prince of all the scholars, he wrote this, and it's called The Benefits of Calamities. He says that there are many benefits for calamities, and depending on the rank of the person, they're different. He says the first benefit is ma'rifat al-rububiyyah wa qahriha, is to know lordship and its overpowering effect on your life. In other words, that Allah is Lord. I mean, that is a benefit in calamities, because if everything went your way, you'd start thinking that you were the Lord. And that's why lords, people that are wealthy, often go into that state where they think they're lords. And they used to call them lords, the house of Lord. So when you get your way, you begin to think that I'm in control here. And this is what, you know, in this culture, they have these people that are called control freaks. They do everything to stop anything from happening that can upset their little plans. And little plans, I say, because any human plan is a little plan in relation to the big plan. But see, people really have this thing of, no, I'm in charge here. I did it my way. That's one of people's favorite songs in this culture. I did it my way. You know, it's like boasting about my freedom.
This session continues on the following CD. This begins CD number 7.
The second is ma'rifat dhillat al-ubudiyya wa kasriha, understanding the humiliation of servanthood and its disempowering effect on you. You learn something about your Lord, but you also learn something about your own state. Al-ikhlasu lillah, sincerity to Allah, because one of the few times that you will ever actually call on Allah in a sincere state is when everything is hopeless. And the only hope you have is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu was once talking with a man who'd been in a shipwreck and he didn't believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he said, what happened to you when you fell overboard? He said, I was in the midst of this massive ocean. And he said, did you think you were going to die? He said, no, I was hoping I would be saved. And he said, why? And he said, well, I was hoping. And he said, that thing you were hoping for is Allah. Because where did that come from? Just the hope, raja. The poet said, Mali siwaka hidatun illa raja. I have no other means to you except hope. I mean, that Abu Nawas, who was a really wretched poet, and I don't want to make ghiba of a dead man, but I mean, he was a bad guy and wrote poetry that's so outrageous. I mean, he used to write poetry like, bring me the wine and don't bring it secretly, because what good is a sin done in secret? I mean, he really had some. So he said the enjoyment is that you can just flaunt it. But he, on his deathbed, he has the last lines he ever wrote, which inshallah will redeem all that other stuff. But he just said, Rabbi kathurat dhunubi, azumat dhunubi kathratan. My Lord, my wrongs have become so vast and so many. وَلَكِنِّي أَعْلَمُ أَنَّ عَفْوَكَ أَعْظَمُ. But I know that your forgiving nature is greater than any wrongs I could do. And then he says, إِذَا لَا يَرْجُوكَ إِلَّا الْمُحْسِنُ. If only people, Rabbi, إِذَا لَا يَرْجُوكَ إِلَّا مُحْسِنُ. If only good doers have hope for you. فَبِمَنْ يَسْتَجِيرُ يَلُوذُ وَيَسْتَجِيرُ الْمُجْرِمُ. So who does the wrongdoer turn to? If only people that do good can hope for you. أدعوك ربي كما أمرت تضرعا. I'm calling on you, my Lord, as you commanded me in total humility. فإن رددت يدي فبمن ذا يرحم. And if you turn away from me, who will show mercy to me? That is raja, and that comes from Allah. So ikhlas, when calamities hit you, ikhlas is one of the great gifts. وإن يمسسك الله بضر فلا كاشف له إلا هو. If harm comes to you, there's nobody that can remove the harm except Him. And knowing that is such a great blessing. And the times you know that is when dur afflicts you, when harm afflicts you. That's when you realize it. There's nobody that can remove it. And then a tadarru' with dua, that prayer, calling on Allah is such a gift from Allah. فَإِذَا مَسَّ الْإِنسَانَ ضُرٌّ دَعَانَا. When harm comes to human beings, they call us. Because how many people forget Allah when there's no trouble? And then when trouble comes, Ya Allah. And that's what it took to be reminded of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that is a blessing. That is a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then al-hilmu amman sadrat anhu al-musiba. Forbearance, learning clemency. Learning clemency. I mean, that's one of the things when afflictions come, you actually, compassion comes out of your heart. When you see other people afflicted, it actually causes, when you see people without an arm, that poor person, it moves the heart. It should. If it doesn't, then you're not well. So that is also one of the blessings. Al-afu an janiha, forgiving the one who harmed you. What a gift to forgive the one who harmed you, because كيف ما تدين تدان. Just as you treat others, so shall ye be treated. So if you forgive people, on Yawm al-Qiyamah, what do you think the forgiver of wrongs will do? Because if you're always wanting vengeance in this world, then Allah reveals Himself as the avenger of wrongs in the next world, al-Muntaqim. But if you're always forgiving people in this world, Allah reveals Himself as the forgiver. أَنَا عِنْدَ ظَنِّ عَبْدِي بِي. I am as my servant understands me to be. And if you always want vengeance, I mean, one of the things about Muslims that really saddens me is we're always asking for justice for our enemy. And yet, when we talk about ourselves, Allahumma arhamni, Allahumma aghfirli, nobody at Arafah is saying, Allahumma, be just with me. Take me to full account. Give me everything I deserve. Nobody's ever in 1400 years, I'm almost absolutely certain that nobody has ever made that dua on Arafah. And yet when it's somebody else, Allahumma intaqim, Allahumma kun adlan fihi, be just with him, be vengeful, And this is really what's going on. Because what does the believer want? لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. No one of you truly believes until he wants for others what he wants for himself. Imam Nawawi said, يشمل اليهودي والنصراني, that includes Jews and Christians and other people. Why don't you want guidance for other people? Forgiveness. If you knew what hell was, you couldn't want hell for anybody. Maybe a moment's taste just to purify all their wrongs, but in reality you couldn't. الصبر عليها, learning patience. إن الله مع الصابرين, Allah is with the patient. صبر جميل, learning patience. It's the first maqam on the path. الفرح بها لأجل فوائدها, being joyful about it because of all the benefits that come from it, right? It's a tribulation. In Iraq, it's a tribulation that happened, and it's still a tribulation, but also there were benefits that had to come out of it, because nothing is purely bad in this world. There's always benefits. الشكر عليها, being grateful for it and earning great. تمحيصها للذنوب والخطايا, removing wrong actions. وما أصابكم من مصيبة فبما كسبت أيديكم ويعفو عن كثير. He forgives so much. رحمة أهل البلاء ومساعدتهم على بلواهم. Compassion towards those who have these tribulations, and then helping them, because من نفس كربة من أخيه, whoever helps a brother with a tribulation in this world, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will help him with the tribulation of the next world. معرفة قدر نعمة العافية, knowing the blessings of al-afiyah, knowing what well-being, the blessing of well-being, and just knowing what that is. وما أعده الله تعالى على هذه الفوائد من ثواب الآخرة على اختلاف مراتبها, knowing all of the gifts that will come from your patience and from these tribulations in the next world, because the Prophet ﷺ said, أمتي أمة مرحومة, my ummah is forgiven and their difficulties are in this world. ما في طيها من الفوائد الخفية, what's hidden in all those, because you don't know what all the blessings that come. How many times in your life, and I know all of you, there's not a human being in this room that can't say this. How many times in your life has something terrible happened to you, and you were so distraught about it when it happened, and then all this good came from it? But it took you a long time to see that or realize that. And so that is also one of the great blessings. And then also, إن المصائب والشدائد تمنع من الشر والبطر والفخر والخيلاء وتكبر وتجبر. So calamities and tribulations prevent you from being arrogant, from being evil, from being boastful, from being filled with ostentatiousness and kibriya, tajabbur, oppressing others. If had Nimrod been a poor man, you see, really, Fir'aun said, "Ana rabbukum al-a'la." I'm your. Had Fir'aun been a fallah in Egypt, or a faluka, the man who takes the people across the Nile, he just would have been probably a nice person, but he owned all of Egypt, and he looked around and he said, "I must be Lord. Look at what I've got." So that's a great blessing in itself. So there also ar-ridha al-mujib li ridwanillah, also the contentment in what Allah tries you with, that brings to you the contentment of Allah with you. Radiyallahu anhum wa radu anhu. They were content with Allah, and Allah was content with them. So that's the highest, because ridha is just a great maqam.
Okay, inshallah, we're going to go ahead and start with the questions and answers. The first one we have here for Imam Hamza: what is the definition of evil in Islamic theology? Does Islamic theology believe that bad things are inherently evil, or are bad things just evil because God so designated?
That's an excellent question. Somebody's probably had a philosophy course, because that's a big issue in philosophy, and it's dealt with in the famous Socratic dialogue known as Euthyphro, where Socrates asks Euthyphro, who's bringing his father to trial for murdering a servant, and he really has ulterior motives, but he asks him about the definition of piety, and then he takes
it to this question of, are things good because God has told us to do them, or are they good in and of themselves? And this is very important, because if they're good in and of themselves, then that means that God is held to a standard of goodness. If they are good because God has designated them so, then God is not held to that standard, and therefore we cannot question God. Now, when we say God is good, there are two ways to look at that statement. One is, in philosophy and in Islam, they divide statements into two types, analytic and synthetic. An analytic statement is meaningful in its defined terms. A synthetic statement needs outside evidence. So if we say God is good, the differences that we have about this problem are based on whether or not we view this sentence to be analytical or synthetic. If we view it as analytical, then it means that God is good, and that you don't need any outside evidence for that, because each term is defined within the proposition itself. And therefore, I don't have to have evidence in the world that God is good, because God is good. And then it becomes irrelevant what the world reveals to me, because, like Shakespeare says in Hamlet, nothing is good or evil, but thinking makes it so. In other words, that our understanding of good and evil is always within our thinking. And yet, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us to do certain things and not to do other things. And He has told us clearly that there are things that are shar and there are things that are khayr. We would say that good and evil in the Islamic tradition, according to the Ash'ari, and this is a debate, the Mu'tazilite disagreed with this, but the Ash'ari and the Maturidi, and again, Maturidi is more of a middle position on this, but the traditional position is that nothing is good or evil except because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has deemed it so, and the intellect cannot arrive in its limited understanding of good and evil. And that is why nothing, even though an act in and of itself can be evil, nonetheless, in a larger plan, it could actually be a good act. But the Sharia tells us one thing, and haqiqah is another thing. And we are commanded to judge by the outward, not by the inward. And that is why the Prophet ﷺ said, "Umirtu an ahkum bil-dhawahir." I was commanded to judge by outward appearances. And so outwardly we have to say that's evil. The inward reality of that thing is not our affair. And that is why when we see things, we have to see them with almost bifocular vision. We have to recognize that the Sharia condemns this and I must condemn it. On the other hand, there are wisdoms here that I do not see. Now, the Mu'tazilite obviously said that no, things are evil, good and evil, and those criterion apply to God as well, which means there's something outside of God greater than God, which is good, the summum bonum. Because that in Western philosophy is equated with God according to Kant. Whereas we don't believe that. We say what the Prophet ﷺ said, "Al khayru kulluhu bayna yadayk." All good is in your presence. وَالشَّرُّ لَا يَعُودُ إِلَيْكَ. And evil does not return to you. We believe that evil is a creation of God. And that's why we believe in the qadr khayrihi wa sharrihi, hulwihi wa murrihi. But we do not return that evil to God. In other words, when something good afflicts us, we attribute it to God. If it bad afflicts us, we attribute it to ourselves. Ibrahim alayhi salam said about Allah, yuhyini, he says that Allah brings me to life and then causes me to die. And then when he said, وَإِذَا مَرِضْتُ فَهُوَ يَشْفِينَ, he didn't say, وَإِذَا يُمْرِضُنِي, and when he makes me ill, he heals me. The ulama say that's ta'adduban, because marad is shar. In the Arabic language, shar is also a marad. So if you get afflicted with a disease, asabahu shar, even though it could be khair, but he attributes it to himself, and then he attributes the healing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, there's a lot of aspects to this question, but ultimately evil for us, shar, is anything that Allah has prohibited us to do. That is shar. What He's permitted us to do, that is khair, or commanded us. And then this is important in relation to animals and creational acts, that there is no moral judgment on an animal. If an animal eats you or eats your brother for lunch, you cannot see that animal as evil. Animals cannot be evil. I mean, you can call it shar, but it's not morally evil. You cannot put a moral valence on a ghayr mukallaf's act. If they're not accountable for their actions, there's no moral valence. And that is why we do not attribute evil to children either. I mean, a child can kill another child, but we do not attribute evil to that act because there's no moral valence that can be applied to that. It's shar, but we can't say that it was evil in that way. You might want to add something to
Well, I think that this is the ethical question of good and evil is one of the ones that is problematic in Islamic history. And if we look at the fitrah, the natural disposition of human beings, the hadith that pertain to that, the verses that pertain to that, it's one of the central Islamic teachings. And when the rationalists appeared in early Islamic history, the Mu'tazila in particular, they seized upon the fitrah. So that the verse, كُلُّ مَوْلُودٍ يُولَدُ عَلَى الْفِطْرَةِ, every child that is born with a natural disposition. And then the other hadith like that. These are authentic traditions, and they are transmitted virtually in every hadith collection. But because the Mu'tazila focused on that issue, their opponents, and among them the Sunnis, they tended to back off from that. So that if you study the issue of fitrah in hadith commentaries and early Quran commentaries, you'll see that there's all sorts of potential there that the early commentators back off from, sometimes even close off, because they don't want to strengthen the Mu'tazili position. Later on, when the Mu'tazila have passed away and they're only a memory of history, then you see people like Imam al-Ghazali, and after that Shah Waliullah Dahlawi, and other great scholars of the later centuries. They then begin to elaborate on the fitrah. And the Sufis in particular make the fitrah, the natural disposition, absolutely central to their metaphysical teachings. And part of that fitrah is that it knows good and evil. It has intrinsic knowledge of good and evil. So the standard Ash'ari definition, as Imam Hamza pointed out, was that they define good and evil in terms of divine will. So it's the divine volition, that whatever He has commanded us to do is good, whatever He has commanded us not to do is evil. And that is true on a cosmic level, but nevertheless there is a much broader level than that. And I think this has to be taken into account, particularly today when we come to talk about the issue of ethics, which is a really big question. Another thing too is that in the doctrine of acquisition that Imam Hamza talked about for the Ash'aris and the Maturidis in particular, one of the points that was made very clearly in that doctrine is that the moral quality of acts is something that human beings affect. So they would say that acts have two doers. They have a pre-existent doer, the creator, the cosmic will, and then they have a temporal will that attaches to that is also part of the process. The Prophet said, peace be upon him, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ, that actions are only to be judged by intentions. So God, as they say, He creates at the instant of your will, not by your will. So when you want to do something, He creates generally what you want. Sometimes He doesn't, sometimes He does other things, sometimes you're incapable, sometimes you want to do something and you can't. This is the reality, but two wills attached to every deed. One of them is pre-existent and cosmic, and it is effective. It is efficacious. The other one is one of volition and will. And it looks in the mirror of deeds as if we are the doers. But actually we give the deed its moral quality. The story of Khidr in Surah Al-Kahf, the chapter of the cave, shows that very well, because Khidr, the teacher of Moses, he does things which are outwardly wrong. But because of his intention and his knowledge of the realities that other people don't know, they are actually the best of deeds. So the moral quality always is a function of what the human being does. And therefore also our scholars distinguish between what they call evil on a particular level and evil on a universal level or cosmic level. In fact, to my knowledge, the standard position of Al-Maturidi and others, Ibn Taymiyyah as well, is that there is no cosmic evil as such, because wisdom dominates the creation. And so therefore, although evil does happen, human beings do terrible things, there are diabolical deeds throughout creation. Nevertheless, in the cosmic scheme, they all pertain to wisdom. And therefore, as Imam Hamza was saying, the presence of evil in the world is also essential to the wisdom of God. By opposites, we know things. We know good from evil. We know light from darkness and darkness from light. We learn about the nature of creation. So it has an epistemological effect. It also purifies us. It's the nature of the test, and so forth.
Thank you.
Good points.
So let's get right into this next question, which hopefully won't require a very long answer, but I think it's very important in light of the ongoing discussion of speech and the uncreatedness of the Quran. Please explain the revelation in the Quran that deal with current events of the time, or I should say, current events of that time at the time of its revelation, against the backdrop of the pre-existence of the revelation, such as Surah Abasa or Surah Al-Lahab, etc.
Obviously, when we talk about the speech of Allah, the Kalam Allah, the Imam al-Maqari says, إنما كلامه القديم ما فيه تأخير ولا تقديم نعم ولا لحن أو إعراب أو كل أو بعض أو اضطراب إذ كله إلى الحدوث انتسب ككون علمه على مكتسبة. That his kalam, the kalam of Allah, is qadim, pre-existent. There is no ta'khir or taqdeem, no syntactical linear structure to the kalam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Na'am, wala lahnun, and there's no lahan speaking. Wala i'rabu, there's no grammatical nature to the Quran. O kullun, o ba'dun, o ittirabu, there's no separating the Quran or gathering the Quran as one piece like that. Because all of that is created in nature, like his knowledge being acquired. Allah doesn't, لا يكتسب علما. Allah does not acquire his knowledge. That's why we don't call Allah al-arif. It's not a name of God, because ma'rifah is muktasaba, even though there's a hadith, ta'arraf ala Allah fi shidda, ya'rafaka fi rakha. I mean, the Prophet ﷺ used that word with Allah, but generally the ulama say that word ma'rifah is muktasab. It's acquired, and ilm is not. Ilm can be pre-existent, which is the knowledge of Allah. And so when we think of the Quran like that, we have to understand that this is a sifa, an attribute of Allah that is pre-existent, and therefore we don't look at it in that way. But we have an adab to the Quran, which is the position of the Sunni scholars, that we do not attribute createdness even to these meanings that we have. But we have an understanding that, I mean, one way of looking at it is I don't like to do this, but it might be useful. One way of looking at it is an idea of archetypes. There's an understanding, that there is no circle in the world. Right, that a true circle, which is a 360-degree equidistant from its center,
with all these points emanating out to this diameter. And that's why pi is such a mystery too, because it's one of these irrational numbers of a circle. So there's an idea that does not exist in the world, but there is an archetypal in the perfect world. That is, I think, probably one of the easiest ways for me to grasp it, is that when we speak of the Kalam Allah, we're not speaking about these created aspects, but out of an adab and a courtesy to Allah, we do not attribute createdness to these things other than in a teaching format. And maybe Dr. Omar could edify.
Well, this question is an old question. It's one of the questions that was brought up when the issue was first raised. And we mentioned yesterday that one of the reasons why the issue of the nature of divine speech was an issue for Muslims was because of the fact that the divine word is such an essential part of Christian theology and a lot of other theologies. So Muslims had to see where they stood on that issue. And these are dealt with in the traditional theology under the rubric of what is called relations or ta'alluqat. And we didn't talk about that hardly at all because it's one of the abstruse aspects of theology. And if what we talked about yesterday was abstruse for many people, as it was, then ta'alluqat would have been completely out of the window. So, but ta'alluqat are actually very profound because they deal in a rational way with the relationship between the necessary being, the pre-existent self-sufficient God, and between temporal reality. They deal with the relationship between the one and the many. And this in all religions is a fundamental theological problem. In fact, most idolatries radiate out of this issue. Human beings, as a matter of consensus, accept the negating attributes of God. That there is the one who is unlike anything, who is pre-existent, who is the cause or the root of existence. But how the world that changes relates to him, that's where the problem comes in. And idolatries usually have different theologies of emanation and intermediaries and demigods, half-gods, other gods, and so forth. In the case of the Quran and the divine speech, and also with regard to power and will, then in the theory of relations, they would say that these attributes have relations that are pre-existent and temporal. And so therefore, the divine speech itself that is pre-existent, that is uncreated, it is something that no one knows but God. It, as Imam Hamza said, it's not sounds, it's not letters, it's not syntax. It is a divine speech which is utterly unique and that reveals at once, without any complexity, all that is known in knowledge. Everything that is known in knowledge. So, tabbat yada abi lahabin wa tab, it's also there, because that was also divine knowledge. And the most beautiful experience in paradise is to see God. وُجُوهٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ نَاظِرَةٌ إِلَى رَبِّهَا نَاظِرَةٌ. Faces on that day will be filled with light, looking at their Lord. The scholars would say that when they look at their Lord, they disappear. If you were to ask the believer in paradise their name when they look at their Lord, they wouldn't even know their name. It's fana. They are overwhelmed by the essence of God. And it's not sight like we see, but it's sight that God creates in us as a gift. Likewise, to hear the divine speech is the greatest beauty of all. Moses heard the divine speech. The Prophet ﷺ heard the divine speech. When Moses heard the divine speech, he couldn't stand to hear the speech of human beings for what? For days and days. And in paradise, salamun qawlan min rabbin rahim. Peace, a word from a most merciful Lord. In Yasin, one of the secrets of this verse, why if you repeat it, it has a lot of therapeutic effects, is because that's a reference to this pre-existent speech. That is the speech, the perfect speech of God, that when you hear it, it's one of the utter pleasures of paradise. So all of these kind of attributes, they have an efficient relation to the particular thing that they refer to in time, like God's creating this cup in a particular time. And they call that efficient temporal. But before that, it has a sufficient pre-existent relation, which is sort of like speaking about potential. So these are dealt with in the theology, and they're issues that may seem to be abstruse and far-fetched, but actually they hone the mind, they bring the believer to have knowledge of God, and there are so many issues that we deal with in life, metaphysically, psychologically, philosophically, that have to be approached, and they require this kind of sophistication. It's one of the greatnesses of our legacy that it has that heritage.
Now, a couple of factual things. A couple people have asked to clarify the author of The Benefit of Calamities. I think it was Sultan al-Ulama Izz Abdus Salam.
Yeah.
Is it Izz ibn Abdus Salam?
Ibn Abdus Salam.
Izz ibn Abdus Salam, known who enjoys the title Sultan al-Ulama. And so he's the author of The Benefit of Calamities. Also, somebody asked Imam Hamza if that Abu Nawas poem has been translated and if it's available.
It was translated by Bernard Lewis in he has a little book on Arabic and Persian poetry, and those there's two couplets. Okay. They were translated in that.
Bernard Lewis.
Could I add that with regard to the concept of evil and also free will, that Imam al-Maturidi, you recall yesterday we talked about al-Tahawi, al-Ash'ari, al-Maturidi. Imam al-Maturidi is very distinctive because of the fact that he was a synthetic thinker. And so therefore he has a comprehensive system of theology. And in his system, the wisdom of God is fundamental, and the fitrah of the human being also. So the way that he treats free will and the way that he treats evil is very profound. And issues like the Mu'tazilis had with evil, that they dealt with under the rubric of justice, divine justice, he puts justice under divine wisdom. So he is really an incredible thinker. For him, evil is one of the major discussions. Imam al-Maturidi uses evil as a proof for the existence of God, as a proof that the world is not pre-existent. He uses evil, he shows the wisdom of it in eschatology, in epistemology, and in other things. All of them are great imams, al-Tahawi, al-Ash'ari, al-Maturidi, but al-Maturidi, I think, is especially beneficial to us because he's a synthetic thinker.
On that note, I was struggling between which of these two to ask next, and I think that's a great segue into the final question for the Q&A. This is a repetition from last night. Imam Hamza, could you state the 5 arguments, the Aquinas arguments, that are based on Muslim theology as well?
Just the names of them?
Yeah, I suppose just the names, and then maybe a couple, 30 seconds on each one.
The first one is the unmoved mover, which is from Aristotle, and the second was the uncaused cause, which is from the Muslims. Those are both considered cosmological arguments. The third one was the argument from necessity and contingency or possibility, which is also, he borrowed that from the Muslims, and that's a cosmological. And then the third one was an argument from gradation or degrees of quality, the hierarchical argument.
That was the fourth one, right?
The fourth one. He doesn't have an ontological argument. They're teleological, and 3 are cosmological and 2 are teleological. He argued against the ontological argument.
So that's the argument from gradation. It's the hierarchical argument that things move from imperfection to perfection. So you can reason inductively up to God. And that's in the Catholic schema of this perfect hierarchy. And the last one is the argument from design, which is everything has a telos. The telos of a knife is to cut well. The telos of a cup is to hold fluid. Everything has a purpose, or what was called a illa ghaiya, the efficient cause of something, that it has a purpose, or the teleological cause of something. So 3 were cosmological and 2 were teleological.
And these were the arguments put forth by St. Thomas Aquinas.
Well, yeah, the unmoved mover is from Aristotle. That is attributed to Aristotle. The teleological is also Aristotelian. The argument from gradation is his. The argument of the uncaused cause and the argument of the contingency and possibility are both Muslim arguments. They're forms of the Kalam cosmological argument, which he borrowed from the Muslims but did not attribute them to the Muslims. And recently, theologians have kind of accepted that the Muslims did come up with those before St. Thomas Aquinas.
Jazakumullah khair.
What's that? Well, I think they're useful, and they're, Ibn Ata'illah says that he intimates in the Hikam that the real argument is not whether God exists, but whether this exists. He said the onus on us is really to prove the existence of creation, not the Creator. And then the other thing, the Lao Tzu, which is reiterated many times by Muslims, Lao Tzu's famous statement when somebody asked him to prove God exists, he said, "You're asking for a lamp to see daylight." And that, in essence, I think that's been the traditional, certainly the Sufis have always taken that route, that the idea of proving the existence of God is idiotic, because they feel, afillahi shak, fatiru samawati wal ard. Is there any doubt about God? Fatiru samawati wal ard, the originator of the heavens and the earth. And that is the cosmological argument, though. I'm right there in the Quran. Is there doubt about God, the originator of the heavens and the earth? So, in essence, that verse is indicating that is the proof. The alam in Arabic is the world. And alam is from fa'al. And fa'al is a ism ala. It's the thing that you use to do something. And like khatam is the seal. It's what you do khatam with. So the alam is the thing that you know. It's the instrument of knowledge. What an instrument in and of itself is for something else. So what is the knowledge that the world was designed to afford us? And according to the Muslims, it's knowledge of God. And so we do believe, in essence, that the cosmological argument, that is really the argument. And that's why the Muslims have always taken that. Now, the only real refutation of the argument, the cosmological argument, is what they call the fallacy of composition, which is that because all the parts have a specific quality, it does not therefore mean that the whole has the same quality. The essence of the cosmological argument is that everything in the world has a cause, therefore the world has a cause. The argument against that is, well, if you have a group of people, in like 10 people, and they say all of them are married, therefore the group is married. The group has a wife. That's the argument against it. But that is true sometimes, it's not true other times. And the idea of the Muslims is that it's just the intelligence of it. And this is still a major problem. They have not, like Dr. Omar said, the argument by default is the onus is to prove not that God exists, but that He doesn't exist. We say al-muthbit muqaddam ala nafi, that in our usul, the one affirming something is always accepted before the one negating, unless the one negating can bring a definitive proof. So ithbat is over nafi. And it's interesting that Allah begins His creedal formula with nafi, but ends it with ithbat. The point of la ilaha illallah is not la ilaha, it's illallah.
Also, as Imam Hamza was saying yesterday, the fitrah itself, the disposition of human beings, is one of the strongest proofs. Also, the experiences that we have with God are one of the strongest proofs. I remember, though, over a quarter of a century ago at the university, I was a professor at that time, but because my wife was in school, we were living in graduate housing, and there was a woman with her child who was divorced. She had very strong opinions. One of them was atheism, and in one particular occasion she was denying God and she was expressing her opinions, and her child was playing with her, and he sort of strayed off until he got into the street, and the street had traffic in it and very fast cars, and then she noticed the child in the street, and in a very precarious position. He could be killed. In fact, the car slammed on the brakes and so forth. The child is dead. And what does she do? She said, "Oh my God." In our hearts there's something that's very profound, and that's also in the Quran. It says, you see, and this is not just saying that God exists, this is istighatha. This is istighatha. This is calling upon God for help. And as the Quran says, that when the disbelievers are, or the idolaters, the pagans, are in severe constraints, they call upon Him. By the way, the child was saved, because also in the Quran it says, He will answer the prayers of those who call upon Him. Yeah, al-Muttar. So she called upon Him, Muttar, in great need. And she did it instinctively. And the child was saved. He came out. And then she returned to her arguments.
The word also, I mean, there is an interesting relationship between the word istighatha, which ghawth is the one that you call on when there's no one else to call. And some people have showed the relationship that and ghawth, which is also God. You know, there's very possible, because obviously the first human language, which, I mean, we believe that the first human language that man spoke, Sayyidina Adam alayhi salam, I mean, there's a difference of whether it was Arabic or Syriac, not the modern, the ancient Syriac that we have now, but an earlier Syriac. But I think that correlation with that word, and it's yumkin, mumkin.
Jazakumullahu khairan. And with that, we'll conclude this session. The title of the session, of course, is Vicegerency, Realities and Responsibilities. Dr. Omar and Imam Hamza will be speaking in this session. So without further ado, Dr. Omar Farooq Abdullah speaking on Vicegerency, Realities and Responsibilities.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. اللهم افتح علينا بحكمتك وانشر علينا برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. This is the final session. The subject that I'm talking about today is a very big one. It's certainly much bigger than I am. And I will focus mostly on the divine names and then how they relate to the attributes. We, of course, talked about the attributes of God, and mostly what we'll talk about now are the names. And many of the books that deal with attributes, they talk about al-asma'i wal-sifat. They will talk about the names and the attributes. The attributions are abstractions. They are qualities that we perceive. The names are much richer. They are much more complex. And the names always refer to the essence, because the names always refer to Him who is God. And so therefore, when we study the names, we don't study them as abstractions, but we study them as references to Him, names of God, which not only do we contemplate, but also we call upon. And when we call upon Him with His names, then He comes to us. He responds. So that the names are, as it were, an advanced stage. And the teachers, the spiritual teachers who are concerned with self-purification and the inner tradition and the spiritual path, they will often, before one begins on that and begins to mention the names, for example, they will see that that person studies carefully the kind of things that we've been studying, so that you can always refer that to the names, so that you can understand the nature of the being that you are calling upon. One graduates then from the attributions to the names. And it is there that this knowledge becomes very practical. especially from the standpoint of worship. One of the highest forms of worship is dhikr, is the mentioning of the names. وَلَذِكْرُ اللَّهِ أَكْبَرُ. And verily the making of remembrance of God's name is even greater. As we said before, human beings are created to be receptacles of this knowledge. We are endowed with perfect dispositions that are imbued with the knowledge of God, so that even though speaking of will and power and the different attributes seems to be abstract or obscure or foreign, nevertheless there are strings in your soul that it strikes, because you were created for this knowledge. You were created to know your Lord. You were created to have a personal relationship with Him. And that's why also in the study of theology, it often ends with the introduction to ihsan, to worshiping God as if you saw Him, for although you do not see Him, He sees you. And as we said before, Sufism, the second great tradition of Islamic civilization, was the science of ihsan. It is the science of ihsan. But this knowledge is not meant to be just a mental knowledge, just an intellectual knowledge. It's meant also to be put into practice so that you become a knower of God, a God knower as you were created to be. As it said, there is no knowledge, there is no action without knowledge. So to worship your Lord, you must know Him, just as you must know how to do ablution or how to make the prayer before you can actually do it. Again, not only is it the first step in the knowledge of God to worship Him correctly, but also in the law, that's the first requirement. So that when you study the books of law, of the sacred law, they will say that the first requirement is that you know your Lord, meaning that you know your Lord in terms, traditionally, meaning that you know your Lord in the kind of terms that we have been speaking about. So there is no action without knowledge. Those who act without sufficient knowledge often end up bringing about results very contrary to what they wanted. At the same time, there is no knowledge without action. The reverse is also true. So when one receives this knowledge, when we have this knowledge, then we have to also act on it. And the first way that we act on it is by worshiping our Lord and perfecting that worship and mentioning His names and calling upon Him. As one of the great sheikhs of Morocco said, Al-Arabi Ad-Darqawi, he said that when a meaning is grasped, when a meaning appears to you for the first time, so that you can understand it and grasp it. Let's say, for example, that we're talking about will, and then you understand it. He said it's like a mountain. So if you take it at that time, which means to take it and to practice it, then you have it. It remains clear. And if you don't, it goes away. And when it comes back perhaps like a cat. And then if you take it, you have it. And if you don't, then it goes away, and when it comes back like a bird. Maybe you can't even get it if you want it. So when one is illuminated with this kind of knowledge, then it's important to put it into practice. And of course, the greatest practice that we do is worship. And other things that we do are also very important. But all of these pertain to this knowledge. This is the highest knowledge. And as Imam Hamza said, one of the cardinal sins was sloth. And the meaning of sloth is spiritual laziness. The primary meaning of it is spiritual laziness, which is apathy, theological apathy, not being concerned about God or one's salvation. So we have to take this knowledge then and work with it. Now, the names allow for the direct personal relationship with the one whose attributions are known. And as I said in the first lecture, the divine names are universal. In Islam,
This session continues on the following CD. This begins CD number 8.
one of the great treasures of the faith is the fact that we have so many that are given to us by the Prophet ﷺ in the Quran or in the Hadith. And there are around 150 names of God according to the tradition, according to the book of Al-Bayhaqi that's on that. But universally, all human beings, all of whom share in the prophetic legacy, have in the remnants of their languages treasuries of divine names. And they also have a great belief in the efficacy of these names. One of the traditions that we find among human beings is also that of the greatest name. In the Islamic tradition, often that's believed to be Allah, although there is debate about that. And in many of the traditions, there are also hidden names, which are believed to be the great names. Even among the micro-peoples, among the so-called primitive peoples, many of them have the great name of God, which is a taboo, which is only taught to people who are initiated, which is not given to outsiders. The ancient Egyptians also, we mentioned before, that ancient Egyptians had around 120 names for God. And they believed intensely in the importance of these names as a means of access to God. And they also believed in the hidden name, the names that no one knew but those who were the closest to him. So that they will say that Ra, for example, who is the creator of heavens and earth, no one knows his name. And in some traditions like that of ancient China, God had various names. He was heaven's Lord, he was the Lord, he was known by other names as well. But at one time, in the second millennium BC, the Chinese began to use the word heaven for God instead of using these other words. And the reason why they did that was because of the fact that they didn't want the names of God to be abused. They didn't want them to be misused. And so therefore, by referring to him as the heaven, which itself was taken from the ideograms of oneness and the unknown, then his name was protected. In the Hebrew tradition as well, the most common reference to God in the Bible is in what's called the Tetragrammaton, which is translated as Jehovah, and is written in Hebrew as 4 letters, which are Ya, Ha, Waw, Ha. Often today they pronounce it as Yahweh, Yahweh. But in the biblical tradition, this word was never pronounced at all. It comes, the letters that are chosen for it indicate existence from Old Hebrew. So they mean he is, he who exists, he who necessarily exists. Yet it was the veil for the hidden name. And only the high priest of Israel knew that hidden name. And on the Day of Atonement, when the children of Israel would make pilgrimage to Jerusalem and they would go around the temple, he would say the name. He would pronounce the name. Not Yahweh, but the name that it refers to, and then they would all make prostration. So all names then of God they are a universal human tradition, and they enable us to create a special relationship to him. The intellect is able to know him to the extent that we spoke of. And of course there are a lot of other subtleties that come up. But it is then by knowing Him personally, by calling upon Him, that the shortcomings of the intellect are compensated for. Al-Maturidi says that God made Adam a vicegerent on earth. He made him the Khalifa. And within the human being, He appointed the intellect, reason, as the vicegerent. It is the vicegerent over our emotions of anger and passion. It is the vicegerent over our body. And by taking your intellect and putting it in charge, then you make yourself into the Adamic human being. Then one becomes perfectly human. Imam Hamza was talking this morning about the neocortex and the middle brain and the R stem. That the neocortex is the intellect, the middle brain is the emotion, and the R stem is the appetite. So again, in the Islamic conception, the intellect is supreme, in that the intellect must rule, it must take charge. And when it's put in that position, then the human being becomes truly human, truly Adamic. And guidance is facilitated by that structure. Al-Maturidi says that God intervenes in our lives through the vicegerent of the intellect, when it's in its place, when it's in charge. And that is what enables us to know God. And that is what enables us to be coherent in our worship and all that we do. So the intellect is absolutely essential, and theology addresses the intellect. But the names then are the pedagogical corrective, or the special gift that enable the intellect to take what it knows and to go beyond that into a direct personal knowledge, a ma'rifah, a knowledge that comes from a personal relationship with God. The names of God then are a compensation for the defects of intellect. They are a special gift that God has bestowed upon human beings, and especially upon the Muslims, because of the plurality of the names, so that they can come to complete cognition of Him, complete knowledge of Him, and so that they can have a spiritual and an intellectual counterbalance. The divine names are bridges. They are bridges between the world of the seen and the world of the unseen. They are bridges between the phenomenal and the non-phenomenal. And knowledge of the names and knowledge of God in terms of His names enables us to understand reality. The revelation of the divine names in Scripture then is the key to gaining the full knowledge of God, but also the full knowledge of ourselves and the full knowledge of existence and its modalities. The world around us manifests the names of God. And this is what Imam Hamza spoke about this morning. The mulk, the creation, the dominion of God, the heavens and the earth, the sun and the stars, all that exist, the creation that He has willed to be, this reflects the malakut, which is the greater domain. And they refer to it sometimes, the scholars refer to it sometimes as malakutul asma, which is the supreme domain of the names. And those names then, everything that happens in creation mirrors those names. The names of power, of giving, of taking, of giving life, of death, of granting provision, of taking it away, of raising some up and putting others down. putting certain things forward, bringing other things backward, the creation of good and of guidance and of light, of sound judgment, the creation of evil and harm and tests, overpowering and being overpowered. The polarity of the creation around us is reflected in those names. So therefore, when we talk about things like the one and the many, what is the relationship between the one pre-existent God and between the many things that exist? On a theoretical level, we discuss this in the kind of terms that we talked about before, the abstract terms. But when one knows Allah Ta'ala through His names, then this polarity becomes absolutely clear. It makes complete sense. It becomes something that is known and tasted. The names of God in Islamic tradition are divided into the names of beauty and the names of majesty, and perhaps also the names of perfection. The names of beauty and majesty being the two principal polarities in creation that give rise to all of the other polarities. One of the names of God is Al-Jamil, the beautiful. This is a name that is established in Hadith. It's not one of the names of God in the Quran. The Prophet says, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Inna Allaha jamilun yuhibbul jamal. God is beautiful and He loves beauty. This is also one of His names. And the names of beauty, the names of Jamal, are the names of mercy, the names of gentleness, forgiveness, kindness. They are the ones that, when we contemplate them, we are aware of God in His closeness to us and in His mercy for us. Imam Hamza pointed out yesterday when the issue of gender was brought up, and we pointed out that Allah has no gender. He's not male. In fact, one of the remarkable things about the Islamic revelation is that it abrogated the name Father. The name Father is a valid name of God, and it is one of the universal names of God. You find it in the micro-religions, you find it in the biblical tradition, you find it throughout world religions. Not meaning a genetic father, a genealogical father, but God who loves us and cares for us, and whom we are to obey like sons and daughters obey their mothers and fathers. Our scholars talk about that, and they explain the meaning of father in the earlier revelations, but it was abrogated in ours, which is an amazing thing, because patriarchy generally is based on religious belief that believes God to be the patriarch, to be the great father, the father ruler. But as Imam Hamza pointed out, when the Prophet ﷺ, in one of the famous hadith, spoke about mercy, he compared the mercy of Allah to that of a mother in her love for her child, who would rescue her child and would not have her child thrown into the fire. The names of beauty, therefore, are those kind of names, the names of closeness and gentleness and care and forgiveness, forgiving. They designate the special relationships between the creature and between the real, the ultimately real, that necessitate harmony and nearness, love, equilibrium, wholeness, sameness, consciousness. And it's also very important that in the Islamic revelation, mercy is the primary element. The beautiful names are the essential elements. Allah has prescribed mercy on Himself, and He calls Himself over and over again, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Ar-Rahman being the second name after Allah, and Ar-Rahim, an intensive form of that, the most merciful, the mercy-giving, being mentioned with it, to stress this mercy. Ar-Rahmanu ala al-Arsh istawa. The most merciful assumed the throne. This is a beautiful verse. It's one of the mutashabihat, one of the verses of comparability or ambiguity, one of the equivocal verses. And these verses are part of prophetic language. Often in theology, when the theologians say that such verses must be interpreted, or they must be left alone, but they must be affirmed with the proper understanding, the question may arise that why are these verses there in the first place? That why did Allah speak of the hand or the foot or the eyes or the most merciful assuming the throne if these verses somehow are problematic? In reality, this is the essence of prophetic language. This is the most expressive language. This is the language of the ayat, of the signs. This is the language of the core identity of human beings. And they convey many meanings. But one of the meanings of that verse is that Allah is one. There is only one throne of dominion. Another, though, is the fact that in His dominion over all the world, He manifests Himself as Ar-Rahman, as the utterly merciful. Ibn Arabi said that had he said Al-Jabbaru ala al-Arsh istawa, that the overpowering Lord assumed the throne, that creation would melt. But that's not the nature of creation. The Jabbar is one of the names of majesty, and it is the names of beauty that dominate. And this is very important because also in our perspective about the creation itself, about the cosmos, about teleology, where it all goes in the end, the nature of history, the fact that mercy is the dominant characteristic, and that forgiveness and atonement and guidance and renewal are the fundamental qualities of the loving God. This is absolutely essential. These are names that necessitate a wholeness and consciousness and growth and hope. There are then the names of majesty. One of the 99 names is Al-Jalil, the majestic. And the names of majesty are the names of plurality and manyness. They are also names of sovereignty and absolute rule, often severity, wrath, punishment, vengeance, withholding. So He is Al-Muhyi, the giver of life, which is a beautiful name. He is Al-Mumit, the giver of death, which is a name of majesty. He is Al-Mu'ti, the giver in abundance, and He is Al-Mani'. He is the withholder, which is a name of majesty. He is An-Nafi', the benefactor, who brings benefit, Ad-Dar, and the one who also causes harm, because nothing happens in His creation except by His will. And harm, injury, withholding, sickness, evil, all of these are part of His cosmic will and part of His wisdom. These names, the names of majesty, are especially closely associated with God's incomparability, that He is totally unlike the creation, that He is utterly other, Supreme Lord. And therefore they designate distance, and often they speak to disharmony, our disharmony with the real, disequilibrium, from disobedience, from imperfection, partiality, difference, ignorance. Then there are also the names of perfection, which are the names that join all of these together. Allah is the most perfect of the names because it is the most inclusive. All of the beautiful names, all of the majestic names, they are all subsumed in this great name. Also other names like Al-Hamid, the praiseworthy, Al-Majid, the glorious, Al-Majid, Dhul Jalali wal Ikram, Lord of majesty and generosity or nobility. These are names of perfection that join together those attributes. Human beings have the special quality that they can relate to all of the names, and that all of the names can relate to them in some way that's appropriate. And therefore it's said that although the realities of the names are manifest in all creation, that in the human being they are intensely manifest. We mentioned the authentic hadith in Bukhari and Muslim and elsewhere that the most merciful created Adam in his form. And this hadith has over half a dozen interpretations that are well known, but usually what is said, or perhaps agreed upon, Muslims never understood the hadith anthropomorphically. The Jewish and Christian tradition also have that same teaching, that God created man or Adam in his image. And as a rule in the Judaic-Christian tradition, they have understood it anthropomorphically. So that it's very common in the two traditions to encounter the belief that God is like a big man. He is like a perfect man in the sky. Muslims hardly ever understood the hadith that way. There were some Muslims who did, some sectarians, but they're very few. And also Muslims, given the subtlety and the accuracy with which they understood their texts, they understood that the statement was equivocal, that it lent itself to a number of interpretations. One of them is that Ar-Rahman, that the most merciful, created Adam in his image, namely Adam's image. Because one of the first things that you have to do is to know where the pronoun his, suratihi, suratuhu, goes, what it refers to. It could refer to God. That's what comes to mind immediately. It could also refer to Adam. And what would it mean then? What would make that appropriate? Well, they point out that Adam wasn't born, that Adam was not in the womb. Adam was never a baby. So Khalaq ar-Rahman, the most merciful, created him in his image at once, without going through the stage of the fetus and the baby, the child, and so forth. That's a valid interpretation. One of the hermeneutic principles, one of the principles of interpretation of some of the great Islamic thinkers, is that any meaning in the Quran that is valid according to Arabic indications is intended. It has its place, because Allah doesn't speak like we do. He speaks intending the pre-eternal speech. So his words have many meanings. But this also pertains to the hadith, so that a hadith may have many meanings and all of them may be correct. But usually the way that they interpreted the hadith was that the most merciful created Adam in the image of the most merciful, as Jews and Christians also understood it. But the most merciful doesn't have a body, he doesn't have a head, he doesn't have ears and eyes like we have. He is self-sufficient, he is incomparable. Laysa kamithlihi shay', nothing is like unto him. So they say that what it means is that he created Adam with these attributes that we spoke about yesterday: life, knowledge, speech, will, power, hearing and seeing. And then you add to that generosity, courage, forgiveness, clemency, and so forth. And the names of God that reflect His essence and His qualities and His acts, these also then have a special reference to the human being, that they are in a way shared, but not in the way that an idolater would understand. They are utterly different. They are names that are the same names. But nevertheless, because God created us with a disposition that is perfectly attuned, like a gyroscope, always to come back straight, that these names also, these realities that they bespeak, the kind of deeds that we are able to do, even evil, these enable us to understand the world and to understand the world's Lord. One of the wisdoms of evil that human beings do is to know the nature of creation, to know the nature of good, to know the nature of punishment and reward, and so forth. But the names of God are intensely manifested in the human being. The human being is the vicegerent. The human being is the receptacle of that knowledge. There is a hadith which says that the heavens and the earth do not contain me, but the heart of the believer contains me. And again, not in a physical way, but the human being is the perfect receptacle for that light, the perfect receptacle for that understanding. So therefore also, to know yourself is to know your Lord. And to know your Lord is to know yourself. They both go together. Socrates said, know yourself. But anyone who takes that task upon themselves, then they will also discover their Lord, because of the fact that the very nature of our being, the depths of our being, are cosmologically related to God. Imam Hamza mentioned yesterday the anthropic principle, which is, as I understand it, essentially a name for the theory today that there is not probably life in the human form elsewhere in the universe. So the anthropic principle indicates that the human life that we know on this earth, in terms of everything that we know about the universe in its vastness, is a unique phenomenon. That we are unique in this vast cosmos. Again, that is a basic Islamic belief. Traditionally, that's been a basic Islamic belief. And also because of the fact that we were created with this special nature to know God and to reflect His names and to draw especially close to Him and to know Him through His prophets and to have from among us those who were prophets and to emulate them, that in fact the macrocosm, which is the greater world, the universe, the heavens, the stars, everything that exists, if we were to cease to exist, it wouldn't be a macrocosm. The macrocosm in terms of traditional Islamic theology is the cosmos in its perfection. The cosmos in its perfection that manifests the perfect creator with all of His names, His attributes, His acts. But the secret to all of that is the human being. And especially among human beings, the prophets. Because they are the perfect vicegerents. They are the perfect receptacles of that message. And especially among prophets, the Arabian prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last of the prophets. So this is very important because this is the special place that he has in the universe, and the special place that all of the prophets that were before him have also, and then all those men and women in early times and later times who take that legacy and who follow it and who perfect themselves. So the divine names and the knowledge that we have, the relationship that we cultivate through these names, they are also not just the path to self-knowledge, but also to perfection. Many of the great scholars of the Islamic tradition contend that this is the ultimate purpose of the religion. Self-perfection. The creation of al-insan al-kamil, the perfect human being. The human being that is the son or daughter of Adam. The human being that is the receptacle of knowledge and light and mercy. The human being who brings harmony in the earth and who is the greatest sign of God. The most perfect of those human beings being the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the great prophets like Jesus and Moses and Noah and Abraham, and then of course all the human beings that come in that legacy. The human being that does not attain to that begins as al-insan al-hayawan, the human being who is an animal, and only by putting the intellect in charge, getting the inner states and the outer states correct, and then learning to know the Lord and to approach Him, does the human being reach perfection. But that perfection is the purpose of the religion, both in this world and in the next world. Paradise, the garden, is the world of perfections, where all become utterly perfect. All the believers become utterly perfect. But in this world and that, this is the purpose. And this is why also Islam, which for well over 1,000 years tended to be very faithful to these ideas, was not only a religion but a civilization, because it produced men and women of tremendous stature, of universal stature, who, wherever they were, in Europe or Africa or China, Asia, they were lights among humanity. They were bearers of culture. They were creators of civilization. And they were the ones who created this incredible phenomenon of the Islamic city, which no longer exists, and the Muslim world that for many centuries was the epitome of civilization in the world. The Prophet says in one of the well-known hadith, تَخَلَّقُوا بِأَخْلَاقِ اللَّهِ, which means take on the attributes of God, or internalize the qualities, the lordly qualities. This means become noble, become perfect, imitate your prophet, imitate your Lord. And the exemplification of the divine names, the taking on of the divine names, which the learning of theology is simply a door to. This is what makes the human being a Rabbani. It makes us Rabbaniyin. As Allah says, Kunu Rabbaniyin. Be lordly people. Be people of the Lord. These are people who take on these, who internalize this divine ethics, which is the very purpose of our creation. It means that we exemplify divine qualities like forgiveness and mercy. We show mercy. We guide ourselves. We guide others. We take on light. We become illuminated, and then we give off light. We seek perfection. We become kind, generous. We do good. We judge by the truth. We see reality as it is, not as we want it to be, and we work with it on that basis. We also become beautiful, and a Muslim should be beautiful. And Islamic civilization is certainly one of the most beautiful that ever existed in everything that it did, from the planning of the city to the building of the bridges to the building of the schools and the mosques. And I would contend that we probably today could not build a mosque anywhere in the Muslim world that would contend with the great mosques of the past, because we are not where they were. We have a technology that is far superior, but we don't have those inner states. We don't have that vision. So it means to be beautiful, but it also means to be properly majestic. It means to be majestic in its place, because there is a time and place for everything. There is a time for anger. There is a time for vengeance. There is a time for punishment. There is a time for judgment and for taking to account. But this also has to be done with moderation and in the right vein. Again, the best example of that is the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who embodied mercy in all that he did, yet he had jalal, he had majesty as well. It means protecting others. It means hearing the truth. It means seeing the truth, speaking the truth, learning and knowing the truth. And so therefore, Vicegerency is to create, to seek this real relationship with the real, and to take on those qualities, to receive those gifts that he gives. All that is beautiful about Islam, all that is unique about it as a living universal faith, it is rooted in this reality. That's why if Muslims turn away from it, if their theology becomes a theology of apathy or of spiritual sloth, and they no longer care to know their Lord and to reflect on Him and to learn His names as they should be known and to call Him by those names. وَلِلَّهِ الْأَسْمَاءُ الْحُسْنَى فَادْعُوهُ بِهَا. And God has the most beautiful names, so call upon Him by them. He commands us to do that, to approach Him through His names. Whenever Muslims turn away from that, then they become not even a shadow of what they were. They become like an antithesis of what they are supposed to be. So Vicegerents of Knowledge are the perfect human beings. They have that perfection in their very essence. They have it in their souls. They have it within their grasp. And therefore they are also the builders of culture, the carriers of culture, the builders of civilization. And I'd like to end here with the note that I did refer to in the first session. And it is the fact that here in the United States, this wonderful community that we belong to, that all of us belong to, this is really one of the miracles of the modern age. And I mentioned then that if only you could go back to 30 years ago, to 35 years ago, and at that time there were not in the United States, all of the United States, as 1/3 of the Muslims who are today in Chicago. The increase in the numbers over the last 30 years is remarkable. And although we say this is because of Lyndon Johnson's amendment of the immigration policy, that's a horizontal cause. The vertical cause is that this is the will of God. This is the plan of God. This is the mercy of God. And He brought Imam Hamza into the faith. He brought Dr. Mattson into the faith. He brought me into the faith. He brought you into the faith. He did this for a purpose. We have work to do. And what we see developing before our eyes is more precious than gems, than pearls and coral. You are amazing people. You are a new generation. And you are people that bridge two worlds, the East and the West. Even us who embrace the faith, we have to become galactic travelers, which means to go from this galaxy to a very different one. But that's what we are, and we are also one of the most educated Muslim communities in the world, per capita. And although we have many uneducated, and we have many people who are poor, and many people who need our help, we have to be paying zakat. We have wealth. Why don't we pay zakat and give it to the poor Muslims in the inner city? For example, because that's an institution of the faith that builds the community. But nevertheless, this is a remarkable community. We have great knowledge. We have brilliant men and women, and boys and girls, and young men and young women among us. And the task that is before us, which is the task of bringing the mercies of this message to humanity, this is a task that we can only do if we have the connection with our Lord. And we can only do that if we know our Lord. And then if we call upon Him in the day and the night through His names and know Him directly and perfect ourselves with this spiritual perfection, taking on the akhlaq Allah, taking on the attributes of Allah, being the best human beings. This is the way Muslims were in the past. That's why wherever they went, their faith spread. Whether it was in China or East Africa, West Africa, Europe, wherever it was. This is the tremendous task that we have. And our law, our sacred law, requires of us to build a culture. It requires that as an obligation, that we must create among us a culture that is ours, which is Islamic, which is authentic, but which is also appropriate for this place and this time, which is a palace for this place and this time, that can open up its doors and let the people in, and they will come in. Like this gathering is a blessed gathering. You are blessed people. And as the Sufis say, when we meet like this, for the sake of God, to talk about God, this is a feast. This is a feast because our souls feast at the same table. And nafsu lin nafsi tasriq. One soul steals from another, but it's halal. Because we take from each other. Because this is in our fitrah also. That if you are not courageous, I'm not courageous, and you want to be courageous, you have to keep the company of a courageous man. That's all you have to do. You will change. You will change because we steal from each other. So we give to each other. We take from each other. And this is a feast of the souls. Just like you sit down and have a banquet and you eat lots of food. When you meet like this, even if we don't talk with each other, just meeting with each other creates an energy. A spiritual energy. And we all are renewed by this. Every single one of us. And this reality, which we must protect and preserve and foster, this is what brings people to the faith. Because it is like a powerful magnet. And it brings people to the faith. And alhamdulillah, we were blessed with one sister who joined our community today. But I've seen this in the past, that whenever Muslims come together like that, they become truly beautiful. Islam is the faith of transformation. It utterly transforms you. I know when I became a Muslim in 1970, the person I saw in the mirror after Ramadan was no longer me. It was a new person. I couldn't believe it. It looked like me. When we were in Spain, there was a man who came to us from the mountains who was living up in the mountains as a Buddhist, and he wore this leather suit and slept in this leather suit, and he was extremely intense in his vigils, but he had friends who were Muslims from Granada, and they told him about Islam. He became interested in it. He came down from the Al-Pukharras, the mountains around Granada, and he came to our madrasa where Imam Hamza and I met. And really, when people saw him at the door, they wanted to slam the door. He was frightening. He was majestic. And he was so powerful. And they said, he's crazy. They said, we don't want this person. And really, he was frightening. I saw him myself. He's been fasting and he's been denying himself sleep for weeks and weeks. And he wasn't like other human beings. And they said, just have him go away. And we said, well, he wants to know about Islam. They said, don't tell him anything, because what if he becomes a Muslim? We have enough problems. Anyway, we let him come into the madrasa, and in 5 days he became a Muslim. He took the name Uthman. We gave him a place to live in the madrasa. He was an acrobat before he could walk on stilts. He was very intelligent, very gifted. He became the light of the community. And I can still see him because I look out the window of my office in the madrasa, and he couldn't walk across the garden without skipping. And he became so beautiful. His face was filled with light. So Islam has this power of transformation. It brings out in you the Adamic daughter, the Adamic son. And when we come together, we facilitate that process. And when that begins to happen, it's like a magnet that begins to attract the souls. And this is the secret, that whenever we begin to do this thing, to know our Lord, and to love our Lord, and to worship our Lord, and to seek sainthood, the wilayah, this is the highest purpose. This is what the Prophet told us about. The Quran speaks about it all the time. That is when you see Islam flourish. That's when the dead land comes to life. And then people begin to come into the faith in hordes, in numbers, in great numbers. And this has been the case throughout Islamic history. And wherever Islam has gone, it has always spread. Allah said that to the Prophet. هُوَ الَّذِي أَرْسَلَ رَسُولَهُ بِالْهُدَى وَدِينِ الْحَقِّ لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ. That He, God, not anyone else, is the one who sent His messenger with the guidance, the total guidance, وَدِينِ الْحَقِّ, and the religion of truth, لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ, in order to render it foremost over all faith. And this is what has happened in Islamic history. But it's Muslims who are the Vicegerents. There are two great Chinese Muslims of the 17th century who mastered Islam inwardly and outwardly, were the masters of Islam. And they learned it in Arabic and Persian. Persian is like a sacred language in China. And yet, when they spoke to the Chinese and they wrote in Chinese, they used perfect Confucianist, Taoist, Buddhist language. And although they were emphasizing the superiority of the Abrahamic theology in all that they said, they did it with great politeness, with great subtlety. This is the gift that they had, but this is, every time and place has its special situation. So we have to create a culture in this land, which is ours, which is our identity, which makes us proud. And again, this coming together is part of it. And what the brothers did last night, Brother Jamil, and that's culture. That's real culture. That's bringing Islam into the inner city and also into all the young generation, because they all listen to that and they love it. That's culture. But we have to create that. And culture is what makes you at home. Culture is what gives you values. We worry, for example, about our children. We worry about the temptations of this free society, this society which has lost a lot of its ethical grounds. But really, once you have a culture, once you have this kind of harmony, once you have this kind of unison, you don't have to worry so much about your children anymore, because they will now take their values from you. They will take their identity from you. They will be proud to be part of you. And it's when we divide, when we split, when we hate each other, when we break our hearts, when we draw apart, then there's nothing you can do about the children, whether you build 1,000 Islamic schools. So this is a very important thing, to come together and to build a culture. In conclusion, knowledge is one of the most important parts of that culture, to take it to the level of civilization. We live in a civilization, like the Chinese Muslims lived in a civilization. So therefore, although it's enough for us to have a culture that enables us to survive and to transmit our values to the next generation and to receive others, it's also important for us to go beyond that. We live at a time when human beings have attained knowledge unlike anything in history. incredible knowledge in all fields of knowledge. And that knowledge, as we said in the beginning, it must be grounded. It must be grounded. It is knowledge that relates things to things, but it doesn't relate phenomena to phenomena, but it doesn't relate the phenomena to the Creator, to the non-phenomenal. And this is the task of the vicegerent. In the past, in Islamic civilization, when Muslims inherited everything, the knowledge of the Hindus, the Buddhists, the Greeks, the Persians, they inherited all of that, and they very consciously sought a spiritual path of perfection that would enable them to integrate that knowledge into one whole. That's what led to the flourishing of the sciences in Islamic civilization, from mathematics to astronomy. From ecology, they had ecology in those days. Today Muslims don't even know what ecology is. We had some of the best ecology in the world. From ecology to embryology. And that's because this knowledge, which is part of the prophetic legacy, part of the Adamic legacy, it has to be reviewed, it has to be integrated, it has to be made whole. Otherwise, it creates knots in the soul. It creates knots in the souls. And when we remove the knots and we integrate it, we understand it, we become the masters and the mistresses of it, then it becomes a path of salvation. That's what they said. It becomes a path of salvation. So this then is the goal that I would like to end with. That as vicegerents of God, this is a task of self-perfection. We also become vicegerents of knowledge. And I mean by that all knowledge. And we then become the scientists of the noblest sciences. We ground knowledge like electricity has to be grounded. Knowledge is no longer just the branches, it's the branches and the roots, and it's the branches connected to the roots, so it grows. It's beneficial, it's merciful, and it's a source of salvation. I like to end with these words. I don't know if I'm able to put them in the proper context, but Rumi, may God bless him, he says to the knower that he has cultivated, who now knows his Lord, who is now taking on the divine attributes, what does Rumi say? The great master, I am wind and you are fire. So when we have this knowledge, we become like a beneficial fire that grows and grows and gives off heat and gives off light. May Allah enable us to bring this to fruition, to live out our lives in a way that is pleasing with Him, and to live up to the task that we are here for. The fact that you are here in this country is not by your choice. This is by divine wisdom, and you will be asked about that. We must utilize our lives and our time, our wealth, and all the resources that we have to know our Lord in this land, to proclaim that knowledge, to take that knowledge forth, and to build civilization with a human face. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
This session continues on the following CD. This begins CD number 9.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar, for that highly enlightening as well as inspiring presentation. In conclusion, we will hear from Imam Hamza for approximately 20 minutes, some concluding thoughts on this subject as well as the intensive in general. And then I'll be back up in front of you for the Q&A. We'll spend about 30 minutes doing that. 20 minutes doing Q&A. And then we'll just have some concluding remarks. And we'll actually end the program formally with a dua at the ending. So please stick around for all of that. So without further ado, I'll ask Imam Hamza Yusuf to come and make some concluding remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam taslima. Alhamdulillah. First of all, I think that overall this has been a very inspiring for us experience. Dr. Omar was speaking with me yesterday about how overwhelmed he was to have such a turnout in a topic that has been long neglected in our community. And a lot of the questions that were asked were how do we make use of this information? And I would say that, first of all, this science is called Usul Deen, which means the roots of the religion. And roots are what nourish the tree and produce the fruit. Without the roots, there is no tree. And so, if you're wondering what the benefit of this is what is beneficial. All the fruits of our human experience come from having a correct understanding of our Lord, first and foremost. But the furu', what are called furu', is the next stage. And that is, obviously we did not cover everything. We covered the key, and I actually appreciate that. I've never done this the way that Dr. Omar suggested it be done, but I actually see the wisdom in that, because we did not cover the nabuwat, nor did we cover the sam'iyat. The nabuwat are the things that relate to the prophets, and the sam'iyat are the eschatological matters of theology, which deal with the unseen world, the end times, qiyamah, what happens after death, the grave, all of those things. And even in Aqeedah, some very interesting things are dealt with. One of them is sovereignty in Islam, and actually what is the ruling of the imam, and is it wajib to have an imam, and what is ma'lum min ad-deen bid-darura, what is known out of necessity by this religion, because a lot of Muslims are unaware that you cannot make takfir of a Muslim for a belief unless that belief negates what is known by necessity. So we didn't go into, and I wanted to go into this what we call our epistemological approach to knowledge, how we know what we know, and the difference between the mutawatir and the ahad narratives, multiply transmitted narratives, the individual narratives, the relationship of hadith to the Quran, the difference between the adilla qat'iyya al-wurud and the adilla qat'iyyat al-nas, and the adilla dhanniyat al-wurud and dhanniyat al-nas. These are really important concepts that put our understanding of our religion into a proper perspective, because a good deal of the chaos that we have out there, as far as I can see, is based on ignorance, or it is based on arrogance, because with knowledge goes arrogance as well. And that's something that anybody who's studying knowledge, anybody who's engaged in teaching or learning, because we're all students, that is the biggest danger that they will have, is allowing that knowledge to go to their head instead of their heart. And everybody has to be vigilant about that. So a lot of what we see out there, I feel, is rooted in just really basic ignorances about what's permissible to believe. The idea of al-mujma' alayh la yunkar al-mukhtalaf fihi, that in our principles of jurisprudence, you cannot attack people for doing things that the scholars have differed on. And scholars differ from halal and haram.
I mean, there's actually difference in what is halal and what's haram, because a good deal of our rulings are dhanniyat. They're not qat'iyah. If they were absolute and clearly the hukm of Allah, the ruling of God, because we believe tashri' or legislation is God's alone. We believe that theology is ultimately God's alone, that only God can teach us about God. And that's why everything that our scholars said, they based it in the book and the Sunnah, but they did add the rational dimension because of their belief that you needed that dimension in order to properly understand the book and the Sunnah, and to avoid a lot of the problems that arise when people start thinking about things at a little deeper level. And Islam is not just for the yeoman. It's not just for the illiterate or the unlettered. Islam is for the philosopher as well. Allah created people with philosophical aptitude. He created people with musical aptitude. He created people with aesthetic aptitude. He created all these different types of human beings, and all of them have their place in the world. And many of them have their place in Islam, in our religion, and allowing room, creating a commodious environment where people feel comfortable and feel that they have some stretching room to be who they are. Because unfortunately there's segments of our religious community that want everybody in straitjackets. And straitjackets are for insane people. And what happens is when they take those straitjackets off, they do go crazy sometimes. And so I really feel like not only does the knowledge have to spread, but the knowledge also has to be broad-based and encompass a lot of different perspectives and different understandings within an accepted set of parameters. We are not antinomial. We don't believe that everything's accepted. There are limits, but we also don't believe that the limits are, as some people want to make them, much more narrow than they actually are. And we do have a diverse spectrum of opinion within our scholastic tradition, and we should honor that. And in honoring that, we honor the diversity of Allah's creation, and the fact that people do have many different ways of understanding the same things, and they're not always mutually exclusive, and they're not always dangerous, and although sometimes they are, and that has been pointed out by and large by our scholars. And that's why the tradition that Dr. Omar, that I and that others like us have been in, and we aren't, there's no tariqah, there's no bay'ah, we're not, this is not some kind of cultic phenomenon. I mean, we believe that what we have learned and are teaching is the normative tradition of our civilization for centuries. And that's why we feel that it's so important that we not try to turn it into some kind of that's so-and-so's. If things sound strange to you, it's only because they've been absent from the discourse for several decades. But everything that we taught in the last 2 days, and it probably would not, the scholars of the 19th century in Al-Azhar, for instance, obviously much more knowledgeable than myself. I mean, I think Dr. Omar could probably stand his own in the Azhar crowd. Dr. Omar, he doesn't give all he has. He gives all you can take. So, but what we have taught here, if we were in Al-Azhar, I would hope and I believe that those shuyukh 100 years ago would have found nothing They might have corrected some nuances or fine points and things like that, or this is a better way to say it. But this is what they would have understood to be the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah tradition. And that was true in the Qarawiyyin, it was true in Tunis at the Zaytuna, it was true in the Nizamiyya, it was true in all the madrasas of Turkey and all these places. And this was the golden age of Islam. This was the Aqeedah of the Abbasids and of the Seljuk and of the Mamluk. I mean, this is the Aqeedah of the great ruling sovereigns of Islam. So, if it is more developed in a schematic form than the Sahaba, that is true about all of our tradition. The Sahaba did not know what a Sahih Hadith was, a Da'if Hadith, a Hasan Hadith, a Mawdu' Hadith. They didn't know what a Fa'il or a Maf'ul Bihi or a Maf'ul Li Ajlihi or a Harf Jar was. They didn't know what a Rajih and a Mashhur and a Marjuh opinion was. They didn't know any of the basic sciences that have been taught for the last 1,300 years in the Muslim world, because they didn't need them. Literally, they did not need them. They got this knowledge fresh and direct, and they were a prepared ummah. Kuntum khayra ummah ukhrijat linnas. You did not need those things. We, on the other hand, are not the same people, and that's why all of these sciences were developed in order to protect us. And theology in particular, you can look at it as a chaperone. And lovers don't like chaperones. But chaperones are there to prevent any illegitimate things from happening. So in your love affair with your Lord, this is the chaperone. It's so you don't say anything incorrect. It's so you don't do anything incorrect in your relationship with God. That's all it is. And in the Akhirah, we're freed from all that, because we don't need any of it. It's pure land. It's when Ibrahim met the Prophet ﷺ, he said, "Go tell your ummah, al-jannatu طَيِّبَةٌ أَرْضُهَا." Paradise is a pure land. وَمَاؤُهَا عَذَبٌ. And its water is sweet and pure. وَغِرَاسُهَا سُبْحَانَ اللَّهِ وَبِحَمْدِهِ سُبْحَانَ اللَّهِ الْعَظِيمِ. And its cultivation is glory to Allah the Exalted, glory to Allah the Magnificent. So we've been given a great gift with Islam. We need to expand our knowledge, be humble with our knowledge. We certainly don't know everything, and we don't even know very much. And like Ibn Ata'illah said, we're ignorant in our knowledge. So how could we not be ignorant in our ignorance? And we admit those shortcomings, and we're on a path to our Lord, and it's a path of growth. And we hope to be growing. And if people say to you, "You've changed," or something like that, well, I hope for the sake of God that you have changed, because I don't want to be the same person all my life. I want to be growing. I want to be expanding. I want to be changing, because animate things change, inanimate things don't change. Dead things don't change. And the heart should be alive, it should be changing, it should be moving, it should be growing, its knowledge should be expanding. And Imam al-Ma'ziri, the great scholar from Tunisia, it was said about him that his knowledge was so vast, he could rarely condemn anybody for anything. That's how vast his knowledge was. He could rarely condemn anybody for anything, because he always could find some opinion, some position. And that is, as far as I can see, that is as close to the spirit of our Prophet ﷺ. The man who came to him said, halaktu ya Rasulullah, I'm finished. What happened? He said, I slept with my wife in Ramadan. He said, free bondsmen. I don't have any bondsmen. He said, then fast 2 months. He said, Ya Rasulullah, I'm having a hard time with Ramadan. He said, then feed 60 people. He said, I don't have anything to feed them with. He got dates. He gave the man dates. He said, go feed them with this. He said, who should I feed? He said, poor people. He said, nobody's poorer than my family. He said, go feed your family. That to me is why he has been the most loved human being by anybody who knows him. Anybody who knows him, we love him for those reasons. They say everybody needs a hero, but they say, who is the hero of the heroes? You know, what hero do heroes have? He is a hero's hero. He is the greatest human being that ever lived. We believe that. We're committed to that. We hope we die on that. We hope we raised up on that. We hope we meet the Prophet with that. And we hope that he greets us knowing that. And the Prophet ﷺ is, if you want to reflect on your Lord, then I would suggest that you learn as much about the Prophet ﷺ as you can, because we were told by him, do not reflect on your Lord, but reflect on the blessings of your Lord, and he is the greatest blessing that Allah has given us. And that's why the contemplation of his exalted presence, his exalted nature, his exalted character is the greatest way that we can draw near to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this time and in this life. And he is our shafa'ah. He is the one that all of humanity goes to on the Yawm al-Qiyamah. All of them will go to him. We believe that. And he is the one that when everybody is frightened, he says, Ana laha, Ana laha. This is my maqam, this is my station. And so my suggestion is, now that you have the usul, you have part of them at least, finish that, and then move on to the furu' and take as your guide the best of creation, the Messenger of Allah, and his way, which is called a sharia, and that means the broad road to water. It is the broad road to actually nurturing your soul, quenching its thirst, and it's a blessing, and anybody that learns it and acts upon it has to feel blessed, and it will free you from so much confusion. I went to the Umrah, and I was with some people from Saudi Arabia who live in Jeddah, and I did my ihram, and I did 2 rakats after it, and he said, no, there's no 2 rakats, is there? I mean, somebody told me, and I said, no, this is the Sunnah, and then I showed him, from a text, I showed him right there, and he said, oh, I guess I had it wrong, and there's so many Muslims that is how they worship their Lord, based on so-and-so said, or I heard, or on TV I saw Sheikh say something. And you really need to ground your knowledge. You need to ground it. And that is my advice to all of you. It's not difficult. You don't have to become an alim. And even though it's a great thing, and it's a blessed thing, and the pursuit of it is a great thing, what you need to know, though, is ground your knowledge. And that is not a difficult thing. Learning the Fard Ain, it takes some time, and that's my recommendation to you, all of you. In this time of immense tribulation, we also have to recognize it's a time of immense blessings. And just as Dr. Omar said, there's a lot of degradation and the moral depravity that has become quite prevalent in the West and is also beginning to rear its head in the East in many ways. On the other hand, there is immense depravity in the East also, in the Muslim lands. We tend to be better at our sexual morality than the West. But in our commercial morality, in our behavioral morality, in our treatment of other human beings, we sometimes fall very short of many, many people in the Western lands. So we complement each other. There are people here that have things that we need. They also lack things that we can give them. And that, I think, should be our approach now. We are no longer in Darul Islam and Darul Harb. We have to really throw out these pre-modern, antiquated ideas of the world that we're living in. There are many Muslims now that are trying to create this kind of us versus them scenario that I feel is absolutely not only a type of suicide for the planet, but it is simply not based in reality. We saw just in the war that has recently happened, I witnessed 1 million British people in freezing cold weather for 6 hours shivering to say that this is not in our name. That as long as this society can produce people like Rachel Corrie, that we cannot hate these people. That woman, Rachel Corey, made me feel ashamed to be a Muslim. And I don't say that lightly. So I think that we should, to the best of our ability, reject this Manichaean worldview, which is not our worldview. There are other religions that adhere to that worldview. We believe that Allah يخرج الحي من الميت ويخرج الميت من الحي, that He brings the living from the dead and the dead from the living. And one of the meanings of that is He brings out of kufr faith, and He takes people from faith into kufr. And so my advice is that we humble ourselves with this gift that we have and do the best of our ability not to hold others in contempt, but actually to have compassion and mercy on creation. Because the Prophet ﷺ said in the first hadith that is taken in hadith literature, irhamu man fil ard yarhamkum man fis sama. Have mercy on man fil ard. And man is sighat al-umum in usul. It indicates generality. Have mercy on those in the earth, and the one in heaven will have mercy on you. Jazakumullah khairan, and Jazakallah Dr. Umar khairan kathiran, wa faqahu li kulli khair. And this is one of our really imams of the age and a qudwa for us. And inshallah, may Allah preserve him and his family, and preserve the Nawawi people and all the people that are trying to make that happen. And please support them financially. They need help. They're trying to establish an endowment. There's plenty to do. If you're depressed, it's only a sign that you're not doing enough for the sake of God. Jazakumullah khairan.
Inshallah, we have about 20 minutes for some questions and answers. Right away, I'll go ahead and ask one that I think is an excellent question, particularly in light of the discussion about the divine names. There's been a lot of mention of the Sufis and Sufism over the past couple of days, and so I thought this question was a good one. In discussing Allah Ta'ala and Tawhid, many Muslims attack the concept of tawassul, intercession, of the Prophet or of a wali, a friend of God, etc. How does traditional Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah Aqeedah or creed, such as the Ash'ari, the Maturidi, or the At-Tahawi school, address this issue of tawassul?
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Tawassul is generally understood as when you say, for example, "O God, grant me this by the right of the Prophet, or by the right of a great saint, or another prophet," or also you can do tawassul by the names of God and other things. But it's calling upon God with a special reference to someone that he loves as a saint or a prophet, or something that he loves. One of his attributes, I ask you by your mercy, his names. And this was not regarded to be part of theology at all, but part of law. Sunnis and Shia, and I don't know very much about the Khawarij, who are the other major division, had consensus about the fact that this was legitimate and that it's part of the Sunnah. This was common practice throughout Islamic civilization. It is not a violation of Tawhid. It does not imply or involve ascribing divinity to other than God. It is not based on any belief that the Prophet has divine control. It's rather a way of intermediation with God by what he loves and his special relationship with his prophets and with his saints and so forth. In the 14th century of the Common Era, Ibn Taymiyyah came out against tawassul and against istighatha. Ibn Qayyim also took the same position. No doubt the reason for that was because of many of the abuses that were being done in popular Islam. And that's the reason why it's always important that moderation and knowledge be maintained at all times. If you go to the Muslim world, and I know that most all of you know this and have even seen this, the things that the common people do often out of ignorance are outlandish, and the cult of peers and special relationships with sheikhs that are often charlatans are a shame and make them a laughingstock to their own people and to others as well. But you don't throw out the baby with the bath. And so this is an issue which was not treated in theology. I would assume that today in any theological statement of Islam, it probably has to be brought in because of the fact that Ibn Taymiyyah took a position against it. He was regarded by his contemporaries to have gone against consensus in that. And I have great respect for Ibn Taymiyyah. He retracted his position on tawassul. Ibn Ata'illah, the great Maliki faqih, the great Maliki jurist and Sufi, spoke with Ibn Taymiyyah in a famous dialogue. Ibn Taymiyyah retracted his position on intermediation. He didn't retract his position on istighatha. That's his opinion. But these should not be matters of division. They should never be a basis by which one Muslim points to another and calls him a polytheist. One of the great muhaddiths, one of the great scholars of hadith in the last century, Muhammad al-Habib al-Shinqiti, he writes a lot about this in his commentary on the shared hadith of Bukhari and Muslim. And he apologizes that he does that, but he says that I had to do this because of the fact that the Wahhabi movement, that really Ibn Taymiyyah has nothing to do with the Wahhabis. Ibn Taymiyyah is one of the wonders of Islamic civilization. But the Wahhabi movement, they adopted his legacy, they adopted his books. They were extremely rigid in this and ignorant as well, and they shed a lot of blood. This is a very important chapter in modern Islamic history, the way that the Wahhabis came to power in Arabia. I don't say that out of spite. I know that there are a lot of people, Salafis and others, some Saudis, a lot of Saudis, most Saudis don't like the Wahhabis, most Saudis are not Wahhabis, but that chapter is a very dark chapter in our history, and it needs to be told honestly, with complete transparency. And the great scholar Yusuf ibn Ismail al-Nabahani, great judge of Lebanon, great scholar, great Sufi also, he writes about this in great detail, as do others. One of the points that he makes, he says that the Wahhabis, who really were a horror, they were a terror when they came out in Arabia. They killed many innocent people. And I know this from personal stories of families that are in Arabia who were there, who were massacred, and other things happened, who, even if they would ask the Wahhabis to give them protection, not to kill them, and the Wahhabis would promise, they would still do it. So this is a very, very dark chapter in history. And Nabahani was asked about the Wahhabis, and he said that it's like this is the second horn of Satan, because there are many hadith in Bukhari and Muslim and elsewhere about the two qarn of shaitan, or the horn of Satan that comes out of Najd, out of the central part of Arabia. And these were believed to be the Khawarij. And then in one transmission it says the two horns. And one of the great sheikhs that Imam Hamza and I were honored to know, Sheikh Muhammad Wil Zidan, a great Mauritanian scholar, he contended that the Wahhabis are the second horn, or the second generation. And Nabahani also believed that. So they're one of the signs of the end of time. He said that they are not the greatest evil. The greatest evil are those who come after them, who are like them, but who mix their knowledge, because the Wahhabis were extremely ignorant, with other knowledges of their time. And these are the kind of movements that you have seen in the 20th century and in the 21st century as well. We pray that Allah guide us to the light and to the true tradition, to represent the faith of His Prophet. And again, as we said before, anything in order to be an article of belief that you must believe, and which if you deny, you are a disbeliever in our faith, it has to be a matter of consensus. To reject intermediation would be probably to violate consensus. But nevertheless, to introduce matters like this, which at worst are not agreed upon, and that open themselves up to interpretation and were accepted by the vast majority of Sunnis and Shia as authentic, then that is to create sectarian division and is to create great harm. And we pray that Allah give us the honest understanding of our religion, that He remove all the shubuhat, all of the doubtful matters, and that He put us on the clear way. Ameen.
Ameen. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I just want to, with all the immense respect that I have for Dr. Omar, I just want to say that I think that we, especially in this time now, should really be very careful about falling into any type of... I mean, Dr. Omar was clarifying something from a historical and a traditional point, and I agree essentially with everything that he said. I would just like to add to that right now there's a lot of Saudi bashing and attacks on Saudi Arabia, and I feel that we have to be extremely careful not to fall into that. The Saudi society has immense shortcomings, like most of the Muslim societies. It also has an immense amount of good, and even though the Wahhabis are what are termed Wahhabis and things like that, I mean, there are real disagreements between what we understand to be the traditional Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah and some of the things that are adhered to in what's taught there. On the other hand, I fear greatly for the Haramain and for the introduction of the madness of the modern world. And I think that there has been, despite all of the negative aspect, there has been a lot of good things. And the Quran reminds us, لَا تَبْخَسُوا النَّاسَ أَشْيَاءَهُمْ, don't withhold from people their due. And so there is a lot of good in that society, and I really don't want to see this country turn on Saudi Arabia, and I think it would be a great mistake for this country to do that. And the reason I say that is because I do not want to see the Haramain turn into a place where people don't cover themselves and don't respect these sacred places that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put there. And I think that despite the harshness and despite many of the things that I really dislike about that phenomenon in that part of the world, I also think that there has been a blessing in that the two sanctuaries have been protected and honored. And I would like to see real modifications. I think that we just have to be very careful. And people out there who follow the Salafi school, which is sometimes considered the same as what's termed the Wahhabi school, many of those people are good and sincere Muslims. We would hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides us all to the truth. They're our brothers and sisters, and we don't reject their Islam. And I know that Dr. Omar agrees with that also, that we do not reject their Islam, although we do have some core disagreements. Our minhaj is a minhaj that wants to preserve the essential characteristic of the Sunnah of the Prophet, which is mercy. And we do not believe in violence or cruelty, especially in dealing with our Muslim brothers and sisters. And therefore, when we differ and when we disagree about these things, what we want to see is civil disagreement. We want to be able to differ in ways that honor our humanity and don't degrade our humanity. And we do have differences, but what we would hope is that we can pursue the truth. And the sincere people on whatever side they're on will always be open to the truth. And Imam Shafi'i radiallahu anhu said that I never debated with anyone except that I prayed to Allah that He would have the truth manifest on His tongue and not on mine. And that was the sincerity of the Imam, because he was not out to prove his point. He was out to arrive to the truth. And that's what we want. I know Dr. Omar, he taught 17 years Aqeedah in Saudi Arabia. So Dr. Omar was at one of the highest teaching institutions in Saudi Arabia. He knows the Aqeedah that is taught there better than probably the vast majority of the people that adhere to that madhab. But he also knows the Aqeedah of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. And so when he makes this statement, he's not talking about something he's ignorant of, which is often the case on the other side, unfortunately. When they attack the people of Sunnah wal Jama'ah, they're often deeply ignorant. And the proofs of their ignorance are in the pamphlets that they make. And when they attack our tradition and our scholars and call them mubtadi'ah, and that's where it's very difficult for us to see that and to hear those things said about our imams. I mentioned yesterday what Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah, and I also have immense respect for him. I was taught that Ibn Taymiyyah was a dal mudil. He was astray and he led other people astray. That's what I was taught by shuyukh that I still have immense respect for. But I don't believe that anymore. I think that he does have some errors and they have been pointed out by our scholars. But I certainly think that the immense knowledge that he had and his contribution, his book on mantiq is extraordinary, his book on Christianity is extraordinary, and many of his other books. And there's immense knowledge in there. But there is a caveat that goes with the knowledge. And if that is not taken into account, then he can indeed lead people astray. And one of the things that many of our scholars have pointed out is the contradictions that exist within the fatwa. And there are whole books written on that subject. And you will find contradictions amongst all the great imams because many of them lived long lives and they had varying opinions. And all you need to know about Ibn Taymiyyah, I think, is what his own student said in Siyar A'lam al-Nubala. If you look under the tabaqa of Abu Hasan al-Ash'ari, he mentions his station, Imam al-Dhahabi mentions his station, and then he said, he used to say, لا نكفر أحدا يقول لا إله إلا الله إنما هي ألفاظ نختلف في تأويلها. We do not make takfir of people that say La ilaha illallah. These are semantic points. We differ on their interpretation. And Imam Dhahabi says, وَكَذَلِكَ كَانَ شَيْخُنَا إِبْنُ تَيْمِيَّةَ فِي آخِرِ حَيَاتِهِ. And this was the position of our own teacher Ibn Taymiyyah at the end of his life. كَانَ يَقُولُ لَا نُكَفِّرُ مَنْ حَافَظَ عَلَى الْوُضُوءِ. We don't make any takfir of people that do wudu. Because the Prophet ﷺ says, لا يحافظ على الوضوء إلا المؤمن. Only a believer maintains wudu. And that was in the end of his life. So you have to be very careful about people that he made takfir of in his fatwa, because he does make takfir of people. But people in those days, books spread and books went out, and there was no way of redressing those things other than in later books or in statements that they taught their imams. So our position is to try to respect every Muslim and to recognize that human beings are a paradoxical mixture of good and evil. Good people are those who their good outweighs their evil, and bad people are those who their evil outweighs their good. So if you want to divide the world into good and evil, you've got a problem, because half of the good are half evil and the evil are half good. And it's just a problem. So we want to get out of Manichaeism, which is duality and evil people and good people. And if the good people could just get rid of all the evil people, there wouldn't be any problems. And like the Scottish psychiatrist said, if the good people got rid of all the evil people, there wouldn't be any people left, because the good people are the evil people of the good people. So, and that's us versus them. And
this is a very, very quick one for Dr. Omar. Dr. Omar, you mentioned how the Chinese mashayikh would explain Islam in Confucian terms. What was the name of Islam that they used in Chinese?
In Chinese, I don't think, probably ever use the word Islam. They would write Yisilan. When you go into Chinese mosques, they often have 4 ideograms, which will say the primordial religion from the foundation of heaven. So this is the way that they presented Islam to themselves and to the Chinese, and it's a way that really inspires awe, I think, in any human being, but especially to the Chinese, because the belief of the Chinese regarding Lao Tzu and Taoism and Confucius and Confucianism is that they were restoring the ancient religion of the Yellow Emperor, which you could say is the ancient prophetic religion of the one God, the Lord of Heaven. And they were not bringing something new. Muslims by that were saying that this is the religion of the Yellow Emperor of so many thousand years BC. Then they also called it Qingzhen. Qingzhen means Jiao, which means the religion of the pure and the true. This is the most common word that they used. And if you go into a Chinese Muslim restaurant, if you learn these ideograms, which I did learn, I put them down in my little book and look for them everywhere I could go. But they will have Qingzhen. They have the 2 ideograms, the pure and the true. So it also means halal. They use it for that. And pure means that it is religion of inner purity and outward purity, that it is unpolluted, that it has been kept as it was originally. These words have numerous associations in Chinese, and they are words right out of the Confucianist Taoist tradition. And Zhen means that it is the real religion, the true religion, that it is the religion of primordial truth, of principial truth that doesn't change. So this is the way that they referred to Islam, and it's part of the cultural genius of the Chinese Muslims. Again, if you don't know, Islam came to China in the days of the Caliphate of Uthman. And we know that the Tang Emperor sent ambassadors to Umar. The Chinese have stories about that which are very beautiful, but I won't go into them. Islam has been in China longer than it's been in Syria, or Egypt, or Iran. And this is one of the things that we saw in China, that this is an ancient Islamic culture. It is Orthodox, Hanafi, Naqshbandi, Sufi, Qadiri. It is very conservative. They have a strong sense of community. They are very numerous. They are everywhere in China, although they are sometimes they're majority populations, as in certain parts of the Yellow River Valley. We're not talking about the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs who are up in the northwest, those are latecomers. They entered Islam in the days of Genghis Khan. The Chinese Muslims were Muslims already for 700 years before the Uyghurs came into Islam. And Islam spread everywhere in China. There were very serious events that happened in the 19th century. The massacre of Muslims in China in the 19th century eliminated more than 10 million people, maybe as much as 15 million. But the Chinese are all there. They're an intrinsic part of Chinese culture, also of Muslim culture. And as Dr. Jackson said everywhere we went, and I'm sure that Dr. Mattson would agree, he said, these people are not damaged goods. Unfortunately, many places in the Muslim world today, we're dealing with damaged goods, people who have serious pathologies. But the Chinese Muslims, really, it was an inspiration to us to see them. They were very, very human, very natural, very committed to their faith. Their faith has deep roots. The men and women are very inspiring. But they brought Islam to China in a way that the Chinese could understand. They articulated the faith to the Chinese in an extremely sophisticated way. And the attraction of the faith was very strong. There was a Russian traveler who visited China in the middle 19th century. And he believed that Islam would be the religion of China. That was before the massacres, the Manchurian massacres. But Islam is deeply rooted there today, and I think that we have a lot to learn from them in many ways. And I'll suffice with that.
Jazakallah khair. We have only time for one more question, and I'm really stuck between these two. One of them is just 3 words. Is shaitan evil? And the second question is, Could you shed light on God's statement, I wanted to be known so I created the world?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Shaitan is definitely evil. Don't hang out with him. If you see him coming, he's very charming. And he's a clever character. He's a very, what I love about the Muslims is they don't have an obsession with shaitan. Like in the West, I grew up in a culture that there is an obsession with the devil. And it's a very strange thing in the West of how deep that obsession runs. There's an immense fear of the devil, but there's also an incredible attraction to the devil. And when we had a Mauritanian scholar in residence in California, and when Halloween came around, I don't even think he went outside of his house. It was so intense. And then when, just after that, Thanksgiving came, and I asked him what he thought about Thanksgiving, and he said he liked the decorations a lot better than Halloween. So, Shaitan yajri fi ibni Adam majari ad-dam. He flows in the blood of the children of Adam, and we believe in that force, in that power, but we also believe in, Shaitan is not an object of faith. In other words, when we have the 6 objects of faith, we don't say, I believe in Shaitan, amantu bi Shaitan, I believe in Shaitan. We don't say that, alhamdulillah. We believe in the qadr, and he's from the qadr, and he's from the shar of the qadr. And he's an envious creature, and that's his weapon, is envy, vanity, pride. The deadly sins are his. And inshallah, may Allah protect you and me and all of us from him and from his machinations. There are also shayatinul ins, who are human devils, and according to our ulama, they're worse than the devils of the jinn. And then about that hadith, it's a beautiful hadith, but it's not actually a hadith. It comes out of the Jewish tradition, and it was narrated as a hadith Qudsi generally, and it's certainly found a lot in the books of Tasawwuf. That I was a hidden treasure, kuntu kanzan makhfiya. I was a hidden treasure, and I desired to be known, and so I created the world to be known. There's obviously some problems in theology with that irada because of the idea that Allah does not create out of what's called the illa gha'iyya. There's no objective or need, so that hadith on one level creates that kind of idea that somehow Allah, but obviously it was His will to create, and we consider it from His fadl, that it's from the bounty of Allah that creation comes out of His will. And so the hadith is a beautiful hadith, and many ulama, there's been books written on that hadith. And generally, the Prophet ﷺ said, "Hadithu an Bani Israel wala haraj." You can relate the traditions of Bani Israel without any feeling of haraj, which is constriction or difficulty or embarrassment. And he said, "La tusaddiquhum wa la tukaddibuhum." Don't affirm it with any absolute affirmation. In other words, don't make it part of iman, because iman is tasdeeq. So if there's wisdom in it and there's benefit, then you can relate it. If there's no wisdom in it, then don't. And the Prophet ﷺ, he quoted a Jahili poet. And to quote from another tradition, which is we consider to be a revealed tradition, is certainly acceptable. It's permissible to do that, especially if there's some wisdom or benefit in it. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as we clarify that this is not a hadith or an ayah or something like that, as long as that clarification has been made. So generally that is not considered by the ulama to be a hadith, but rather a tradition from Bani Israel. But the ulama have generally related it because it does convey a beautiful meaning, and that is that everybody is looking for a treasure, which is their heart's desire, and that this is the real treasure, that the one who finds Allah, and He is a hidden treasure, that he has found all that he needs, and every other treasure will reveal itself in the end to be empty. Like in the wonderful Arabian Nights tales, the jinni, he creates these beautiful palaces, and the man's living, he's got silks and turbans, and then suddenly when he gets out of favor with the genie, it all disappears and he's back in his rags. And that is ultimately the dunya. That is the metaphor for the dunya. That if you place your heart, there's a hadith that says that a man's treasure lies in his heart. That whatever you really desire, that is your treasure. And that's the ultimate reality of those who put their love and faith in dunya. They end up like that poor peasant who finds the genie bottle and gets all the luxuries, and then suddenly it's all gone. And inshallah on Yawm al-Qiyamah, none of us will have that experience. We will inshallah find what we were promised. And that's what Allah says about the believers. They say in the Quran, this is what we were promised, this is what we were told about. And inshallah may Allah make that all of our states on Yawm al-Qiyamah, and not deprive any heart in this room, inshallah, from tasting the blessings of that day. Inshallah, may Allah make you and your families people of paradise.
Ameen. Jazakumullahu khair. Wa taqabbal Allah.
This concludes the session.